Josephine arrived and we all straightened up and calmed down. She thanked Dermot for coming and said, "Perhaps you'd like to tell us a bit about Shacky's drinking." Idly I stuck my tongue into my tooth. I couldn't stop doing that. I was so proud of myself. "She was always fond of drink," Dermot said, having none of Emer's reticence. Shacky looked dismayed. "She was always giving me guff about having to have whisky for a cold or port for an upset stomach or... Can I help it if I'm often not well?" Shacky interrupted, her accent posher than ever. Josephine glared and Shacky subsided. "As I said," Dermot sighed, "she was always fond of it, but she hid how bad things were until she got the ring on her finger. Then she started making a show of me." Shacky exclaimed. Josephine silenced her with a frown. "What kind of show?" "I work very hard," Dermot said. "Very hard. I'm a self-made man, and I built the business up from nothing." "And you did that all by yourself, did you?" Shacky interrupted, her voice unexpectedly shrill. "Well, you couldn't have done it without me. It was my idea getting the upright sunbeds." "It was not," Dermot said irritably. "I read about them in the catalogue long before you ever saw them in that place in London." "You didn't. That's a pure lie. You didn't even know how they worked." "I'm telling you." Dermot emphasised each word with the chop of his tiny hand. "I read about them." "Perhaps we could come back to this," Josephine murmured. "We're here to talk about Shacky's drink problem." "We could be here all week in that case," Dermot said with a bitter snort. "Please carry on," Josephine invited. "I didn't know how bad it was for a long time because she was drinking on the sly," he said, "hiding bottles and saying she had a migraine when she was really going to bed with a bottle of drink." Shacky's face was bright red. "And feeding me a pack of lies. I found about 20 empty bottles of Bacardi at the end of the garden, and she said she knew nothing about it and blamed it on some lads from the corporation estate. We had the bank manager and his wife over for dinner one night. I was trying to get a loan off him to extend the premises, and Shacky starts singing, 'Happy birthday, Mr. President Cuckoo Cachoo,' like she's Marilyn Monroe, wiggling her backside and giving him a face full of cleavage." I flicked a glance at Shacky. Her face was a picture of horror. I felt a shameful mixture of pity and glee. She'd been drinking all afternoon. She lied and said she was stone-cold sober when a child could have seen she was drunk. Then she went out to the kitchen to serve the smoked salmon relayed and never came back. We waited for hours and I was highly embarrassed and trying to keep the conversation going with Mr. O'Higgins. When I went looking for her, where did I find her? Only in bed, out cold. I wasn't well," Shacky mumbled. "Needless to say," Dermot said with satisfaction, "I didn't get the loan. And after that her drinking got worse. She was langers every night of the week and most of the days too. I couldn't depend on her for anything." "You'll never let me forget that business with the loan, will you?" Shacky exclaimed. "It had nothing to do with me. It was because the figures didn't add up, and I told you that before you ever went to O'Higgins with your stupid proposals." Dermot ignored her. "And all the time I was building up the business," he continued, "working night and day to have the premier beauty salon in South County Dublin." "I worked night and day too," Shacky exclaimed. "I was the brains behind most of the ideas. I thought up the idea of the special offers." "You did, Inir." Dermot paused. "You did not." "We do special offers, d'you see." He looked at Misty and me as he spoke. "A whole day's pampering, the works. An aromatherapy session, a mud wrap, a go in the sauna, a pedicure or manicure, and a complimentary Danish pastry, all for 50 quid. A saving of £15 if you have the manicure, or 18 if you opt for the pedicure." Josephine opened her mouth, but she was too late. "We also cater for male clients." Dermot was off with more of his salesman's patter. "We found that the Irish male is far more discerning about his appearance, and while in the past a man might be considered a Nancy boy if he took care of his skin, nowadays it's the done thing, really. I myself," he placed a tiny pudgy hand on a broken-veined cheek, "use skincare products and feel the better for it." Clarence, Mike, Vincent and Neil stared at Dermot stonily. John Joe, however, looked interested. "Dermot," Josephine said sharply, "we're here to discuss Shacky's drinking." "He's always at that," Shacky interrupted, looking at Dermot with hatred. "It's so embarrassing. Once at Mass, when he was offering the woman next to him the sign of peace, he looked at her nails and said she'd benefit from a manicure. In the Lord's house. Did you ever? I've a living to make." Dermot said hotly. "If we were relying on you, we'd have gone bust a long time ago." "Why is that?" Josephine asked. "I had to stop her working in the salon because she was jarred on the job and upsetting the clients and getting things arseways and booking people in for sunbeds straight after leg waxes, and everyone knows you can't do that, and then you're running the risk of being sued, and once you get a bad name, sure you're sunk." "Is that true?" Josephine interrupted. "Were you drunk at work, Shaki?" "Indeed I wasn't." She folded her arms and pushed her face onto her neck, which gave her a double-chinned look of sanctimonious outrage. "Ask any of the girls who worked there," Dermot interrupted passionately. "Ask any of the girls who worked there?" Shaki mimicked nastily. "Or one girl in particular, isn't that right?" You could feel everyone's interest expand dramatically. "I know exactly what you're doing, Dermot Hopkins," Shaki went on. "Make me out to be an alcoholic, deny that I ever contributed to the business, get your girlfriend in to agree with you, and leave me with nothing." She turned to the room at large. "We weren't even married a year before he started having affairs. He hired the girls in the salon, not on their abilities but on—" Dermot was trying to shout her down, but she shouted even louder. "But on the size of their chests. And if they wouldn't sleep with him, he sacked them. You lying bitch," Dermot was shouting at the same time as she was. "And now he's decided he's in love with one of them. A little 19-year-old called Sharon with her eye on the main chance." Shaki's face was flushed and her eyes were glittery with pain and rage. She took another deep breath and shrieked, "And you needn't think she's in love with you, Dermot Hopkins. She's just looking for a cushy number. She'll make a bloody idiot of you." Shaki's accent had changed. The suburban tones were gone, and a rough Dublin accent had appeared in their place. "And what about your carry-on?" Dermot's voice was shrill with rage. "What carry-on?" Josephine was trying to calm things down, but she hadn't a hope. "I know about you and the fellow who put down the new carpet." Things got a bit confused after that, because Shaki leapt up and tried to smack Dermot. But from what we could gather, Dermot was implying that the new carpet wasn't the only thing that got laid. Shaki hotly contested his version of events, and it was impossible to know who was telling the truth. In disarray, the session ended, and the first person to reach Shaki and put their arms around her and ferry her off for tea was me. Chapter 40. Over the next couple of group sessions, in a scenario that I now recognised, Josephine delved into Shaki's psyche and pulled all kinds of rabbits out of the hat. It became clear that Dermot, unpleasant and all as he was, hadn't been lying. Josephine pressed Shaki and pressed her until finally she came clean about her drinking. When she finally owned up to drinking a bottle of Bacardi a day, Josephine questioned her further until she admitted supplementing the Bacardi with brandy and Valium. Then Josephine searched for reasons. She worried away at two things: Shaki's obsession with her appearance and her insistence that she was a good, respectable, upper-middle-class citizen. And as usual, Josephine's instincts were spot on. It all came out. Shaki's hard-scrabble beginning in an overcrowded flat in a neglected area in Dublin, her lack of education, the fact that she had cut off all contact with her family because she was afraid they'd show her up in front of her newfound middle-class friends, and her terrible fear that she'd have to go back to that background of deprivation. It became clear that all she had in life was Dermot. She relied on him totally and resented him bitterly. Shaki admitted that she had never felt at ease with her friends, that she feared they'd realise that she was the fraud she felt she was. I looked at her lovely skin, her golden hair, and her perfect nails, and was in awe of how successfully she had reinvented herself. I would never have believed there was so much insecurity rampaging about below her glamorous surface. Then Josephine questioned her about the carpet man. And eventually, after a question and answer session that I found excruciatingly painful to hear, Shaki admitted that she had indeed christened her new carpet by having sex on it with the carpet layer. The details weren't salacious and fascinating, they were simply sordid. She said she'd only done it because she'd been drunk and desperate for affection. My heart bled with pity. I expected people my age to behave that way. It seemed far more pathetic for someone of her age and station to do it. With passionate force it struck me that I didn't want to end up like Shacky. This could be you, my head said. How? Another part of me asked. I don't know, the first voice said in confusion. I just know it could be. I wanted to die with the shame when I sobered up, Shacky choked. Not content with that, Josephine needled away until Shacky admitted having lots of anonymous sex with anyone she could get her hands on, particularly tradesmen. It was astonishing, especially in light of the judgmental Catholic stance Shacky had always taken. But then again I realised, as I began to get the hang of this whole Cloisters thing, maybe it wasn't astonishing at all. She desperately papered over the cracks of her shame by pretending to be the well-behaved, respectable person she wished she was. On Friday evening, I noticed the awful grief that I'd had earlier in the week had lifted, because it had returned. The tooth didn't distract you for too long, did it? Margot said, as I sat at the dinner table crying buckets. I should have thrown my plate of bacon and cabbage at her, but I just cried even more. I wasn't alone. Neil was sobbing terribly. That afternoon in group, Josephine had finally broken through his denial. Suddenly he saw what everyone else in the whole world could see, that he was an alcoholic who could rival his much-hated father in the atrocity stakes. I hate myself, he sobbed into his hands. I hate myself. Vincent was also in floods. Due to the examination of his childhood Josephine had subjected to in morning group. And Stalin was bawling his eyes out because he'd got a letter from Rita saying that, when he got out of the Cloisters, he wasn't to come home. She'd applied for a divorce. The dining room had so many weeping people in it, it was like a creche. She's met someone else, Stalin bawled. Someone else to break her ribs, Angela interrupted. Oh dear. Angela had been stricken by a dose of NIJ, new inmates' judgmentalness. Just wait until one of her involved significant others came into group and spilled the beans on her bad behaviour. Then she wouldn't be so self-righteouser than thou. On Friday evening, as usual, the new list of team duties went up on the notice board. The minute Frederick secured it to the cork with the red thumbtack, we all surged at it, desperate to see our fate, as if it was a list of war dead. When I saw that I was on Vincent's team, and worse again, that meant breakfasts, I was very, very upset. OK, so I was upset anyway, but now I was really upset. So upset that I didn't want to shout at anyone. I just wanted to go to bed and not wake up. Chris approached me with a box of tissues. Tell me things. I gave him a watery smile. Distract me. I shouldn't really, he said. You should stay with the pain and... I lifted my cup of tea threateningly. Easy, he smiled. Only having a laugh. So what's up? I'm on Vincent's team, I said, telling him the one tangible piece of misery I knew. And I'm afraid of him. He's so aggressive. Is he? Chris looked over at Vincent, who was still sobbing his eyes out at the far end of the table. He doesn't look very aggressive to me. Well, he used to be, I said doubtfully. The first day I came here. That was 2 weeks ago, Chris pointed out. A week is a long time in psychotherapy. Ooh, I said slowly. You mean you think he's different now? But he was so threatening, I felt I should remind Chris. People change in here, he replied equably. That's what the Cloisters is about. Tell me about how you ended up here. I'd always been curious about Chris and his past, and wished I was in his group so I'd know more about him, but I'd never before had the courage to ask him something so brazen. To my surprise, pain skittered across Chris's face, like a breeze blowing over a field of corn. I was so used to thinking of him as totally in control that his vulnerability scared me. This isn't my first time in here, you know, he said, pulling a chair close to me. I didn't know. I was shocked. His drug habit must be very advanced. Yeah, I was here 4 years ago, and I didn't listen to anything. This time I'm doing it properly. I'm going to put my life back together. Were you very bad? I liked him too much to want to hear stories of him rolling around in puke and needles stuck in his arm. It depends on what you mean by bad, he said, with a twisted little smile. While my life wasn't exactly train spotting, with me shooting up smack and living in a squat, it wasn't a fulfilled, worthwhile existence either. What drugs did you take? Mostly hash. I waited for him to continue with a long list: crack, angel dust, heroin, jellies. But he didn't. Just hash? I croaked. Believe me, he grinned, it was enough. I hadn't thought you could be a drug addict without using needles. Nervously I asked another question. How did you manage for money? I expected he'd say he'd been a dealer. I had a job. He seemed surprised. But I was confused. You don't sound like a drug addict to me. He opened his mouth and reeled off. I spent nearly every night on my own, off my head. Most days in work I was unable to perform. I was forever preoccupied with where the next smoke was coming from. I never wanted to do anything like go to the pictures or go for a meal because it might take time away from being stoned. He paused and said lightly, Is that bad enough for you? No. I was still confused. Okay. He took a deep breath. I owed money to everyone. I was a friend to no one. And it wasn't just that I lived my life badly. What went on in my head wasn't good either. I always felt on the edge of things, not good enough, you know? I nodded cautiously. I got into the wrong kind of relationships with the wrong kind of people. I didn't care about anyone except myself. And I didn't care much about me either. Anxiously, I wondered what kind of relationships he was alluding to. I've used drugs to deal with every unpleasant thing that life has ever thrown at me. When I came in here, they told me that I had the emotions of a 12-year-old. How did they know? What kind of measuring process did they use? Because that's when I began using drugs. You only grow up by living through the shit that life throws at you. But whenever life threw problems at me, I just got out of it. So my emotions stayed stopped at 12. I can't see what's wrong with being 12, actually. I gave a little laugh to let him know I was having a joke. He wasn't amused. It means I've never had a sense of responsibility. I've let people down. I've stood people up. I was beginning to dislike him. He was far too uptight and humourless. I told millions of lies to protect my own skin so that people wouldn't be annoyed with me. That really put me off him. How weak. What age did you start using drugs at? He surprised me by asking. Me? I was about 15, I said, stumbling over my words. But I was only ever a social user. I certainly never did any of those things that you described, taking drugs on my own, owing money, being irresponsible. Didn't you? He asked, with a face-splitting grin. What's so funny? I was annoyed. Nothing. I decided to change the subject. What will you do when you get out of here? I asked. Who knows? Get a job. Behave myself. You never know. He gave me a wink. I might even go to New York, and while I'm there, see this Luke bloke and sort him out. Stars filled my eyes, and I disappeared into a wild fantasy of arriving back to New York with Chris on my arm, us going into the cute whore, obviously madly in love, Chris no longer with the emotions of a 12-year-old, the pair of us mad keen to party, a handsome, well-matched couple. Naturally, we would lie about where we had met. More visions flitted past. Luke puking with grief. Luke begging me to take him back. Luke going bonkers with jealousy and trying to hit Chris. It usually came back to Luke trying to hit Chris, one of my favourites. Chapter 41. The night Luke stormed out of my kitchen. Oh yes, even though he'd done it with cold control, he'd stormed nevertheless. The course of our true love stopped running at all, and actually came to a complete standstill. It spent over 2 weeks doing nothing but loitering on a street corner, half-heartedly whistling at local girls coming home from their shifts at the factory. Darryl was no compensation. When he'd arrived so unexpectedly that night and scared Luke off, he hadn't even come to see me. His dealer had been busted, so he was doing the rounds of everyone he knew on the island of Manhattan, seeking an alternative source of drugs. Once upon a time, people used to recommend hairdressers to each other, or plumbers, or even personal trainers. Now it's dealers. In different circumstances, I might have thought this was charming. Good neighbours New York close of millennium style. Instead of dropping by to borrow a cup of sugar, they come to borrow a couple of grams of coke. But in the wake of Luke's departure, I thought little was charming. Of course, I didn't have hide nor hair of a drug to give to Darryl, but I knew a man who did. As it happened, due to the feelings of wretchedness engendered by Luke's leaving, I was keen to see Wayne myself. So I cynically used Darryl's desperation to my own advantage. Darryl had money for drugs, but didn't know where to get them. I knew where to get them, but didn't have the wherewithal to do so. We needed each other. I placed a phone call to Wayne, then Darryl and I waited. I even managed to cheer up slightly. OK, so Luke hated me again. But Darryl was wearing really nice clothes. A pair of ultra-groovy purple velvet flares that were at the cutting edge of attractive menswear. It wasn't his fault they made him sweat so much, but he did have a very glamorous job. Apart from J. McInerney, do you know any other authors? I asked, leaning forward and hoping he was a tit man. It was the best I could offer him. Yeah, he sniffed, his eyes sliding away from mine. I know lots. How does it work? I asked, ducking and diving my head, trying to follow his escaping glance. Do you have authors specifically assigned to you? Yeah, he said, with a furtive little look that gave me a crick in my neck as I tried to meet it. That's what happens. So who are yours? I asked, despairing of making proper eye contact with him. What was his problem? What have your most successful books been? Let's see, he said thoughtfully. At his words, I suddenly felt a rush of pleasurable anticipation. It was great to be talking to someone who knew famous people. He didn't disappoint me. You've heard of the writer Lois Fitzgerald Smith? He asked, in a tone that implied that of course I had. Yes, I said enthusiastically. Who? You have? Darryl asked enthusiastically back. Of course. I was in a key position for the marketing of her book Gardening for Ballerinas, which made the New York Times list in the spring. Oh yes, I've heard of it. In fact, as I remembered, it had won Novel of the Year award or something similar. Thinking fast, I wondered if I should pretend I'd read it. Maybe throw in a few vague sentences like wonderful lyrical use of language and marvellous strong imagery. But on balance, I suspected I couldn't sustain an entire conversation. All the same, in New York it was very important to read the books that were currently fashionable, or at least to pretend to. I'd even heard of a service where someone would read the book, then present you with an individualised resume of it. For an extra charge, they'd produce a few impressive-sounding phrases to throw around at dinner parties. Yes, but is it art? And I liked the cucumber scene. I haven't got round to reading it yet, I told Darryl. I've bought it, of course, and it's in a pile by my bed that I keep trying to work my way through. It's hard when you're as busy as I am. There wasn't a single syllable of truth in that sentence. The only book beside my bed was The Bell Jar, which I was reading for the umpteenth time. I'll start as soon as I finished Primary Colours, I promised, as I wondered if Primary Colours was still happening. So tell me, I smiled winningly at him, Gardening for Ballerinas. Will it change my life? What's it about? Said Darryl awkwardly. You know. I moved closer, wondering at his reticence. It was obviously a controversial book addressing what? Incest? Satanism? Cannibalism? It's about, well, gardening for, ballerinas. Well, not just ballerinas, obviously, he added hurriedly. The bending and squatting could apply to all dancers, really. We're a non-elitist publishing house. My mouth made shapes as if I was enunciating vowels. A, then O, then A, then O. You mean it's not a novel? I finally managed. No. It's a gardening manual? Yes. And what number did it get to in the New York Times bestseller list? 69. And what form did the work you did in your key marketing position take? I packaged up the books and sent them to the shops. Goodbye, Darryl. Chapter 42. Not as such. I didn't actually there and then utter the words, "Goodbye, Darrell." Not to him, but I said them to myself. Especially as he let slip that the lovely loft apartment he'd taken me to after my party wasn't even his. So even though we spent the night together and most of the next morning, I didn't hold out any hopes that Darrell and I would shortly be applying for a joint mortgage. I only put up with him and all the crap he talked for my share of the drugs. Of course, the stingy creep didn't look too pleased when it became obvious that he wasn't going to make his escape from me with his full 2 grams intact. But I just thought, tough, you owe me. At a very late stage in the evening, it dawned on me like a punch in the face that I'd been thinking of boating for beginners, not gardening for feckin' ballerinas. In the days that followed, I heard nothing from Luke. My head kept saying soothingly, "He'll call," but he didn't. Poor Bridget was forced to come out with me every night as I scoured the city looking for him. Wherever we went, even if it was only down to the grocery store for 10 tubes of Pringles, I was in a state of constant alert and full make-up. I shouldn't have let him escape, I realised. I'd made a terrible mistake. We never saw him, which wasn't fair because in the days when I wasn't interested, I could barely put a foot outside my front door without tripping over him or one of his hairy friends. In the end, I had no choice but to co-opt a very select few friends to assist with the search. But still no luck. If I met, say, Ed at the Cute Whore, and he told me he'd seen Luke not 10 minutes previously at Tighe's Boghole, and Bridget and I tore at breakneck speed to the boghole, all that would be there when we arrived would be an empty glass of JD, a smoking ashtray, and a still warm seat with a Luke's arse-shaped indentation in it. Very frustrating. I finally ran into him on the day I like to call Black Tuesday. That was the day I got sacked and Bridget got promoted. I'd known for ages that my days were numbered at the old shillelagh, and I found it hard to care. And ever since I'd cut out an article on impotency cures and sellotaped it onto my boss's locker with a post-it saying, "I thought you might find this helpful," I'd felt the unemployment line moving several steps closer. All the same, being sacked wasn't nice. It became even less nice when I got home and found Bridget dancing jigs round the apartment because her salary had been doubled and she'd been given a new office and a new title. Assistant Deputy Vice President of her department. "I only used to be Junior Assistant Deputy Vice President. Look at how far I've come," she said with glee. "Lovely," I said bitterly. "I suppose now you'll go all New York and macho, get into the office to start work at 4 a.m, work until midnight, bringing files home with you, skipping holidays, thinking you're great." "I'm glad you're so happy for me, Rachel," she said quietly. Then she went into her bedroom and slammed the door so hard the front wall nearly fell off the apartment block. I stared bitterly after her. What was her problem? She wasn't the one who'd just been sacked. I threw myself onto the sofa, savouring my well-deserved self-pity. I'd always felt that there was only a finite amount of good fortune in the universe to go round, and Bridget had just hogged our apartment's entire quota, leaving none for me, not a single atom. Selfish bitch, I thought, scouring the place looking for a drink or a drug. Just look at poor me, poor unemployed me, who'll probably have to get a job in McDonald's if she's lucky. Well, I just hope Bridget's not able for the job and that she has a nervous breakdown. That'll show her, the smug cow. I opened all the cupboards, searching for a bottle of rum I was sure I'd seen. Then I remembered I'd drunk it the previous night. Ah, shite, I thought, savouring my misfortune. In the absence of artificial mood enhancers, I tried to console myself by thinking that Bridget would have no life, that they'd work her into the ground, that there was a high price to be paid for a successful career. Then terrible insecurity snatched me in its claws. What if Bridget leaves me? I thought in panic. What if Bridget moved into a lovely midtown apartment that had air conditioning and an in-house gym? Then what would I do? Then where would I go? I couldn't afford to keep up with that kind of rent. In that moment, I had a St. Paul on the road to Damascus-style revelation. I suddenly saw what side my bread was buttered on. I got off the couch, swallowed my misgivings, and gently knocked on Bridget's bedroom door. "I'm sorry, Bridget," I pleaded. "I'm a selfish whore. I'm really sorry." A wall of silence. "I'm sorry," I said again. "It's just that I was sacked myself this afternoon and I felt a bit, you know." Still no response. "Come out, Bridget, please," I begged. "I'm sorry, I really am." The door was flung open and Bridget was there, her face raw from crying. "Oh, Rachel," she sighed. And I couldn't place her tone. Forgiveness? Exasperation? Pity? Weariness? It could have been any of them, but I hoped it was forgiveness. "Let me take you out and buy you champagne to celebrate," I offered. She hung her head and traced a pattern on the floor with her toe. "I don't know." "Go on," I urged. "OK," she conceded. "Just one prob," I said, talking very quickly. "I'm kind of skint at the moment, but if you loan me some money, I'll pay you back as soon as I can." Quietly, a bit too quietly for my liking actually, she sighed and agreed. I insisted we went to the Llama Lounge. "We must, Bridget," I said. "It's not every day one of us gets promoted. Certainly not if it's me, ha ha ha." At the Llama Lounge, the management had put up a sign beside the inflated sofa that said, "People with bare legs sit here at their own risk." Bridget and I both took one look at it and said in unison, "We're not sitting there." I hoped this meant Bridget had forgiven me. But conversation remained stilted. I strove hard, overstrove probably, to let her know how happy I was for her, but it was an uphill battle. In the middle of me once again insisting how pleased I was for her, she looked at the door and murmured, "Here's your fella." "Please God, let it be Luke," I prayed, my innards a-tremble. And God obliged, but with terms and conditions. It was indeed Luke. However, he was accompanied by none other than the exquisite Anya, skinny, tanned, almond-eyed Anya. The first thought that jumped into my head was, if he's good enough for Anya, he's good enough for me. Not that I was being given the choice, of course. Luke threw a non-committal nod over at Bridget and me, but didn't come any closer. Aloud, Bridget wondered, "What's up with cool arse Luke?" Luke and Anya looked very intimate, as if they'd just clambered out of bed. Their faces were turned towards each other, and their thighs touched. As I watched, aghast, he slid his arm along the back of her chair, lightly touching her slim yet muscular shoulders. I'd known he fancied Anya all along, I thought, utterly devastated. I'd just bloody well known it. And him giving me all that crap about what a nice girl she was. "Stop staring," Bridget hissed, "and swap places with me. Sit with your back to him, take that starving baby look off your face and put your tongue back in, it's banging off your knees." I did what I was told, then wished I hadn't, so I tried to get Bridget to stare by proxy. "What's he doing now?" I asked. She flicked a glance at them. "He's holding her hand." I moaned softly. "Still?" I asked a few seconds later. "Still what?" "Is he still holding her hand?" "Yes." "Oh, Christ!" I could have cried. "What does he look like?" "About 6'1", dark hair." "No, what does his face look like? I mean, does he look happy? Does he look like he's mad about her?" "Suck that down." Bridget curtly indicated my drink. "We're leaving." "No," I protested in a low, fierce voice. "I want to stay. I have to stay and watch them." "No." Bridget was very firm. "No way. It does no one any good. And let this be a lesson to you. The next time you meet a man as sexy and nice as Luke Costello, maybe you won't shag it up." "Do you think he's sexy and nice?" I asked in huge surprise. "Of course I do," she said, astonished. "Well, why didn't you say?" "Why? Do you need me to endorse everything before you let yourself like it?" Stupid wagon, I thought. She'd only been promoted a matter of hours, and already she was acting like she was someone's boss. I mourned him for days. But I couldn't compete with Anya. No way, I knew my limitations. I devoted my time to glancing around for a job, but with my poor employment history and lack of higher education, my options were limited. However, I managed to stumble over a job in another hotel. Not as nice as the Old Shillelagh. Not, of course, that the Old Shillelagh was nice. My new place of work was called the Barbados Motel. I had no idea why. It was nothing like Barbados, unless people pay for their time in Barbados by the hour. However, it was a job. In other words, hard labour, misery and tedium all rolled into one. After my first day, as I staggered in home, exhausted and depressed, the phone was ringing. "Yes," I demanded, none too civil, keen to work off my filthy humour on whoever was on the other end. There was a brief, loaded pause. Then Luke's voice, like a caress, said, "Rachel?" And my charcoal world sparked into blazing light. Instinctively, I knew that this was no inquiries phone call along the lines of, "I can't find my Beavis and Butthead jocks and I was wondering if I left them at your place. Any chance you'd give them a wash and drop them round to me?" On the contrary. From the tone of his voice, just from the way he'd said, "Rachel," as if he was stroking me, I knew everything was going to be all right. Better than all right. I'd been certain I'd never hear from him again. I almost wept with relief, with joy, with gratitude for my second chance. "Luke," I said, "see the way I didn't go Darrell, or Frederick, or Beelzebub, or some other man's name, the way I would have if I'd still been playing games with him." "How are you?" he asked. "Call me babe," I yearned. "Fine," I said. "Well, I was sacked from my job and I've got a new one, but it's in a horrible place and I think it's used by prostitutes and the money is poxy, but I'm fine. And how are you?" He gave a little laugh, a warm, friendly, "I think you're great" laugh, and I felt as if I loved him. "Any chance I could take you out for dinner?" he asked. Take you out for dinner. Take you out for dinner. So much is conveyed with that one word. It means, I like you. I'll take care of you. And most importantly of all, I'll pay for you. I wanted to say, but what about Anya? And for once in my self-destructive life, I managed to do the right thing and keep my fool mouth shut. When? I asked. Now. Tonight? I suppose I should have pretended I was busy. Isn't that one of the golden rules to make sure you snare your man? But I had no intention of letting him slip through the net again. Tonight would be lovely, I said sweetly. Oh, and sorry I didn't come over to you and Bridget the other night, he added. Anya's fella had just ditched her and I was trying to cheer her up. My cup spilleth over. Chapter 43. It was a date, a proper one. He said he'd collect me at 8:30 and take me to a French restaurant. I felt a slight frisson of alarm at his talk of French restaurants, because only hicks and out-of-towners went to French restaurants, and Turkmenistanian was the thing to impress a girl. But then I thought, so what? I got ready slowly and calmly. The kind of churning excitement that I usually associated with Luke was absent. Instead, a steady, quiet anticipation hummed within me. I had butterflies in my stomach, but they were asleep. They stretched and turned occasionally, just to remind me that they were there. Of course, I reminded myself, Luke could be stringing along me and Anya, and God knows how many others. But I just knew he wasn't. We'd gone through so many twists and turns, sleeping with each other after the rickshaw rooms, him asking me out, me refusing, me coming on to him at my party, him refusing, him looking out for me everywhere, meeting him in the Llama Lounge, having mind-blowing sex, Darrell arriving and Luke leaving in a huff. After all of that, the mutual overtures and rejections, for him to still want to take me out, and for me to still want to go, it meant there was some little glimmer of understanding. We'd arrived at a plateau, where we both knew enough about the other, even the bad bits, especially the bad bits, and still wanted to proceed. In preparation for my free French meal, I dressed demurely, on the outside at least. I wore what I called my grown-up dress. I called it that because it wasn't black, it wasn't made of lycra, and you couldn't see the line of my knickers under it. It was a dark grey, nun-like shift. Because of these qualities, I'd thought it was a total waste, but Bridget had persuaded me that it would come in handy one day. I'd said I wasn't planning on dying, entering a convent, or being up in court on a murder charge. But, as I admired my demure, yet strangely unrevolting reflection, I admitted she'd been right. It got better. I wore high heels and I put my hair up. Normally I could only do one or the other, not both, not unless I enjoyed towering over people like the Incredible Hulk. But Luke was man enough for me at my zenith. Underneath my cassock, I had struggled into black stockings and a suspender belt, a sure sign that I was mad about Luke, because surely no one would wear such underwear if they weren't planning on taking it off at the first opportunity. Uncomfortable and unnatural, that's what it was. 8:30 arrived, and so did Luke. I took one look at him, dark-eyed, clean-shaven and citrus-fragrant, and my butterflies woke up en masse and started bickering over whose turn it was to make the coffee. He looked a lot sleeker than I'd ever seen him before. Acres less hair and denim than was usually in evidence. It meant he was taking me seriously, and I brimmed with pleasure. As he crossed the threshold, I braced myself to be snogged within an inch of my life. But to my surprise, he didn't kiss me. Momentarily startled, I rallied gamely and declined to descend into the pit of depression that beckoned so warmly. I didn't think, he doesn't fancy me. I knew he fancied me. I would have staked my life in it. He politely sat on the sofa and politely didn't push me to the floor and ravish me. How strange it felt to be in the same room as each other for more than 5 seconds and still be wearing clothes. "I'll be ready in a minute," I promised him. "Relax," he said. I could feel his eyes following me as I bumped awkwardly round the flat looking for my keys. Here a hip bone crunched against the counter, there an elbow skinned under the door handle. Nothing like the feeling of being watched by a man I desire to bring on my incipient clumsy oafness. Eventually I turned and demanded in contrived exasperation, "What?" I knew it would be goodsy. "You look," he paused. "Beautiful." Correct answer. I didn't know the restaurant he took me to, hadn't even heard of it, but it was lovely. Thick carpets, lighting subdued to the point of sulkiness, and humble murmuring waiters with French accents so exaggerated that they couldn't even understand each other. Luke and I barely spoke all evening, but this didn't indicate discord. In fact, I'd never felt so close to anyone ever. We couldn't stop smiling at each other, huge face-splitting glowing smiles right into each other's eyes. He continued with the polite, not wrestling me up against a wall behaviour that he'd kicked the evening off with. Instead, we had more cab paying and door opening and non-contact ushering than you could shake a stick at. And with every gesture, we grinned out loud. When he politely held my hand and helped me into the cab, we both beamed our heads off. Then after we'd arrived at La Bonne Chère, the good and dear, he deferentially helped me out of the cab, and we gave each other dazzling smiles that rushed up from our toes. A brief pause while he paid the driver, then we turned to each other, crinkling our eyes so much we could barely see. He said, "Are you right?" the Irish version of "shall we?" extended his elbow for me to hook, and off we swung into the restaurant, where we were greeted enthusiastically, if indecipherably, by the waiters, and that made us catch each other's eyes and smirk. We were led to a table that was so discreet and dimly lit that I could barely see Luke. "This do for you, babe," he murmured. I nodded gleefully and beamed my assent. Anything would have been wonderful. There was a brief moment of awkwardness when we sat down opposite each other, because after all, we'd never been in such a situation before. There's only one thing more shy-making than the first time you go to bed with a man, and that's the first time you go to dinner with a man. Luke attempted conversation with a cheery, "Well," and I thought about replying, but then that joyous feeling filled me up and spilled out at my mouth, forcing it to burst into another ecstatic grin, and I realised there was no need to say anything. Luke replied to my smile by return of post, and we both dazzled each other like a pair of village idiots. And so we remained, smiling and glazed, until the waiter arrived and unctuously proffered the menus. "I suppose we'd better," Luke indicated the menu. "Oh, right," I said, and tried to concentrate. After a few seconds I looked up and found Luke staring at me, and we both burst into smiles again. Slightly embarrassed, I dropped my eyes, but I couldn't stop myself looking up at him once more, and he was still staring at me, So we both had another smile for our trouble. Again I felt delighted, yet embarrassed, and murmured, "Stop." And he murmured back, "Sorry, can't help it, you're so..." Then we both had a lovely warm little chuckle, and he re-indicated the menu and said, "We'd really better." And I said, "We really should." I felt as if I would burst with the happiness of being with him. I was sure I must bear some resemblance to a bullfrog, puffed up to the max with joy. He ordered champagne. "Why?" I asked. "Because..." He paused, looking at me speculatively. "Because..." he said again, a smile in his eyes. I held my breath because I was certain he was going to say he loved me. "Because you're worth it," he finally said. I gave a secret little smile. I'd seen his face. I knew how he felt about me, and he knew that I knew. All night I felt quite calm on the surface, but under that I was pleasurably breathless. Every part of me. I felt like my lungs were barely managing to inhale. My heart just sustained a beat. My blood dragged itself sensuously through my veins. I'd slowed into a different rhythm, drugged by what I felt for him. All my sensations were heightened. My nerves were raw, exposed, on the outside. Mine was the Pompidou centre of central nervous systems. I took pleasure in each breath that I drew. I savoured every bump of my heart in my chest, every flutter in my stomach. Each breath felt like a victory as my chest rose and fell. Then, after an infinitesimally too long pause, rose and fell again, like conquering a small hill, and then another, and then another. "That nice?" He nodded at my pomme au fenêtre or whatever it was. "Yer's lovely," I murmured, managing to swallow a good 2 or 3 atoms of it. There was a lot of picking up our forks and letting them hover over the food, which probably was delicious, but neither of us seemed to be able to eat, then smiling at each other like two morons, then putting our forks down and catching each other's look before exploding into smiles again. Apart from the sensation that my stomach and esophagus had been filled with quick-setting concrete, I felt floaty and elated. We both seemed to know that what we felt for each other was a fragile, precious thing that had to be carried carefully. There was no need to outdo each other with funny stories, because we both knew we could tell them. There was no need to leap on each other and tear our clothes off. That would happen all in the fullness of time. The only rocky-ish patch in the whole night occurred when Luke said, "How's Darryl?" "Look," I said awkwardly, electing to put some of my cards on the table. "Nothing happened with me and Darryl." "I'm sure it didn't," he said. "How?" I said, a small bit miffed. "Because he's gay." Luke laughed. "Get lost." I was the colour of a tomato, although once I thought about it, it would explain a lot. "But he devotes so much energy to his drug habit," Luke said. "He probably doesn't have any kind of sexuality." All evening a quiet stream of desire had gently sparkled over the bedrock of certainty we felt for each other. As Luke paid the bill, "See, didn't I say, I'll take you?" Some of the winter snows melted and the torrent increased. Outside in the humid night, Luke asked politely, "Would you like to walk or get a cab?" "Walk," I said, all the better to build more anticipation. On the way he didn't even hold my hand, just did the kind of hovery action with his hand over the small of my back. The enforced separation, the so near and yet so farness of being next to him but not touching, served to heighten my longing for him. As we commenced our final descent to the front door of my apartment block, relief surged. About bloody time, I thought. The lack of physical contact with him had put a greater strain on me than I'd realised. Joyfully I geared up for the "will you come in for coffee, nar" scenario. Speeding up, I was all set to burst into the building and start running up the stairs, when he slowed down, then stopped. He pulled me in out of the way of passing pedestrians and kissed me on the cheek. I was dying to grab him by the crotch, but it had been such a lovely, contained date that I forced myself to wait a few minutes longer. "Thank you for a wonderful evening," he murmured at me. "You're welcome," I said. "Thank you." I smiled politely. But I was thinking impatiently, enough of the messing. Let's hurry upstairs so you can dash me to the floor and stick your hand up my skirt like you usually do. I'll see you soon, he asked. Give you a ring tomorrow. Fine, I said, but my elation had started to drain away, as if a plug had been pulled. He couldn't seriously be calling it a night, could he? The decorum of the evening had been all fine and dandy, but only because I hadn't for a second thought it was real. And had I really gone to all the time and effort of putting on stockings and a suspender belt for me to be the person to remove them? Good night, he said. Then he leant down and gave me a very brief kiss on the mouth. His lips lingered just long enough for it to feel like a sacred moment. Then he pulled away, and my head was full of dizziness and stars. Oh, before I forget, he said, and handed me a little parcel that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Then, without further ado, he turned on his heel and strode off down the street, leaving me staring slack-jawed after him. I gave him a few minutes to turn around and grin and say, "Haha, only joking, do you want to see my knob?" But he just kept walking. His back was getting further and further away from me, and the sound of his boots becoming fainter. Then he turned the corner, and I couldn't see or hear anything. Still I waited, hoping to see his head appear back around the corner as if it was on a stick, but nothing doing. When I finally accepted that I had no other option, I stamped up the stairs, disappointment bitter in my mouth. Desperate for clues, I tore open the little parcel he'd given me, far too agitated to appreciate the beautiful wrapping paper and the shiny little bow. It was a book of Raymond Carver's poems. "Poems!" I screeched in disgust. "I want a ride!" Then I threw the book at the wall. I slammed and banged things around the apartment. Bridget wasn't home, so I had no one to complain to. Viciously, I ripped off the saucy underwear, berating myself for putting it on in the first place. I should have known I was tempting fate. I felt as if the lacy suspender belt and silky stockings and the little knickers were all having a good laugh at me. "You'd think she'd have learnt by now," they chuckled to each other. Finally, I had no option but to go to bed. Fully certain that I was too revved up to get even a minute's sleep, I threw my grown-up dress on the floor and kicked it round the room a bit. I'd already hung it up, but I went back into the wardrobe and took it off the hanger and kicked the crap out of it as I searched for a scapegoat from my lone status. In the middle of me breathlessly promising the dress that was the last time it would ever see the light of day, the phone rang. "I'm not finished with you yet," I threatened the grown-up dress, where it cringed against the wall as I went to answer the phone. "Hello," I roared aggressively into the mouthpiece. Is that you, Rachel?" a man's voice asked. "Yes," I admitted belligerently. "It's Luke." "And?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'll talk to you tomorrow," he said humbly. "No, wait, why are you ringing?" "I was worried, you see, after tonight." I said nothing, but my heart was beating quickly with relief. "I thought I was doing the right thing," he said quickly, "trying to be a gentleman. I wanted to change the pattern with you and me, to move things forward. But then after I got home, I thought maybe I wasn't clear enough, and that you might just think I don't like you anymore when I'm mad about you, so I thought I'd ring you. Then I thought it might be too late and you'd be asleep. Maybe it is too late and you're asleep." "What are you trying to say?" By now I was very excited. I could feel his anxiety, his desire to do the right thing. Was a declaration of love on the cards? Was he going to ask me to be his girl? Then he stopped being serious, and the laugh reappeared in his voice. "I suppose a ride is out of the question." I slammed the phone down and gibbered with outrage. Gibbered, so I did. "Can you believe? Did you hear what he just said?" I demanded from the room at large, and my grown-up dress in particular. The cheek of him! The cheek of him! I shook my head in disbelief. If he thinks I'll give him the time of day after that sort of behaviour, he has another think coming. Honestly, I exhaled in disgust. 6 seconds later I found myself picking up the phone. Of course a ride wasn't out of the question. Chapter 44. Another weekend. 2 days free from the fear of the questionnaire. But my emotions were still in complete disarray. Terrible sadness came and went, came and went. I was actually glad when I was angry or heartbroken about Luke, because at least I could identify the feeling. Saturday morning kicked off with cookery as always. And of course we had the usual scuffle involving Eamon and a foodstuff. This time a tin of cocoa powder, which culminated in Eamon being led away, as he invariably was on a Saturday morning. It took a while for Betty to get everyone organised with flour and sugar and mixing bowls and sieves and all the rest. Clarence kept putting up his hand and saying, "Teacher!" And Betty kept saying, "Call me Betty." And Clarence kept saying, "OK, teacher." Then peace descended. Everyone was concentrating so hard, their brown jumpers covered with flour, that I became aware of a strange harmony that was spine-tingling, almost as if we were in the presence of the divine. Then I was floored by massive embarrassment for thinking such New Age wankology. But shortly afterwards, I had another attack of acute sentimentality. When the men took their lopsided, misshapen, burnt, raw in the middle, flopped cakes out of the oven, the pride they had in their creations made my eyes well up. Each of these cakes was a little miracle, I thought, as I shed a discreet tear. These men are alcoholics, and some have done terrible things, but they have made a cake all by themselves. Saturday nights were the toughest. The whole world was getting dressed up and going out, everyone except me. Worse than that, I was tormented with worry about Luke. Saturday night was when he was most likely to meet another girl. I forgot I was angry with him. Instead, I ached for him, while feeling crazed with fear of losing him, even though it was obvious that I'd already lost him. I tried distracting myself with the usual Saturday night games. The previous week I'd given them a half-hearted go, but I'd been embarrassed, imagining what glamorous New York people like Helenka would say if they could see me. I kept casting my eyes to heaven and tisking, just in case Helenka had psychic powers. But this week it was so much fun. First we split up into teams and played Red Rover, running the length of the freezing sitting room and breaking through the barriers of other people's arms. It was alarmingly exhilarating. Then someone produced a skipping rope. I had a bad few minutes in the middle of the skipping, as everyone else was being called in except me. Exactly the same thing had happened throughout my youth, and I felt sulky and angry and left out. I slunk over to the wall and threw myself down in a chair. Even if someone calls me in, I thought angrily, I'm not bloody going. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Chris appeared at my side. The hair stood up on my skin. God, I fancied him. Those eyes, those thighs. One day, I thought longingly. Maybe one day me and him will be in New York together, majorly in love. Then Misty was called into the skipping and my envy blotted out all else. "They make me sick here," I said bitterly. "They really do. Making us remember our childhood like this." "That's not why we do this." Chris sounded astonished. "It's because we enjoy it. We let off a bit of steam. Anyway, what's wrong with remembering your childhood?" I said nothing. Chris looked concerned. Vaguely, I could hear Misty, who was skipping like a dainty little elf, singing, "And I call Chris in." "If you find it that awful to remember, you'd better tell them in group," Chris said. "Oh God, it's my go," he exclaimed, and leapt up into the middle of the rope with Misty. John Joe was turning the rope with Nancy, the housewife who was addicted to Valium. Even though everyone was clumsy and falling round the room, Nancy and John Joe were just that little bit too uncoordinated. In fact, Nancy was barely able to stand. I watched Chris as he skipped. Ungainly and awkward, but very cute. His face was a picture of concentration as he tried hard to get it right. I sat there feeling miserable, listening to them all chanting the skipping song, when I heard Chris singing the words, "And I call Rachel in." Joyfully I jumped up. I loved being called in, and I never was. Never. It was always the bigger girls, or the smaller ones. I leapt into the turning rope and skipped along with Chris for a few seconds, smiling shyly with the joy of being picked. Then Chris's lovely lizard-skin Chelsea boots got tangled up in the rope, and I tripped and the pair of us fell sprawling onto the floor. There was a delicious second of lying next to him, and then John Joe declared he was sick of turning the rope. In a surge of unexpected magnanimity, I found myself turning the rope with poor glassy-eyed Nancy. After John Joe had almost broken every bone in his own and the bodies around him, it was time for musical chairs. Initially I was afraid of being rough and pushing others onto the floor, except for when it was Misty, of course. But when I realised the whole idea was to be as vicious as possible, I really began to have a good time. Laughing and gasping, tussling and fighting, I felt I'd never enjoyed myself so much before. And it wasn't until I was going to bed, and I thought of Luke in New York, probably just about to go out, that my happiness evaporated. On Sunday morning, every man in the Cloisters, including Chris, I was sorry to say, approached me and said, "Will that sister of yours be coming today?" "I don't know," I had to tell them. But when visiting time rolled around, Helen appeared with Mum and Dad. No sign of Anna, unfortunately. Dad was still talking in his Oklahoma voice. When I got Helen on her own, Mum and Dad were deep into a conversation with Chris's parents. I dreaded to think what they were talking about. I slipped her the letter asking Anna to visit me bearing narcotics. I said to Helen, "Would you give that to Anna?" "But I won't see her," said Helen. "I have a job." "You've a job?" I was very surprised. Not only was Helen notoriously lazy, but like me, she couldn't actually do anything. "Since when?" "Wednesday night." "Doing what?" "Waitress." "Where?" "In a fucking..." She paused as she searched for the right word. "A fucking abattoir in Temple Bar called Club Mex. That's with 3 X's, she added. "That should tell you something about it." "Well, congratulations." "Look, it's not my fault I was too short to be an air hostess," she suddenly exclaimed. "I didn't know you'd applied to be a trolley dolly," I said in surprise. "Well, I did," she said moodily. "And I wouldn't mind, but it wasn't even a proper airline. It was one of those crappy charter ones, Air Paella, that'd employ anyone, except me." I was in shock, because she always got exactly what she wanted. She put her face in her hands in a gesture of despair that frightened me. "I wouldn't mind, Rachel, but I had everything else perfect. I looked just the part." "How do you mean?" "You know, the inch-thick tangerine foundation, the white neck, the scary pretend smile, the visible panty line. Not to mention the selective deafness. I would have been brilliant." "I practiced very hard, Rachel," she said, her bottom lip trembling. "I really did. I was horrible to every woman I met and slimed all over every man. I practiced opening the freezer door and standing beside it and nodding and giving a fake smile and saying, 'Thanks, bye, bye, thanks, bye, bye, thanks, bye, thanks, bye, bye, bye,' for hours. But they said I was too short. 'What do I need to be tall for?' I asked them. And they said to put things in the overhead lockers. Well, that's a load of shite, as anyone knows, because if you're an air hostess, it's your job to ignore all the women and let them do everything themselves. And if it's a man who needs help, you just flash him your jugs and get him to do it himself too, and he'd be glad to do it. Thrilled." "Why the freezer door?" "Because where they stand when the people are getting off is always cold, see?" "Well, it was a good idea to practice," I said awkwardly. "Practice?" Mum had reappeared. "I give her practice. She defrosted a freezer load of magnums and crispy pancakes on me with her 'Thanks, bye, bye, thanks.' Practice indeed." "They were only mint magnums," said Helen. "Not worth the space they took up. It was a mercy killing, the humane thing to do." Mum continued to make tutty disapproving noises, as if she was Skippy the bush kangaroo, trying to convey that Bruce had fallen out of the seaplane, had fractured his arm in 3 places, and needed rescuing from a swamp full of crocodiles. "Anyway, yeah, like, thanks for all the support, Mum," Helen burst out, as though she was 12. "I suppose you just wish I never got a job." I waited for her to explode. "I never asked to be born," and slammed from the room. But then we all remembered where we were and put a lid on it. Mum moved away again, this time to bond with Misty O'Malley's parents. Dad was still knee-deep in conversation with Chris's father. "So have you any stamps?" I turned to Helen. If she wouldn't give the letter to Anna, then I'd try and post the bloody thing. Slip it into the outgoing post without anyone knowing. "Me?" Helen demanded. "Stamps? Do I look like I'm married?" "What are you talking about?" "Only married people carry stamps around with them. Everyone knows that." "Well, never mind," I said. It had just occurred to me, how could I have ever forgotten, that in 5 days, the 3 weeks I'd contracted to stay for would be up. I could freely leave. No bloody way would I elect to stay for the full 2 months like the rest of them. I'd be off like a shot. Then I could take as many drugs as I liked. Chapter 45. After the visitors left, Sunday afternoon suffocation descended. The bleak, dissatisfied sensation that if something didn't happen soon, if something didn't change, I would burst. I roamed restlessly from the dining room to the sitting room to my bedroom and back again, unable to settle anywhere. I felt like a caged animal. I yearned to be in the outside world where I could kickstart events by getting off my face, springboard my emotions from the grey, misty depths of depression to the clear blue sky of happiness. But in the Cloisters there was nothing to ejector seat me. I consoled myself with the thought that it was my last Sunday afternoon in the kip, that in less than a week I wouldn't have to feel those feelings any more. But with a throb of undiluted angst, I realised I'd felt such restlessness and emptiness in the past, often. It usually kicked in at about 4 o'clock on a Sunday, but had arrived slightly late today, no doubt still on New York time. Maybe it would follow me when I left the Cloisters. Maybe, I agreed, but at least then I'd be able to do something about it. All the other inmates were getting on my nerves with their bickering and bantering. Mike was in a right fowler, parading around, pawing the ground, looking more like a bull than ever. He remained tight-lipped about the source of his bad humour, but Clarence told me that Mike's bratty son Willie had greeted his father by saying, "There's the alco-pop." "What?" Mike had demanded. "Alco-pop," sang Willie. "You're me da, so you're me pop, and you're an alco. Put it together and you're an alco-pop." He nearly brained the child, Clarence intoned, far too close to my ear. Vincent, on the other hand, was irritating me because he was in such a good mood, in flying form, because he'd got his wife to bring in the baby boomer Trivial Pursuit questions with her. He waved the red box around in Stalin's face. "Now we'll see who's so great at getting the pieces of pie, so we will, now that you've had no chance to learn the new answers off." Stalin burst into tears. He'd been hoping that Rita would visit him and call off the divorce, but there had been no sign of her. "Leave him alone." Neil turned on Vincent. When Neil realised he was an alcoholic, he spent a day or two crying, then took Vincent's place as Mr. Angry. He raged against himself for being an alcoholic, but he also raged against everyone and everything else. Josephine said his anger was to be expected, that no one wants to be an alcoholic, but that he'd come to terms with it soon. We couldn't wait. In the meantime, we were all terrified of him. "The poor fecker is in bits about his wife," Neil roared into Vincent's face, "so don't be tormenting him any further." "Sorry." Vincent looked mortified. "I wasn't. It was only a joke." "You're very aggressive, so you are," Neil bellowed. "I know," Vincent muttered humbly, "but I've been trying hard." "Not hard enough." Neil slammed his fist down on the table. Everyone started heading for the door at high speed. "Sorry," Vincent muttered. Everyone paused and began to return. Things quietened down briefly until Barry the child raced into the dining room, all of a dither. Apparently great ructions were in progress upstairs because Celine had found Davy reading the racing pages. As Davy was a compulsive gambler, that was as bad as someone like Neil being found distilling homebrew under his bed. According to Barry, Davy had gone ballistic. So much so that Finbar, the gardener, handyman and all-round general half-wit had to be called upon to restrain him. With that, there was a surge from the dining room, Barry, the bringer of glad tidings, at its head, as everyone ran for ringside seats at the Melee. I was too narky to be bothered. But when the dust had settled, I perked up to discover I was alone in the dining room with Chris. Even bitch-faced Misty had left. "Are you okay?" he asked gently, coming to sit beside me. I looked into his blue water eyes and felt tingly from his beauty. "No," I shifted. I feel, I don't know, just fed up." "Right, I see." He thoughtfully ran his big square hand through his wheat-coloured hair, wearing a becomingly worried face, while I breathed hopefully at him. Oh, how I savoured being the centre of his attention. "What can we do to cheer Rachel up?" he asked, as if he was just talking to himself. I positively squirmed with pleasure. Let's go for a walk, he suggested brightly. Where? I asked. Out there, he nodded at the window. But it's dark, I protested, and cold. Come on, he urged, with one of his special wry smiles. It's the best I can offer you. For the moment, he added tantalisingly. I ran to get my coat, and the two of us went out into the face-numbingly cold night and marched around the dark grounds in silence, the only sounds our breathing and the crunch of the grass under our boots. It was too dark to see his face, so when he said, hold it, stop for a second," and put his hand on my arm, I didn't know what he was up to. My down theres leapt with the anticipation of a furtive sylvan grope, and I regretted wearing 6 layers of clothes. But he was only linking arms with me. "Give me your arm," he said, crooking my elbow into his. "OK, off we go again." "Off we go indeed," I said, trying to pretend with my excessive jolliness that a thrill hadn't shot like an express train from my elbow straight through to my loins. On and on we stamped, side by side, arms and shoulders touching. We're nearly the same height, I told myself, trying to turn it into a virtue. We're well matched. Being so close to him helped calm my fear that Luke had met someone else. Momentarily at least, I was so filled with desire for Chris, it blocked out the awful memories of Luke. I yearned for Chris to kiss me. What wouldn't I give? To my alarm, I found we were almost back at the house. Already? The light from the windows shone near us so that we could see each other in shadow. "Look." Chris turned to me, his face into my face, almost touching. Every nerve ending leapt onto full alert, certain that a clinch was coming. "See that big bathroom there?" He pointed, his body tantalisingly almost touching mine. "Yes," I said thickly, following his outstretched arm as it pointed up at a lighted window. He didn't move any closer to me, but he didn't move away either. If I breathe out a lot, my stomach might touch his. "2 people were caught having sex in there," he said. "When?" I could barely speak as he kept me there hovering on the brink. "A while back." "Who were they?" I forced myself to ask. "Patients, clients, whatever we want to call ourselves. People like us." "Really?" I mumbled, wondering where all this was going. "Yeah," he chuckled. 2 people like you and me were caught having sex in that very bathroom." It sounded as though he had structured that sentence to be deliberately provocative. Then he moved away and I felt like I'd fallen off a cliff. "What do you think of that?" he asked. "I don't believe you," I said, my voice dull with disappointment. All that anticipation and nothing to show for it. "Honestly," he promised, his eyes flashing sincerity in the darkness. "No way," I said, finally able to fully concentrate on what he was saying. "How could people be how could they break the rules like that?" He laughed. "You were so surprisingly innocent," he drawled. "I thought you were a wild girl." Furious with myself, I spluttered. "Oh, but I am, honestly." "Will we go back in?" He nodded at the house. Confused and frustrated, I nodded. "OK." Chapter 46. On Monday morning in group, Josephine turned her attention to Mike and humbled the living daylights out of him. "I've been meaning to get back to you," she sounded apologetic. "It's about time we looked again at your alcoholism, isn't it?" He declined to reply, just stared as if he'd like to maim her. Great, I thought gleefully. While someone else was in the hot seat, it meant there was no room for me. Josephine turned to the room at large. "Have you any questions for Mike?" "Do you perm your hair?" I wondered. And if so, why? No one said anything. "OK," sighed Josephine. "I'll do it myself. You're the eldest of a family of 12? "I am," Mike agreed loudly. "And your father died when you were 15? "He did," Mike bellowed. "That must have been hard." "We managed." "How?" "By working hard." Mike's ugly face was stonier than ever. "On the land?" "On the land." "Cattle?" "Mostly arable." I hadn't a clue what they were on about. "Long days?" "Up in the dark and still working when the sun went down," Mike said almost proudly. 7 days a week and no such thing as a holiday. Very commendable, Josephine murmured. Until your drinking got out of control, you disappeared on week-long binges and the work stopped getting done. But, Mike began. We've had your wife in here, Josephine cut him off. We know all about it. You know we know. And off she went. All morning she worried away at him. She tried to get him to admit that he kept himself so diverted, trying to organise his entire family into a slick workforce, that he never got a chance to mourn his father. No, 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 he insisted, annoyed. We had to get a system going, otherwise we would have starved. Why were you the one to do it? I was the eldest, he mumbled painfully. It was my sole responsibility. It wasn't, said Josephine. What about your mother? My poor mother, Mike stammered. I wouldn't want to worry her. Why not? I think the world of my mother, Mike said quietly, as if Josephine should be ashamed for asking such a question. Yes, Josephine said. You've an odd attitude to women, haven't you? The Madonna-whore distinction is very marked in you. What? Anyway, we'll come back to that some other time. Despite her intensive cross-examination, he wouldn't admit to anything. After lunch, my luck held because Misty was for it. Anything bad that happened to her cheered me up immensely, and while she was being humbled, it meant I wasn't. I'd got off lightly, I realised. They wouldn't bother with the questionnaire at such a late stage in my stay. Apart from that one day when she'd questioned me about my childhood, Josephine hadn't given me too hard a time. And only 5 days to go before I could leave. 5 days to convince me I had a drug problem? Well, I didn't give much for their chances. With that in mind, I was able to really enjoy Misty being trashed by Josephine without worrying that the same thing was in store for me. And trash her she did. Josephine suspected that Misty had only relapsed as a publicity stunt, which Misty vigorously denied. This isn't a plug for Tears Before Bedtime, my new book, she insisted. I'm not in here just so that my new book, Tears Before Bedtime, gets publicity. She looked fragile and delicate and beautiful. Really, I'm not, she insisted, her large eyes pleading, don't misunderstand me. I wanted to puke, but there was a shamed silence from everyone else. Suckers, I thought, furious that they couldn't see how they were being manipulated. You couldn't be more wrong, she protested, allowing a little quiver to appear in her bottom lip. More shame. More silence. Josephine watched her with narrowed eyes. I'm actually looking for material for my next book, Misty added, almost as an afterthought. There was a stunned silence before a clamour of questions broke out. Will I be in it? John Joe asked excitedly. Will I? Shaki asked in alarm. You won't use my real name, will you? Or mine, Neil said anxiously. I'll be the hero, won't I? Mike swaggered. The one who gets the girl. What about me? Clarence began. Stop it, Josephine said. Nice one, I thought smugly. Give her hell. This is your second time in this treatment centre, Josephine raged. When are you going to take it seriously? For God's sake, you're an alcoholic. Of course I'm an alcoholic, Misty calmly insisted. I'm a writer. Who do you think you are? Josephine asked. Ernest Hemingway. I smirked with glee. Great stuff. Then Josephine tore strips off Misty for being such a flirt. You're deliberately and extremely provocative to many of the men here. I'd like to know why. Misty wouldn't cooperate, and Josephine got nastier and nastier. The afternoon was a pleasure from start to finish. But at the end, as I was slipping out the door for the great tea drinking, Josephine grabbed me by the sleeve. In a second I went from being relaxed and good-humoured to paralysed with terror. Tomorrow, she said. Oh no, my brain screamed. Oh no, tomorrow is questionnaire day. How could I ever have thought I'd avoid it? Tomorrow, she said. I thought it was only fair to warn you. I felt close to tears. To give you a bit of time to prepare yourself. Thoughts of suicide raised their heads like little buds in the early spring. Your parents will be coming in as your involved significant others. I took a second or two to absorb it. I was so focused on Luke that for a while I didn't know what parents were. Parents? Do I have parents? But what do they have to do with Luke? Ah, right, so. Thinking fast, I decided the situation wasn't as catastrophic as it could have been, because Mum and Dad knew very little about me. But all the same, I'd better ring them and find out what they were planning to say. The counsellor lurking in our midst was the small and cute-looking Barry Grant. When I asked if I could make a call, she complained, "All right, Rachel Gale, I'm having me see." She kindly gestured at the cup of tea in front of her, so I had a vague notion of what she was saying. I fidgeted and fidgeted until she finally stood up and led me to the office. As we passed through reception, I was surprised to see Mike perched up on Bubbly the receptionist's desk. Is Bubbly a Madonna or a whore? I wondered. "A lovely girl like you." He was crooning and twinkling at her. "I'd say you have to beat them off with a shitty stick." "Whore, I think." "Oi!" Barry Grant roared at him. "Not again! I'll have you." Mike jumped several feet. "Good luck, I'll see you again," he said hurriedly to Bubbly and bolted for the door. "Stay away from the Gales," Barry Grant bellowed after him. "And stop encouraging him," she barked at Bubbly. "You're supposed to be a professional." "Come on, you," she shouted at me. I suppose she didn't want me to feel left out. "What's the number?" Dad answered the phone by saying, "El Rancho Walsho." I could hear the Surrey with the fringe on top playing in the background. "Hello, Dad," I said. "How's the acting? The roar of the grease paint, the smell of the crowd." I thought it politic to pretend we were friends. That way he might be nice about me the following day. "Mad fan," he said. "And how's yourself?" "Not so mad fan, actually. What's this I hear about you coming to be my ISO tomorrow?" I heard an intake of breath so sharp he sounded as if he was being garroted. "I'll get your mother," he squeaked. Then the phone clattered onto the table. There followed ages of loud whispering as Dad filled Mum in on the situation and they each tried to blame the other. "Whisper, whisper, whisper," went Mum anxiously. "Whisper, whisper, whisper," Dad replied frantically. "Well, whisper, whisper. You're her whisper, 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 whisper women's work." I caught the general gist. "What'll I say?" Mum hissed. "Just tell her the truth," Dad hissed back. Then Mum hissed, "Tell her the truth yourself." And Dad hissed, "You're her mother. That kind of a caper is women's work." Dad must have threatened to cut Mum's housekeeping, because Mum eventually took the phone, and in a shaky, fake, upbeat voice, she declared, "Do you know something? But the only good Surrey is a dead Surrey. He has me tormented with that Okla bloody Homa. And listen to this, you won't believe this. Do you know what he asked me to get for him in Dunn's? Grits! To have for his tea, as it were. Well, what are grits, says I. Cowboy food, says he. Sure, the only grit I know is the stuff you find in the bottom of a birdcage." When I eventually managed to get a word in, she reluctantly confirmed that yes, she and Dad were coming in to make shite of me. I found it hard to believe. Even though I was in a treatment centre and this kind of thing happened to people, it wasn't supposed to happen to me. I wasn't like the others. And that wasn't some sort of mad addict's denial. I really wasn't like the others. "Well, come if you must," I sighed. "But you'd better not be mean about me, or who knows what I might do." Barry Grant reached for a pen as soon as I said that. "Of course we won't be mean about you," Mum quavered. "But we have to answer the woman's questions." Which was exactly what I was afraid of. "Maybe, but you don't have to be mean about me." Even to my own ears I sounded like a 13-year-old. "Are you coming in the morning or afternoon?" I asked. "Afternoon." That was slightly better, because if they'd been coming in the morning, there was a chance they'd stay all day. "And Rachel, love," Mum sounded like she was going to cry. "We're not going to be mean. We're only trying to help." "Good," I said grimly. "All right?" Barry Grant asked, gimlet-eyed, when I hung up. I nodded. The situation was under control, and I was all right. Anyway, I reminded myself, 4 more days. What harm can it do? Chapter 47. Bridget and I were both lying on her bed, barely able to move from the August heat, enervated by the dazzling white light of a New York summer, which reflected off the concrete sidewalks and the concrete buildings, throwing back 100-fold more heat and bleachedness. It had gone beyond bright, and was now almost something evil. So the first night he claps eyes on you, you've never been so skinny. You're all ribs and cheekbones, Bridget was saying. Thanks, I said. But how? Surgery? No, she twisted her mouth thoughtfully. That wouldn't work, because the scars would show in the little Dolce & Gabbana chiffon frock that you're wearing when you spill your glass of champagne on him. Cor, I breathed. Dolce & Gabbana, that's very decent of you, thanks. And champagne, nice one. Let's see, she said, and got a faraway look in her eyes. I watched in reverential silence as she sought to pad out my fantasy. OK, I know, she announced. You've one of those worms that live in your intestine and eat all your food so that you don't get any of it and you lose tons of weight. Inspired, I declared. Then a thought struck me. But how did the worm get into my intestines? It was in some meat that wasn't cooked properly. But I'm a vegetarian. Look, it doesn't matter, she exploded. I keep telling you, this is make-believe. Sorry. I was suitably humble for a moment, and then I said, And how did I afford the Dolce & Gabbana dress? Have I got a new job? No, she said shortly. You stole it. And you got caught nicking it, she added. You're out on bail and due up in court the following Monday. And as soon as the dream man finds out you're a potential jailbird, he does a runner on you. Bridget appeared to be tired of playing the game. Anyway, you don't need me to do this for you any more, she said. You have a fella. Don't, I squirmed. But you do, she said. What's Luke? He's a fella, there's no denying it. Stop. What's up with you? She said in exasperation. I think he's lovely. Why don't you go out with him then? Rachel, she said in a loud voice. Stop it. I said I liked him. I didn't say I fancied him. You'd really want to do something about that jealousy of yours. I'm not jealous. I hated being called jealous. Well, you're something, she said. I didn't reply because she'd started me thinking about Luke. Even though I couldn't make up my mind, I always became mildly hypnotised at the mere mention of him. He was officially Ish, my boyfriend. Since the dinner and the good and dear, I'd spent every weekend with him. But now that I was back in control with him, my previous ambivalence reared its head, and I wasn't so sure I still wanted him. Every Sunday I promised myself that the following Saturday I would do something different, something glamorous that involved trendy people whose star couldn't have been more in the ascendant if it tried, not Luke Costello. But every 6 days later, I was powerless to resist when Luke said, What do you want to do tonight, babe? Right, now your turn, I said, coming to. I was keen to change the subject. You've just had a really bad dose of the flu. No, wait, food poisoning, because you ate some gone-off ice cream and you puked for a week. Ice cream doesn't go off, she interrupted. Doesn't it? I'm sure it does. Not that it ever gets the chance around me. Anyway, who cares? You've got food poisoning and you're like a skeleton, so thin that people come up to you and say, I think you've lost too much, Bridget. You'd really want to put some back on. Lovely. Bridget drummed her heels on the bed with pleasure. Yes, people are muttering about you and you can hear them saying, She looks absolutely wretched. So we go to a party and you haven't seen Carlos for ages, but he's there. No, she interrupted. Not Carlos. Why not? I hooted in surprise. Because I'm over him. Are you? I was even more surprised. But I didn't know you'd met someone else. I haven't. But then how can you be over him? I don't know. I just am. You're scaring me, Bridget. I looked at her as if I'd never seen her before. You know what Claire always says. The only way to get over one man is to get under another. And you haven't been riding anyone else. I'd have noticed. Doesn't matter. I'm still over him. Aren't you glad for me? She asked. Well, yes, of course I am. I'm just surprised, that's all. But I wasn't glad. I was unsettled and uncomfortable and confused. First her promotion, now this. Bridget and I had always been so alike. Apart from our attitudes to our careers, in other words, Bridget had an attitude, our reactions to life were nearly always identical. In fact, the only thing we didn't share was the same taste in men, which was probably why our friendship had lasted as long as it had. Nothing like a clash of interests along the lines of, Here, I saw him first, to put the mockers on a friendship that had endured since junior school. But now she'd gone all weird on me. I couldn't understand how she'd just turned around and ceased to care about Carlos, because I'd never, under my own steam, got over a man. It was always a team effort. I needed a new man to come along and put his back into making me miserable before I could get over the grief caused by the previous one. My reaction to rejection was to go out and seek immediate reassurance, usually by sleeping with someone else, or at least to give it my best shot. Naturally, I wasn't always successful. I always envied those women who said things like, "After Alex left me, I just shut down. I couldn't feel anything for another man for nearly a year." I would have loved to have had no feelings, because men were mad about you if you felt nothing for them. And now Bridget seemed to be turning into the very image of those spooky, self-contained women. "Go to the fridge," she pushed me with her foot. "Go to the fridge and find me something cold." "I didn't know Helenka lived in our fridge," I japed, and we both laughed limply and weakly. "I can't, Bridget," I apologised. "I've no energy, I'd collapse." "You lazy, useless whore," she complained. "You'd have energy aplenty if Luke's 70s throwback Costello arrived round here with his lad in his hand looking for some lurve action." I wished she hadn't said that, though, because a shock of desire passed through me, leaving me dissatisfied and fidgety. It was hours before I was due to see him, and suddenly everything until then seemed pointless and boring. "Do you want anything?" Bridget asked, hauling herself to her feet. "Bring us a beer, why don't you?" I suggested. "There's none left," she called a few moments later from the kitchen. From the tone of her voice I sensed great narkiness. Not again, I thought dispiritedly. She'd been so moody lately. What the hell was up with her? A good ride, that's what she needed. It was what we all needed. I might even start a petition and carry a placard saying, "Ride Bridget Lenihan now," and "Ride the New York one." And maybe I'd organise a march from the cute whore to Tighe's boghole, me at its head, shouting into a megaphone, "What do we want?" And everyone else would have to shout back, "A ride for Bridget Lenihan." And then I'd yell, "When do we want it?" And everyone would reply, "Now." "Yeah," Bridget repeated nastily. "No beer left. Who would have thought it?" "I said I was sorry," I called out to her. Then I steeled myself and added, "How many more times do I have to say it?" I was a lot braver than I would have been if Bridget had still been in the room. I was hopeless at face-to-face confrontations. I had always found it easier to have arguments with people when they weren't actually there. In fact, I'd had some of my best rows with people who were in other countries at the time. "I mean, for God's sake, Rachel," she called back. "We needed everything. Bread, Diet Coke, and that's Diet Coca-Cola, dear, not the Coke you usually use to lose weight." I cringed at her tone. "Loo roll, coffee, cheese. And what do you come back with? Bread? No. Cheese? No. Any of the things on the list? No. Instead she arrives back with..." I knew things had got pretty bad when she started to talk about me in the third person. "And what has she bought? Only 24 cans of lager and a bag of Doritos, which is all very well if it's her own money she's spending. If it's her own money she's spending, she can buy as much beer as she likes." Her voice was getting nearer, so I shrank back against the bed. "And then, for her to drink them all in a matter of hours?" She had appeared in the doorway. "Sorry," I said, because it was all I could say. She ignored me. When I couldn't bear the tension any longer, I braved the silence by saying again, "I'm sorry, Bridget." She looked at me. We locked eyes for ages. I couldn't read her face, but I willed and willed her to forgive me. I tried to send thought messages from my head to hers. "Forgive Rachel," I vibed. "Be her friend." It must have worked because Bridget's face softened. Seizing my advantage, I said, "Sorry," again. I figured it couldn't do any harm, and it might actually do some good. "I know you are," she eventually admitted. I breathed out with relief. "Although really, come on," she said, her voice a lot more normal. 24 cans of beer?" She started to laugh, and I felt elated with deliverance. "Right," I said, hauling myself off the bed, fighting through the thick air. I must get ready for Luke. "Where are you meeting him?" "I'm calling round to Testosterone Central, and then we're going out. Coming?" "Depends. Is this a date?" "No, Just going for a couple of drinks with him and 49 of his closest friends. Please come." "Well, all right, but I'm not going to sleep with Joey just to oblige you." "Ah, please, Bridget," I begged. "I'm sure he fancies you. It would be lovely. It would be so romantic." I paused. "It would be so handy." "You selfish bitch," she exclaimed. "I'm not," I protested. "I'm only saying that, well, you know, you and I live together, and Luke and Joey live together, and—" "No," she exclaimed. "No way. We're adults, you and I. Speak for yourself. And as adults, we don't have to do everything together. That means that we can go out with men who aren't friends with each other." The truth was that I was slightly mortified to be going out with one of the real men. Roping her in would have diluted this shame. I was a shallow, horrible person, but I couldn't help it. We sat in silence for a few tense minutes. "Well, okay," she sighed with resignation. "I'll think about it." Chapter 48. Bridget and I had our showers, which was kind of pointless, because 5 minutes later we were sweating buckets again. Wearing the minimum of clothes, we swam through the heavy, humid air to Luke's building. In the lift, my stomach flipped. Luke always made me feel a strange, compulsive mix of lust and reluctance, revulsion nearly. A tiny little flicker of it playing around in the lining of my stomach. The door of the apartment was open, and Luke was lying on the floor, wearing just a pair of denim cut-offs. His tanned chest and legs were bare, and the fan whirred over him, blowing his long hair into his eyes. When I came face to face with him, his eyes darkened, then he smiled at me, meaningfully, with a promise in his look and a bulge in his shorts. I felt a violent rush of desire and nausea. "How's it going, 70s throwback?" Bridget greeted Luke. "70s slingback," Luke replied. "70s bad back," Bridget riposted. "70s outback," Luke managed. "70s clutch bag," Bridget chanced. "No," Luke was firm. "That's cheating." Luke and Bridget got on very well, which sometimes pleased me, and which sometimes didn't. It's a narrow line, well, but not too well. Then I did what I did every time I went to Luke's apartment. I pretended to slip in a testosterone slick. Luke obliged me by laughing. Then Bridget and I both wobbled around for a bit, windmilling our arms, shouting things like, "Mind out, there's another pool of it over there." "Jesus," said Bridget, looking around the cluttered macho apartment. "This place gets worse. There's so many male hormones in the air that my balls will drop if I stay here too long. Any chance of a glass of iced coffee?" "Oh God, I dunno," Luke said, rubbing his stubble in a perplexed gesture that I found so sexy I wished Bridget would go away for a while and leave me and Luke to do some horizontal surfing. "We don't do much home catering." "I could run out to the corner and get a takeaway for you," he offered. "Or how about a beer?" he offered eagerly. "We've got lots of beer." "Why doesn't this surprise me?" Bridget asked dryly. "OK, a beer it is." Am I seeing things? Bridget had picked up a leather jerkin that had White Snake on the back of it. She shook her head almost sadly and said, "What year is it, Luke? Just tell me what year it is." This was only a matter of time. She did it every time she saw Luke. 1972, of course, Luke said. "It's not, you know," Bridget said briskly. "It's 1997, actually." Luke looked horrified. "What manner of raw mate are you talking, woman?" "Pass me the paper, Rachel," she ordered. "Look at here, you poor sad throwback. See where it says the date." Luke did his usual reeling and clutching of his forehead, and I decided I was tired of being left out. "Where's the lads?" I inquired. "Out," Luke said. "Back any minute." Just then there was a commotion at the door, noises of stumbling and shouting, instructions and exhortations and complaints. Then an ashen-faced Gaz was half-led, half-dragged into the apartment by Joey and Shake. "Not far now, man," Joey was telling Gaz. Each of them, in turn, tripped over a pair of biker boots that were thrown in the middle of the floor. Each of them, in turn, muttered, "Jesus." I wondered how they could wear so much denim in this heat. In fact, I wondered how they could wear so much hair in this heat. "We're home, man," Shake said. "Thank fuck for that," Gaz mumbled. then put the back of his hand to his forehead, just like a Victorian spinster who'd been flashed at. His eyes fluttered closed, and his knees buckled under him. "He's going! He's going!" Shake declared, all drama, as Gaz crumpled and hit the deck. Gaz had fainted. What was going on? "Give the man some air, man," Joey ordered, hunkered down beside Gaz. "Come on, man. Keep breathing, man. Come on, man. Deep breaths." Gaz obliged by wheezing like an asthmatic. "Loosen his stays," I murmured. "What's up?" Luke demanded. I had thought it was just the heat that had Gaz in such a state, but when Joey said huffily, "Let the man have a bit of privacy," it was obvious that something far more interesting had happened. Joey was always a little bit uptight when Bridget was around, behaving as if Bridget was mad about him and trying to trap him into a relationship. Cheeky article, just because she'd slept with him. But this particular time, Joey's moodiness had nothing to do with Bridget. My blood quickened with anticipation. Maybe Gaz had been knocked down. New York cyclists were vicious. I cast my eye over his prone body, looking for telltale injuries, perhaps the track of a bike wheel on his face, when I noticed his left arm was swollen and bloody. So bloody that it nearly obscured the word ass inscribed in Gothic lettering on his skin. "What's happened here?" I demanded. "Nothing," Joey said defensively. And suddenly I knew. "He got a tattoo," I exclaimed. "That's why he's fainted." Gaz's eyes fluttered open. "That fucker was a butcher," he croaked. "He tortured me." I looked again. ASSS? "What were you getting done?" I asked. "Only a tattoo of the best band in the known universe." "But ASSS?" Bridget asked, confused. "A band called ASSS?" "No," Joey said testily, rolling his eyes at Bridget. "They're called Assassin." "But where's the rest of the word?" I asked, baffled. "You're missing an A, an S, an I and an N. And how you're going to fit in an A between those two S's, I don't know." "The tattoo man couldn't spell." Joey was brusque. "More like Gaz couldn't take the pain," Shake said at the same time, begging like a dog for the ink man to stop. Shake's voice trailed away when he noticed Joey's glare. "He's going back to get it finished." Joey was grim. "He's only home for a rest." "I'm not going back," Gaz yelled from the floor. "Don't make me. It was fucking agony, man. I'm telling you, I held out for as long as I could, man. But man, the pain, man, I'm not going back." He looked deranged with fear. "Listen, man," Joey hissed in a low, "don't embarrass yourself in front of the girl's" voice. "What about the rest of the name? You're going to look like a wanker if you don't get it finished." "I'll chop my arm off," Gaz offered wildly. "Then no one will know." "Shut it, man," Joey threatened. "We'll get you good and tanked up and we'll go back." "No," Gaz shrieked. "Yeah, listen, man," Shake soothed. "Bottle of JD will have you flying, man, feeling no pain." "No." "Man, do you remember the first time I ever met you?" Joey looked hard at Gaz, who was still lying on the broad of his back on the floor. "1st of July, 1985, Zeppelin Records. You told me you'd lay down your wife for the Axeman. What's wrong with you, man, that you won't take some pain for the world's greatest band? After all they've done for you? I'm disappointed in you, man, you know." Gaz looked wretched. "I can't do it. I'm sorry, man, to let you down like this, man, but no can do." "For fuck's sake!" Angrily, Joey sprang to his feet and aimed a kick at the sofa. He ran his hands through his hair, paused, then kicked the sofa again. Abruptly, he began rooting around in a drawer. Me, Luke, Bridget, Shake and Gaz, especially Gaz, watched him anxiously. There was no telling what Joey might do. He was very upset. Joey found what he was looking for, something black and shiny. It was too small to be a gun, so it must be a knife. I wondered if he was proposing to hold Gaz down and carry on where the tattooist had left off. Joey approached with menace. "Give me your arm," he ordered Gaz. "No, listen, man, there's no need for this," Gaz protested. "Give me your fucking arm. No mate of mine is going to be a laughingstock." Gaz began to scramble to his feet. "Get the knife off him," he beseeched Luke. "Give me the knife, man." Luke stepped in front of the approaching Joey. I almost melted with lust at Luke's mastery. "What knife?" Joey demanded. "That knife." Luke nodded at Joey's hand. "It's not a knife," Joey protested. "Well, what is it so?" "It's a marker, a magic marker," he shouted. "If he won't get the tattoo finished, I'm going to draw the rest of it on him." Relief rushed through the room. In fact, we were all so delighted that Joey wasn't going to kill Gaz that we spent a good while practicing writing A, I, S and N in Gothic letters with him. Next, Sheikh tentatively suggested a game of Scrabble. Sheikh loved Scrabble. And to look at him, you'd think he was more likely to get his kicks throwing tellies out of hotel room windows. "One game," I said obligingly, "and then we're going out. It's Saturday night, you saddo." "Thanks," Sheikh said gleefully. We broke out the beers, and Sheikh, Luke, Joey, Bridget and I gathered round the board on the floor. Gaz watched Ren and Stimpy. It was for the best, really. He'd done nothing but cause arguments the last time, insisting things like noise, chicks, zits and Gaz were words. The game began, and I was concentrating hard because I quite enjoyed Scrabble myself. But I happened to glance up to find Luke's eyes on me, dark and meaningful. Something in his expression made me shy. I looked away, but my focus was destroyed, and the only thing I could cobble together from my letters was hat, while Bridget got joyful and Sheikh got hijack. Irresistibly I was drawn back to Luke. This time I held his gaze, and he began to smile, beginning slowly and spreading out into a great warm beam. So admiring, so loving was it, I felt as if I had my own personal son. Sheikh intercepted the smile. "What?" he asked anxiously, looking from me to Luke and back again. "Don't tell me you've got quincunx again." Chapter 49. Summer in New York moved into fall, a much more humane season. The killer heat abated, the air became crisp, and the leaves on the trees turned every colour of red and gold. I continued to see Luke every weekend, and most weekdays. While I still lived in fear of certain people's scorn, it was getting harder to deny to both myself and others that he was my boyfriend. After all, wasn't he with me the historic day I bought my new fall coat, a chocolate-coloured Diana Rigg-type belted raincoat? Didn't I hold his hand in the street, although I let it drop when we went into Donna Karan? And on the way home, didn't he insist on stopping in front of every shop, pointing things out in the windows and declaring, "Hey Rachel, babe, that'd look blinding on you"? I kept having to drag him away while saying sternly, "No, Luke, that's way too short, even for me." But he always disagreed. "No such thing as too short, babe, not with your legs." In October, Bridget met another Hispanic man, this time a Puerto Rican called Jose, who proved as elusive as Carlos ever had. Her new job ensured she didn't have as much spare time as she used to. But what little she had, she spent hanging around waiting for Josie, as Luke and I called him, to ring. Plus a change. "Why can't I ever meet someone nice?" she demanded tearfully of me one evening. "Why can't me and Josie be like you and Luke? Jose, I mean. What's wrong with you and Costello that you can't call Josie by his right name? Jose, I mean," she shouted in exasperation. I was delighted that Bridget was miserable. It meant that while she was pissed off with Josie, she'd forget to be pissed off with me. It made a welcome change. "What do you mean, me and Luke?" I asked. "You know," she flailed around with her hands. "In love." "Ah, hardly," I protested, filled with warmth at the suggestion that Luke was in love with me. The thing was that Luke told everyone he loved them, the real men, Bridget, bartenders who served him a large JD. Whenever I did something nice for him, he said, "Thanks, babe, I love you." And it didn't have to be a big something nice. Something small like making a toasted cheese sandwich would do. If other people were there, he'd point at me and say, "I love this woman." In fact, he sometimes did that when it was just the two of us. Bridget watched my confused face. "Are you seriously trying to tell me you're not in love with Luke Costello? Are you still holding out on him?" "I like him," I defended myself. "I fancy him. Isn't that enough for you?" It was true, I did like him. I did fancy him. I just couldn't help thinking there was supposed to be more. "What do you want? Some kind of celestial messenger to come along with a bugle and tell you you've fallen in love with him?" she demanded. "Easy, Bridget," I said anxiously. Just because Josie's late ringing you, there's no need to humble me for not feeling the right way about Luke. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then the chances are it's a duck, Bridget said darkly. I looked blankly at her. Why was she calling Josie a duck? I mean, she sighed, you like Luke, you fancy him, you keep buying new bras, you can't stay away from him. You come home here every evening and say, we're forcing ourselves to take a night off from each other. Then at 5 to 9 you ring him if he hasn't rung you first. Next thing you've put a toothpaste and a clean pair of knickers in your bag and you're off round to his place like a hare out of a trap. Don't try telling me you're not in love with him. She paused. You haven't been taking your toothbrush lately, you scuzzy article. Don't you clean your teeth anymore? I do, I blushed. Aha, she exclaimed. Aha, all becomes clear. You've got a new toothbrush that lives in Luke's, a special Lerv toothbrush. I shrugged, embarrassed. Maybe. I bet. Bridget shrewdly watched my reactions. I bet you've got a lovely new deodorant and a lovely new jar of face cream over there too. I knew it, she bellowed triumphantly when I couldn't deny it. Cotton wool? She asked. Makeup remover? I shook my head. Not yet at the stage where you take off your makeup when you're with him, she sighed. Ah, love's young dream. You've cooked for him, she continued. He's taken you away for a weekend. He rings you every day at work. You smile your head off each time you open the door to him. You haven't had a hair on either of your shins since last June. He's so thoughtful and romantic. Don't try telling me you're not in love. But, I tried to protest. You're too contrary, she complained. If he treated you like shite, you'd decide you were mad about him. I couldn't deny that most of the time with Luke was wonderful. I fancied him violently. He was sexy and macho, sweet and handsome. Sometimes we spent entire days in bed. Not just having sex, but talking. He was so funny, such a great entertainer. And with him, I felt as if I was too. He asked me questions and got me to relate anecdotes and laughed at all the funny bits. Bridget was right when she said he was thoughtful and romantic. Luke did ring me every day at work. I now depended on him calling, so I could take a break from messing up the reservations at the Barbados Motel to whinge to a sympathetic ear. Tell that Eric dude he'd better watch it, babe, Luke threatened daily. If he upsets my woman, he has me to answer to. And it was wonderful to stagger home to him from a hard day to find that he'd made Shake and Joey go out for the evening and had cooked me dinner. It didn't matter that the napkins were McDonald's serviettes, the food was either takeaway or microwaved, and that the wine was actually beer. He had the important romantic things, candles, condoms, and a whole chocolate cheesecake, all for me. The phone rang, jolting me out of my Luke-induced reverie. Bridget threw herself bodily across the room and dove on the phone. It was Josie. As she chattered extra animatedly to him, I suddenly realised the main problem with Luke and me. It wasn't the most obvious thing, that I was ashamed of his terrible clothes. It was that we had different priorities. He had a surprisingly wide range of interests. Too wide, if you asked me. He often made me do things I didn't want to do, like go to the cinema or the theatre, whereas my main hobby was having fun in fashionable, glamorous places. I wanted to party a lot harder than he ever did. Of course, he enjoyed going out and getting jarred, but my favourite way of letting off a bit of steam was doing coke. And Luke had a real down on drugs. He had constant fights with Joey, because Joey insisted on keeping a stash of coke in the apartment, which I loved. It was nice to know that there was some handy if I was ever stuck. Bridget got off the phone. That was Josie, she beamed. His sister is in some play type of installation thing in Tribeca. I need you to come. When? Tonight. I hesitated. Bridget misread it. I'll pay, she shrieked. I'll pay. But you've got to come. Please, I can't go on my own. Luke would probably like to come too, I said casually. You know how he enjoys plays. You sly whore. Bridget Lenihan was no idiot. Aren't you and him supposed to be taking a night off from each other? We discussed it, I said reasonably. But now that this unforeseen event has cropped up. You're pathetic, she declared. You can't even go one night without seeing him. Not at all, I said. my calm voice belying the delight I felt at the thought of seeing him. I hadn't known how I'd survive until the following evening. He'd be very sorry to miss a play, especially when he knows the brother of one of the cast. The phone rang and Bridget devoured it. "Hello," she said eagerly. "Oh, it's you. What do you want?" "Well, tell me what you want to say to her and I'll pass it on." She turned to me. "It's Luke," she said. "He says to tell you he can't live without you, and can he come over?" Chapter 50. Lunchtime at the Cloisters. My parents were due in about half an hour as my involved significant others. There was an awful lot of activity in the dining room, which didn't succeed in distracting me from my stomach-churning anxiety. We had a new inmate, a man, but of the tubby, brown jumper-wearing variety. Barely a man at all, in other words. Not that it mattered, because I was, after all, promised to Chris, even if Chris didn't know it yet. The new brown jumper's name was Digger, and the first thing he said to me was, "Are you famous?" "No," I assured him. "No, I didn't think you were," he said, "but I thought I'd better check anyway." "I'll give them 2 more days," he added with menace, "and if they haven't got anyone good in by then, I'm getting a refund." I thought of myself a few weeks earlier, how I'd wondered if there was a pop star wing, and I smiled with sympathy at this poor deluded man. "She's famous," I indicated Misty, but Digger wasn't impressed with someone who'd written a book. What he had in mind was a sports personality, preferably a Premier Division football player. Don had come to the end of his stay, and we were giving him a bit of a send-off. Frederick, leaving tomorrow, and therefore the second most senior inmate, presented a card we'd all signed, then made a little speech. "You annoyed the life out of me with all your fussing and foostering." Lots of laughter greeted that. "But I was awful fond of you anyway, and everyone here wishes you all the best out there. And remember, stay with the feelings." More laughter, followed by demands for a speech from Don. He stood up, plump and short, blushing and smiling, smoothing his tank top over his round stomach. Taking a deep breath, he launched into, "When I first came here, I thought you were all mad. I didn't want to be in with a crowd of alcoholics. I thought there was nothing wrong with me." I was surprised by the amount of knowing smiles and nods that were exchanged when he said that. "I hated my poor mother for putting me in here, but I learnt the hard way how selfish I've been and how I've been wasting my life. So the best of luck to ye. Hang on, it gets better. And I'll tell you one thing, I'm not going to drink, and do you know why? Because I don't want to end up back here with you crowd of gobshites." "Have a pint waiting for me in Flynn's," roared Mike. Everyone laughed, including me. Then there were lots of tearful hugs. Suddenly it was time for group. Don was left forlorn and alone in the empty dining room as we shoaled away, already separate. Marching down the corridor, I vowed I wouldn't let the session get to me, because in 4 days' time I'd be out of here. Mum and Dad were already sitting in the Abbot's quarter, dressed as if they were going to a wedding. It wasn't every day they came to a rehabilitation centre to dissect the life of their middle child. I nodded awkwardly at them and mumblingly introduced them to Mike, Jonjo and the others. Mum gave me a shaky, watery smile, and to my alarm I felt tears start in my eyes. Then Josephine arrived. "Thank you for coming," she said. "We're hoping you can shed light on Rachel and her drug-taking." I cringed into the chair, wanting to disappear. I always hated hearing what people thought of me. My whole life had been an attempt to get people to like me, and it was hard to listen to the extent of my failure. Mum opened the bidding by bursting into tears. "I can't believe Rachel is a drug addict." "You're not the only one," I thought, trying to fight off terrible wretchedness. Dad took charge. "Rachel hasn't lived at home for the last 8 years. He dropped his Wild West accent for the session. "So we'd know very little about drugs and the like." "No problem," Josephine said. "There's plenty of other vital information you can give us, particularly about Rachel's childhood." Mum, Dad and I stiffened as one. I didn't know why. It wasn't as if they'd locked me in a cupboard and beat and starved me. We had nothing to hide. "I'd like to ask you about a time she remembers as particularly traumatic," Josephine said. "She got very upset about it one day in group." "We didn't do anything to her," Mum burst out. "I'm not suggesting you did," Josephine soothed. But children often see the adult world in a distorted way. Mrs. Walsh, did you ever suffer from postnatal depression? Postnatal depression? Mum snorted. Indeed I did not. Postnatal depression wasn't invented in those days. Did anything happen to you or the family shortly after Anna arrived? Josephine pressed. I squirmed. I already knew the answers and I wanted this to stop. Well, Mum said wearily, about 2 months after Anna was born, my father, Rachel's granddad, died. And you were upset by this? Mum looked at Josephine as if she was mad. Of course I was upset by it. My own father. Of course I was upset. And what form did this upset take? Mum threw me a filthy look. I cried a lot, I suppose. But my father had died. What was I expected to do? What I'm trying to get at, Josephine said, is did you have some sort of breakdown? Rachel remembers it as a very painful period, and it's important to get to the bottom of it. Breakdown? Mum's face was aghast. A breakdown? I'd have loved a breakdown, but how could I with a family of small children to rear? Maybe breakdown is the wrong word. Did you ever at any stage take to your bed, even for a short while? Chance would have been a fine thing, Mum sniffed. And I felt small childish voices clamour inside my head. But you did, and it was all my fault. Do you not remember those couple of weeks, Dad interjected, when I was away on the course? In Manchester? Josephine asked. Yes, he said, shocked. How do you know? Rachel mentioned it. Carry on. My wife was finding it hard to sleep, with me being away and it only a month since her father died. So her sister came to stay with us and she was able to take to the bed for a while. You see, Rachel, Josephine said, it wasn't your fault at all. I remember it differently, I muttered. I know you do, she agreed. It's important for you to see how you do remember it. You exaggerated everything. The scale of the disaster, the length of time it lasted, and most importantly of all, your part in it. In your version you played a starring role. No, I choked, not a starring role. More like, I searched for the words to express how I felt, more like the role of the baddie, the evil streak of the family. Not at all, Dad blustered. Evil? What did you do that was evil? I pinched Anna, I said in a little voice. So what? Anna pinched Helen when she arrived, and Claire did exactly the same to Margaret, and Margaret did the same to you. Margaret pinched me? I blurted. I thought Margaret had never done a bad thing in her life. Are you sure? I am, of course, said Dad. Remember, he turned to Mum. I can't say that I do, she said stiffly. Indeed you can, he exclaimed. If you say so, she said, in a tone that let everyone know she was humouring her poor deluded husband. Josephine looked at Mum, then looked at me, looked at Mum again, then gave a secret little smile. Mum's face reddened. She suspected that Josephine was laughing at her, and she might have been for all I knew. The way I remember it, Dad gave Mum a funny look, then turned to me, is that you were no worse and no better than any of your sisters. Mum muttered something that sounded like, no better, certainly. I felt sick. Have you some kind of resentment against Rachel, Mrs. Walsh? Josephine asked. I reeled from her brazenness. So did Mum from the appalled look on her face. Then she rallied. No mother likes to have to come into a treatment centre because her daughter's a drug addict, she said sanctimoniously. Is that the only thing you have against her? That's all. Mum looked murderous. Josephine looked questioningly at Mum, and Mum tossed her head, her mouth pursed into a cat's bum. So, Rachel, Josephine smiled at me, I hope you can see now that you've nothing to blame yourself for. Would Mum have done all that crying just because her father had died? I wondered tentatively. Had Dad left merely to go on a course? But why would they lie? They'd no need to. And with that I felt my past transform slightly, as if a part of it had been scrubbed clean. Josephine turned to Mum and Dad and said, Tell us about Rachel in general terms. Mum and Dad exchanged doubtful looks. Anything at all, she said cheerily. Everything helps us to get to know her better. Tell us about her good points. Good points? Mum and Dad were startled. Yes, encouraged Josephine. Like, is she clever? Ah, no, Dad laughed. Claire's the clever one. She has a degree in English, you know. And Margaret's not bad either, Mum chipped in. She hasn't a degree, but I'd say if she'd gone to college she'd have done well. That's right, Dad turned to Mum. She was such a good worker that even though she wasn't as bright as Claire, she'd have probably made the grade. Mum nodded conversationally. Although she's done very well for herself without a degree. She has a load of responsibility in that job, more than some of the people who have degrees. Josephine loudly cleared her throat. Rachel, she smiled graciously. That's who we're discussing. Ah, right, they nodded. Josephine waited in silence until Dad blurted out. Average. Rachel's average. No idiot, but no rocket scientist either. Ha ha ha, he added half-heartedly. So what are her good points? Josephine pressed. Mum and Dad turned to each other looking perplexed and remained silent. The other inmates shifted and I cringed. Why wouldn't my fucking parents make something up and spare me this shame? Was she popular with boys? Josephine asked. No, said Mum definitively. You sound very sure. It was her height, you see, Mum explained. She was too tall for most of the lads her own age. I'd say she had a complex about it. It's hard for tall girls to land boyfriends, she explained. I watched Josephine look very pointedly at the top of my mother's head, then at the top of my father's head, a couple of inches lower. A gesture that was completely lost on Mum. But I suppose apart from her height, she can look attractive sometimes, Mum added half-heartedly. She didn't believe a word of it. Neither did Dad because he interjected, No, Helen and Anna are the good-looking ones of the family. Although, he added jovially, Say I am too, I begged silently. Say I am too. The pair of them are such minxes, he continued, especially Helen, that you'd wonder why anyone bothers with either of them. They'd have you driven mad. He seemed to expect a burst of sympathetic laughter, but his words fell on silence. The other inmates were staring at their feet, and I wished I was anywhere in the world other than that room. She can sing, Dad blurted into the mortified quiet. No, she can't, Mum muttered, giving him a shut-the-fuck-up look. That was a mistake. Naturally, Josephine was all ears. So they had to tell her about the Saturday afternoon when I was 7 and we were having a new kitchen fitted. The old one had been ripped out, and because I had no one to play with, I sat there on my own. In the absence of anything else to do, I sang songs, Seasons in the Sun, Rhinestone Cowboy, and other favourites of long car journeys. Mum, who was upstairs in bed with the flu, heard me, and the combination of her delirium and the effect the empty, echoey kitchen had on my youthful voice, turning it into something high and clear and tuneful, convinced her she had a fledgling opera singer for a daughter. Less than a week later, in a mood of high anticipation, I was dispatched to a private singing coach, who did her best with me for a couple of lessons until she felt she really couldn't swizz my parents any longer by taking their money under false pretences. It might work if all her singing could be done in kitchens that are being redecorated, she explained to my outraged mother, but I'm not sure that could be guaranteed. Mum never forgave me. She seemed to think I deliberately conned her. Why didn't you tell me you couldn't sing? She hissed at me. Think of the money we've wasted. I did tell you, I said. You didn't. I did. You didn't. Then I stopped defending myself because I felt guilty about misleading them. While I had suspected that the whole thing was a big mistake, I had undeniably got caught up in the general thrill of it all. Because there seemed to be nothing else to say, Josephine ended the session. That night I began packing my bag. Not that I had ever unpacked it properly. It was still thrown on the floor by the side of my bed, tights and skirts and shoes and jeans all tangled higgledy-piggledy in it. Going somewhere? Shaki shouted at me as I took my good jacket out of the wardrobe and chucked it into the bag. Like Neil, Shaki had lost the run of herself entirely since she'd admitted she was an alcoholic. She rivalled Neil as the narkiest inmate in the Cloisters. She shouted and screeched at everyone and everybody, especially her old buddy, God. Why did you make me a fucking alcoholic? She regularly shrieked, looking heavenward. Why me? Josephine kept assuring her that her anger was perfectly normal, that it was all part of the process, which was scant comfort to me who had to share a room with Shaki and got yelled at constantly. The 3 weeks that I'm legally bound to stay for are up on Friday, I explained nervously to her. I'd planned to escape at the end of my first 3 weeks too, she said through clenched teeth. But then they brought in that fucker I'm married to and opened up the whole can of worms. Next they threatened me with an injunction and now I have to stay for the duration. Ah, well, I said awkwardly. I'll miss you, I said, realising that I really would. I'll miss you too, she roared at me. Chapter 51. The following morning there was the usual stampede down the corridor to the abbot's quarter. We burst in the door, laughing and pushing in our rush to get to the good chairs. To our surprise, there were 2 people already there. Time came screeching to a halt as I realised in slow motion that I knew the man. I couldn't remember where I'd seen him before, but there was something about the way he looked that... The nanoseconds groaned by as I clocked his hair, his face, his clothes. Who was he? I knew him. Was it? Could it be? Oh my God, it couldn't possibly be. It was. Hello, Luke, I heard myself say. He stood up, taller and bigger than I remembered him. His hair was messy and his handsome face unshaven, so heart-stoppingly familiar. For the briefest instant I was filled with delight. Luke, my Luke, had come to get me. But even as a smile exploded on my face, it was already inching away in confusion. This was all wrong. His expression was granite grim, and he hadn't leapt on me, kissed me and swung me round the room. Memories came rushing back of the terrible final scene when he'd broken it off with me. Then, with scalp-crawling horror, I remembered the questionnaire. It had arrived in person. How could I have ever thought I'd avoid it? Rachel? The unfriendly nod and the fact that he didn't call me babe indicated he hadn't come in peace. I shrank with fear. The instant where I turned to the tall blonde woman at his side took about an hour. I knew her too. I'd definitely seen her before. Maybe not to talk to, but I knew the face. Surely it wasn't. No, it couldn't be. What had I ever done to deserve this? Hello, Bridget, I said, my lips numb. She was as unfriendly as Luke, just giving me a brief morning. I quailed. Turning to Mike and the others, I had the foolish idea that I should introduce everyone. But after introducing Mike to Jonjo and Shaki to Misty, I abruptly collapsed onto the worst seat. 4 or 5 springs set about gouging tunnels in my bum, but I barely felt it. Luke and Bridget also sat, looking exhausted and miserable. You could smell the interest of my group mates. Meanwhile, I thought I had died and gone to hell. From Luke's and Bridget's hostility, I knew their visit indicated something bad. This can't be happening, I thought repeatedly. This cannot be happening. I was very shaken by both of them being there, but more shaken by Luke. He'd always been wildly, generously affectionate, but now he bristled with an invisible force field that warned me to stay away. How's it going, Rachel? He finally attempted conversation. Great, I found myself saying. Good. He nodded miserably. I wasn't used to seeing him look miserable. He usually looked so alive. There were any number of things I desperately wanted to know. Have you a new girlfriend? Is she as nice as me? Have you missed me? But I was too stunned to manage anything. I turned to Bridget. She looked the way she did when she had no makeup on, even though she was plastered in it. That was weird. It was all weird. The last time I'd seen or heard from her was in our apartment in New York, as I was leaving for the airport with Margaret and Paul. I'd hugged her, but she just stood like a plank of wood. I'll miss you, I'd said. I won't miss you, she'd replied. And instead of getting upset about it, I'd totally wiped it from my mind. I just remembered. Josephine arrived and said things about Luke and Bridget arriving unexpectedly from New York. We'd have warned you they were coming, Rachel, she smiled, but we didn't know ourselves until this morning. She was lying. I could see it on her face. She'd known they were coming, but she'd kept it from me to cause maximum impact. Without further ado, Josephine did the introductions and confirmed what I'd suspected, that Luke and Bridget had both come as my involved significant others. Bridget hadn't done a questionnaire, because what she wanted to convey was so important that a personal visit was called for. I felt sick with dread. "Bridget, I realise how upset you are," Josephine said. "So we'll proceed gently." It looked as if Bridget was going to be the warm-up act, with the main feature of Luke to follow. I braced myself, literally sweating with fear. This was the worst thing that could ever happen to me. "You've known Rachel a long time," Josephine asked Bridget. "Since we were both 10. Bridget's eyes flickered nervously over mine, then away. "Can you tell us about Rachel's drug-taking?" "I'll try," she swallowed. There was a horrible silence. Maybe she can't think of anything to say, I prayed fiercely. But no. Bridget spoke. "We've tried to get her to stop for ages." She looked at her lap, her hair hiding her face. "Everyone has. Everyone knows she has a problem." I was so tense I was almost vibrating. "I won't listen," I repeated like a mantra. "I won't listen." But bits of her damning indictment made their way to me despite my best efforts. Very aggressive when we tried to talk to her. Getting worse and worse. Took drugs on her own. Stole other people's. And before going to work. Always out of it. Lost her job. Always telling lies. Not just about drugs, but about everything else. On and on she went. I was gobsmacked at her cruelty. I sneaked a glance at Luke in the hope he'd be open-mouthed with astonishment and outrage. To my horror, he was nodding in agreement. The most selfish person you ever met. Very worrying. Hanging around with dodgy people who take drugs. Never any money. Owes money to everyone. Passed out in the hallway. Could have been raped or murdered. And on. As I listened to her twist and distort my life, presenting something ordinary and harmless as sick, I began to get angry. She wasn't exactly squeaky clean herself. I was afraid to go home. Hoped she wouldn't be there. Extremely embarrassed by her. Any time of the day or night. Always off work. Getting people to ring in sick. Suddenly I was yelling. "And what about you?" I asked. "Since when were you such a goody two-shoes? It's only since you lick-arsed your way into your new think-you're-great promotion that you've gone all uptight about drugs." "Rachel, behave," Josephine ordered. "No, I'm not going to sit here and listen to this kangaroo court condemn me when I could tell you about some of the things that she's done." "Rachel," Josephine menaced, "shut up and at least have the manners to listen to someone who has come 3,000 miles out of concern for you." I opened my mouth to say, "Concern? Ha!" Then I saw Luke's expression of pity and disgust. Dizzy and humiliated, I shut up. Bridget looked shaken but started again. Mad paranoid. Accused me of flirting with Luke. More and more irrational. Couldn't talk to her. Not just cocaine. Big jars of Valium. Joints. Tequila. Never wanted to do anything that didn't involve drugs. Stopped washing her hair. Getting really thin. Said she wasn't. A long time later she stopped. She hung her head and looked so abject it was obviously a ploy. She and Luke had probably rehearsed it on the plane. "Happy now?" I sneered. "No." To my surprise, she burst into tears. "What's she crying about? Surely that's my prerogative." Josephine said really gently, "Can you tell the group why you're so upset?" "I didn't want to do this," she sobbed. "I don't want to be mean. She was my best friend." Despite all the accusations she'd thrown at me, I suddenly got a lump in my throat. "I'm only doing this to help her get better," she said. "I know I was angry and I felt like I hated her." Surely not. Bridget hate me? Bridget be angry with me? That couldn't be right. Why would she do that? Because I'd taken some of her coke once in a while? She'd want to lighten up, she really would. But that's not why I'm doing this. I just want her to sort her life out and go back to the way she used to be. Bridget burst into tears again, and Luke silently placed his hand over Bridget's and gave her a firm grip. Looking like a husband and wife in a hospital drama, waiting bravely in the corridor for good news from the intensive care unit. Nice touch, Luke, I thought scornfully. I had to think scornful thoughts, because when I saw him holding another woman's hand, it stopped it from hurting as much. That should be my hand he's holding, I thought miserably. Thanks, no doubt, to the infusion of strength from Luke's firm grip, Bridget recovered her aplomb and was able to answer the multitude of questions Josephine was itching to ask. How long would you say Rachel's drug-taking has been a problem? For a year at least, Bridget answered, sniffing and dabbing at her eyes. It's hard to say because we all drank a fair bit and took drugs in a social context, but by last summer she was way out of control. She kept saying she was sorry, over and over again. It was the most overused word in her vocabulary, apart from more. There were a few sniggers at that. I reddened with anger. But her behaviour never changed, showing she wasn't sorry at all. I hated being her keeper, having to keep her in line. I'm the same age as her. In fact, she's 3 months older than me, and I felt like I was her jailer or her parent. And she called me names, killjoy and a miserable bitch, which I wasn't. I was distracted from Bridget's litany by Luke shifting around in his chair, trying to get comfortable. He slouched low, almost horizontal, his long, hard thighs wide apart. I dragged my attention back to Bridget. It was less painful. I shouldn't have had to be her disciplinarian. It doesn't come naturally to me. As soon as she was forgiven for something, she just went out and did it again. Being narky isn't my way. I hated what she did to me, the way her behaviour changed me. I was always resentful or annoyed. I'm not like that. Usually I'm very easygoing. For a minute I got caught up in compassion for Bridget, forgetting that it was me who was the baddie in her tale of woe. Then I reminded myself what was going on. Bridget was simply trying to rewrite history in the light of her new responsible job. She wanted to distance herself from her old druggy life in case her employers got wind of it. This wasn't about me at all. But the next thing she said, I nearly throttled her for. She said, and she was horrible to Luke. She was ashamed of the way he looked because she thought he wasn't cool enough. What did she have to say that for? Things were bad enough with me and Luke without her adding fuel to the fire. Terrified, I attempted a protest. That's not true, I insisted. It is true. Luke bit angrily. Oh, fuck. I had no choice but to shut up and let Bridget continue. She kept trying to get me to go out with one of Luke's friends, any of Luke's friends, because she couldn't stand up to people like Helenka on her own. She didn't care that I wasn't suited to any of Luke's friends. She was too focused on herself. She just tried to play God with the lives of the people around her. She even put on a New York accent when she was around people she wanted to impress. Whatever, and as if, and all that kind of thing. But I wasn't really listening. I was too shaken by Luke's anger. He was usually such a lovely person, especially to me. It was all weird and peculiar. He looked just like Luke Costello, the man who'd been my best friend, my lover for 6 months. But he was acting like a stranger. Worse, like an enemy. Let's look at another aspect of Rachel. Josephine cut into my thoughts. She wanted to discuss my career. Rachel's bright, Josephine said to Bridget. Why do you think she didn't have a job that used her abilities? Maybe because it's hard to hang on to a decent job when your major occupation is taking drugs, Bridget said. Besides, she thinks she's thick. You've a good job, haven't you? Josephine asked. Yes, she admitted, startled. You've a degree, haven't you? Yes. In business studies? Yes. You've travelled to London, Edinburgh, Prague and New York doing work experience towards your degree, and Rachel has basically followed you, isn't that right? Josephine asked. I wouldn't say she followed me, Bridget said, but as I was going to those places and she was bored with Dublin, she decided to come too. And all the time you progressed in your career, and Rachel achieved nothing. I suppose, Bridget admitted. I felt worthless, like a stupid little lapdog. It's nice to be with someone who isn't as successful as oneself, Josephine mused, as if she was just thinking out loud. The contrast is very heartening. But Bridget looked confused and tried to say something, but Josephine had already moved on. The session eventually dragged itself to its tortuous end. Josephine said Luke would be on after lunch, then ushered Luke and Bridget out to the staff dining room. It humiliated me further that they were going to the normal person's quarters. Once they disappeared from view, I was filled with a terrible bleakness. I wanted Luke to hold me, to pull me against his chest. I wanted comfort the way it used to be. I entertained a mad fantasy of breaking into the staff rooms and engineering a meeting with him. Surely if we spoke calmly, he'd see that he still cared about me. He'd cared so much about me once, it was inconceivable it had entirely gone away. Then all this madness could stop. For a moment it seemed entirely feasible. Then I came to my senses. Mike and the others rallied round me, offering sympathy and compassion. Look, I was desperate to defend myself. You've got to understand that what Bridget said wasn't really about me at all. She exaggerated by miles because she's got this new job, see? They'd go mad if they knew she took drugs. And you'd want to see the amount of drugs she takes. She taught me everything I know. I forced a laugh and waited for them to join in. They just patted me and made soothing noises. I couldn't eat a thing. Instead, I prayed as I had never prayed before, trying all manner of frantic negotiating with God. A life in the missions, if he would either visit a terrible calamity on Luke or, miles better, bring about a reunion with him. But I'd stitched God up in a couple of deals in the past, and maybe he didn't want to do business with me. About 10 minutes before group kicked off for the afternoon star attraction, a wave of nausea rolled over me, darkening my vision. Eagerly I hoped that this presaged my imminent death. I lurched along to the bathroom, hugging the wall because I could hardly see the floor for all the black patches swimming before my eyes. But as soon as I threw up, I felt okay again. Chapter 52. Before I knew it, I was sitting in a chair in the Abbot's quarter. I had been allowed one of the good seats out of sympathy for my predicament, waiting for Luke. Maybe he wouldn't be mean, I thought with a blast of hope that nearly sent me into orbit. Maybe when it comes to it, he just won't be able to. After all, he'd been mad about me once. Surely he wouldn't hurt me. Wasn't this the man who had made hot water bottles for me every month when I got my period? A man who hadn't been afraid to buy what we'd called my feminine hygiene products. At 2 o'clock on the dot, Luke, Bridget and Josephine all trooped in and sat down. At the sight of Luke, I got a knee-jerk rush of joy, the way I had in the morning. He was so sexy and handsome, big and mine. Then I saw his grim, cold expression and remembered that things were very different now. The session started, the air writhing with the excited squirming of the others. They'd probably knitted at the guillotine in a former life, I thought, omitting to remember that I'd been all agog when their ISOs had come a-bitchin'. "Can you tell us about your relationship to Rachel?" Josephine asked Luke. "Boyfriend," he mumbled. "I mean, ex-boyfriend." "So you were ideally placed to witness her addiction?" "Yeah." I took a crumb of comfort from Luke's apparent reluctance. "A few weeks ago you took the trouble to fill out a questionnaire on Rachel's addiction. Is it all right with you if I read it out to the group?" Luke shrugged uncomfortably, and I felt as if my stomach had flopped down to my toes. "Any time you like with the earthquake, God," I begged silently. "It's not too late." To my alarm, Josephine produced sheaves of paper. It looked like Luke had written a book. "Right," Josephine cleared her throat. "The first question is, what drugs are you aware that Rachel uses?" And Luke has answered, "Cocaine, crack cocaine, ecstasy." I wanted to die. My disappointment was that bitter. There would be no mercy. Luke, my Luke, had undeniably turned on me. There had been hope right until that second, but now it was gone. Speed, hash, grass, magic mushrooms, acid, heroin. Someone gasped at the heroin part. For God's sake, I thought angrily, I'd only smoked it. Valium, Librium, prescription painkillers, antidepressants, sleeping tablets, appetite suppressants and any kind of alcohol. She paused and took a breath. Luke has added a postscript to this. It says, "If it's a drug, Rachel will have taken it. She's probably taken drugs that haven't been invented yet. An emotional response to a factual question. But I think we understand what you're trying to say, Luke. My head had been bowed and my eyes clenched shut, but I looked up to see Josephine give Luke a warm smile. I couldn't understand how I'd suddenly gone from a position of extreme power with Luke to having none whatsoever. The next question is, do you think Rachel abuses drugs? And Luke has replied, give me a break. What does that mean, Luke? It means yes, he mumbled. Thank you, Josephine said crisply. The next question is, when do you think Rachel's problem with drugs first began? Luke has replied, the dawn of time. Would you care to elaborate, Luke? Yeah, he shifted uneasily. I mean, she had a habit long before I ever met her. How dare he use the word habit about me, I thought, suddenly angry, as if I was a junkie. Suddenly I heard myself ask, so what were you doing with me then? Everyone in the room jumped, including me. Luke rolled his eyes and looked away from me. Don't worry, Rachel. Josephine smiled smoothly. We'll get to that. Next question. When did you first realise that Rachel had a problem with drugs? And Luke has replied, this is rather a long answer. I always knew Rachel drank heavily and used cocaine. I raged at the barefaced dishonesty of it. This got worse. I did not drink heavily. But I didn't think it was that strange, because everyone I know drinks socially and smokes spliffs. For a good while we only met at night, so, although she was always pretty out of it, I thought it was just a social thing. Even so, I told her I'd love to see her straight, and she said it was just because she was shy with me. I believed her. I even thought it was cute. I was shy, I hissed furiously. Josephine glared at me, then continued. But one time after she'd stayed over at my apartment, there was a strong smell of booze from her in the morning. That was weird, because she hadn't had much to drink the night before, although she'd done a lot of coke. After she'd gone home, my flatmate Joey accused me of drinking his bottle of JD. Josephine paused. JD? She asked. Jack Daniels, Luke supplied. Thank you, said Josephine. Which I hadn't, but I couldn't believe Rachel had drunk it, especially not first thing in the morning. Suddenly my rage abated. I was mortified. I didn't think anyone had noticed the dent I'd made in the whiskey I'd found in Luke's kitchen that morning. I wouldn't have touched it, only I'd woken with an awful coke come-down. I'd been out of Valium and I'd needed something to take the edge off the horror and paranoia. One morning after leaving my apartment to go to work, I had to come back because I'd forgotten to wake Joey. I found Rachel doing a line of coke in bed. She'd taken it from Joey's stash. So she'd stolen it, Josephine interrupted herself, looking up from the page to question Luke. Yeah, she'd stolen it. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole. I burned and cringed with shame. I hated being in the wrong. Worse again, I hated people knowing about it. Luke hadn't said much to me that morning. Well, he'd shouted a fair bit, said he was worried about me and told me never to do it again. But I thought I'd got away with it, that he was so into me he decided he didn't mind. I started watching her after that, and once I knew what I was looking for, I saw things were bad. She was always on something. She was never straight. He stared right at me as he said that. My head swam. Luke and I belonged in New York, happy, in love. Him being in the Cloisters trashing me was just too surreal. Right then, Josephine said. Next question. How did drugs affect Rachel's behaviour? And Luke has answered. It's hard to say, because as far as I know, she was nearly always on something when she was with me. Sometimes she was affectionate and cute, but a lot of the time she was confused and made arrangements and then forgot about them. Often we had conversations that she didn't remember when I mentioned them afterwards. I reckon her vagueness was Valium-related. She was different when she took coke, an embarrassing pain, loud and rude, and she thought she was gorgeous. The part I found roughest was that she became an over-the-top flirt when she was in that state. If there was any man there who looked her version of cool. Josephine paused, swallowed, then continued. She threw herself at him. I was appalled, hurt, ashamed, furious. How dare you? I exclaimed. You were lucky I ever had anything to do with you. How dare you insult me like this? So how would you like me to insult you? He drawled icily. My heart nearly stopped beating in fear. Who was this grim, angry man? I didn't know him, but he seemed to know me. You did throw yourself at them. Luke was grown up and intimidating. I didn't know how I could ever have thought he was a joke figure. Come on, Rachel, he sneered. What about the time I took you to Francoise's exhibition opening and you went home with that art dealer dude? My face burned with shame. I might have known he'd bring that up. I'd never heard the end of it then. I didn't sleep with him, I mumbled. And anyway, I added belligerently, it was only because we'd had a row. A row that you manufactured after you clapped eyes on the guy, Luke coolly threw back at me. I was horrified. I thought I'd successfully pulled the wool over his eyes. It was catastrophic to realise that he'd known exactly what I'd been up to. Which brings us neatly to our next question, Josephine interjected, which is, in what aberrant ways did Rachel behave as a result of her drug taking? And Luke has written, her behaviour got more and more weird. She almost never ate, and she got badly paranoid, accused me of fancying her friends and looking at them like I wanted to sleep with them. She took a lot of sickies from work, except she wasn't sick. She just stayed home to get wrecked off her head. She hardly ever went out except to score drugs. She borrowed cash from everyone, which she never paid back. When people wouldn't loan her anymore, she stole it. Did I? I wondered. It wasn't stealing, I thought dismissively. They could afford it. And anyway, it was their fault for not lending it to me in the first place. A short while later, Josephine paused. OK, that's the questionnaire read. Now, as Bridget is feeling too upset to answer any further questions today, perhaps you wouldn't mind, Luke. OK, he nodded. As Rachel put it to you earlier, what were you doing with her? What was I doing with her? Luke almost laughed. I was crazy about her. Thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God. I exhaled with massive relief. He had come to his senses. About time. Now he'd take back all those awful lies he told about me. Maybe we might even make up with each other. Why were you crazy about her? Luke paused. It was a while before he spoke. In lots of ways, Rachel was great. Past tense, I noticed. Wasn't so keen on that. She had a great way of looking at the world, he said. She was a blast and really made me laugh. Except sometimes, he added doubtfully. Especially when she was out of it. She tried too hard and wasn't funny anymore, and that wrecked my buzz. I wanted to remind him that we were looking at my good points. I never really bought that sophisticated girl about town act she put on, Luke confided. That alarmed me. If he'd seen through me, who else had? Because when she was just herself, he sounded as if he'd just discovered the secret of the universe. Then she was like, amazing. Good, we were back on track. Josephine nodded encouragingly. We could talk about anything, he said. On a good day, there wasn't enough time in the world for all the things we wanted to talk about. That was true, I thought, yearning for the past, for Luke. She wasn't like any of the other girls I knew. She was far smarter. Sometimes we were so close I felt like we were each other, he said wistfully. He looked up, and for a moment our eyes were locked together. Briefly, I saw the Luke I used to know. It was excruciatingly sad. OK, that's fine, Josephine interrupted, impatiently cutting into Luke's dreamy introspection. I presume you tried to help Rachel when you found out how bad her drug addiction was. Of course, Luke said. But first she hid it from me, then she lied about it. She wouldn't admit what she took or how much, even though I knew and I told her I knew. It did my head in. I tried to get her to talk about things. Then I tried to get her to go to a doctor, but she told me to fuck off. He blushed. Excuse my language, sister. She accepted his apology with the greatest nod of her head. And then she took her overdose and left New York. Were you sorry when the relationship ended? Josephine asked him. By then it wasn't much of a relationship, he said. My heart sank. It didn't sound like he wanted to get back with me. It was as good as over, he went on. My heart sank further. He kept talking about me in the past tense. I don't know why she bothered with me, because nothing I did made her happy, he said. She wanted to change everything, my clothes, my mates, where I lived, what I spent my money on, even the music I listened to. Josephine nodded sympathetically. I know she laughed at the gear myself and my mates wore, and no real problem there. We were used to it. But then she started ignoring me in public, like pretending she wasn't with me, and that wasn't funny. No way. I looked at his open, honest expression, and for a second, as I had with Bridget, I felt compassion for him. Poor Luke, I thought, to be treated like that. Then I remembered I was the one who'd been mean to him, and that actually I hadn't been mean at all, the big whinger. The first time Rachel ignored me, he continued, I thought, OK, she's a bit absent-minded, could happen to anyone. But after a while I had to face it. It was definitely deliberate, definitely, man. When she met up with any of those dudes who worked in those designer clothes shops, she went all weird on me, left me standing on my own like a tick. Once she left a party without saying goodbye to me, a party I'd taken her to, but she met those stupid bitches, Helenka and Jessica there, and they invited her back to their apartment. So how did you feel? Josephine asked. Crap, Luke said huskily. Absolutely crap. She was ashamed of me. I was disposable, a throwaway person, you know. It was the pits. For a moment I felt wretched. Then I looked at him scornfully and thought, grow up. I'm the one who should be feeling sorry for herself, not you. To my surprise, Josephine said baldly to Luke, Did you love Rachel? My guts clenched. He didn't reply, just sat very still, looking at the floor. There was a long, tense, unbearable pause. I held my breath. Did he love me? He sat up and ran his hands through his long hair. I tensed for his answer and he took a breath before he spoke. No, he said. And a part deep within me withered and died. I shut my eyes from the pain. It's not true, I forcefully reminded myself. He was mad about you, still is. No, he said again. All right, I thought we heard you the first time. You don't have to rub it in. If she was the nice Rachel, the one who wasn't always off her face and smarming over those fashion assholes, he said thoughtfully, then I would have loved her, no problem, no better woman. But that wasn't the case, he added, and it's too late now. I could feel grief stamped on my face. Josephine paused and looked at Luke. Coming here and doing what you've done today, it must have been very painful for you. Yeah, he mumbled. I am very... He paused for a long time. Sad. The word resonated in the air. My mouth and throat felt full of something. Below my chest I had a burning feeling, but my skin was goose-pimpled and cold. Josephine announced the end of the session. Bridget turned and left without looking at me. Before Luke left, he held my eyes for a very long time. I tried to read something in his. Contrition? Shame? But there was nothing. As the door closed behind them, the others stampeded to my side to comfort and protect me. I recognised the way they looked at me, a mixture of pity and curiosity, because I'd used it on them often enough after their ISOs had come a-calling, and I couldn't bear it. Chapter 53. My half-packed bag lying on the floor mocked me. I'd thought I'd be able to race out the door as soon as the clock pinged my 3 weeks, but Luke and Bridget's visit put paid to that. On Wednesday evening, they had barely left the premises when I was summoned to Dr. Billings' office. Tall and peculiar, he greeted me with an appalling attempt at a smile, and I sensed the news he was about to deliver wasn't good. After what we've heard about you today in group, I hope you weren't thinking of leaving on Friday, he said. Of course not, I forced myself to say. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Good, he bared his teeth. I'm glad we didn't have to get an injunction to make you stay. Which we would have done, he added. Somehow I believed him. At least, I consoled myself, on my way out of Billings's office. While I was stuck there, I could set the record straight with the other inmates. It did my head in as I wondered what they all thought of me in the wake of Luke's and Bridget's revelations. I felt worst of all around Chris. Even though he wasn't in my group, there were very few secrets here. When I'd staggered back to the dining room after group, he was over like a shot. I heard you were given the "this is your life" treatment today, he grinned. I tried telling him that it was all lies, but he just laughed and said, "It's okay, Rachel, I still love you." That night in bed, I reran tapes of the 2 sessions over and over again in my head. It had been horribly sad. But as I remembered the terrible things both Luke and Bridget had said, my grief mutated into anger. For a long time, I had countless imaginary conversations in which I floored them both with scathing, pithy remarks. In the end, even though I was terrified of her recent temper, I woke Shaki. I had to talk to someone. Luckily, she was too dazed to be cross. She blinked like a rabbit, while I tearfully recounted how humiliated I'd been, promising her that I'd get my revenge on Luke and Bridget no matter how long it took. "When Dermot came as your ISO, how did you cope?" I demanded. "I was raging," she yawned. "Then Josephine told me I was using my anger to avoid accepting any responsibility for the situation. Now please can I go back to sleep?" In group the next day, I knew Josephine would savage me. I'd seen her do it to the others, and she wouldn't treat me any differently, even though I was different. Sure enough, she launched straight in. "It wasn't a pretty picture Luke and Bridget painted yesterday of you and your life, was it?" "Luke Costello isn't the person to give an objective picture of me," I said wearily. "You know how it is when romances end." "Just as well Bridget came in that case," Josephine said smoothly. "You didn't have a romance with her, did you?" She was also talking crap. Irritably, I geared up for the story of Bridget's ambition and promotion. "Shut up." Josephine silenced me with a glitteringly angry look. "I never said I didn't take drugs." I changed tack. "Drugs aside," she said, "it still wasn't a pretty picture." I wasn't sure what she meant. "Your dishonesty, selfishness, disloyalty, shallowness and fickleness," she explained. "Oh, that." "Your drug use is just the tip of the iceberg, Rachel," she said. "I'm more interested in the person they described. Someone with no loyalty, who would ignore her boyfriend when people she wants to impress are present. A person so shallow she judges everyone on their outward appearance, with no interest in whether or not they're decent human beings. So selfish that she steals without any thought as to how it affects her victims. Who lets down her co-workers and employers at a moment's notice. A person with a distorted, warped value system, with so little sense of who she is that she affects a different accent with different people. On and on she went. Every time she finished a sentence, I thought she'd come to the end of her speech. But no. I tried to stop listening. "That's you, Rachel," she finally wrapped it up. "You are that amorphous, shapeless human being. No loyalty, no integrity, nothing." I shrugged. For some reason she hadn't got to me. I felt a throb of triumph. Josephine looked at me scornfully. "I know you're pouring all your energy into not cracking in front of me." How does she know? I wondered. "But I'm not your enemy, Rachel," she continued. "Your real enemy is yourself. You'll walk out of this room today thinking you're great for not having opened up to me. But that's not a victory. It's a failure." Suddenly I felt terribly tired. "I'll tell you why you're such a horrible person, shall I?" she asked. "Shall I?" she asked again when I didn't answer. "Yes." The word was dragged out of me. "You have cripplingly low self-esteem," she said. "You count for nothing in your own estimation. And you don't like feeling worthless. Who does? So you seek endorsement from people you admire, like this Helenka that Bridget told us about. Isn't that right?" I nodded feebly. After all, Helenka was worthy. I agreed with that bit. "But it's very uncomfortable," she pressed on, "when you've no belief in yourself. You just float, waiting for someone else to anchor you." "Whatever you say." "Which is why you couldn't trust your decision to be with Luke," she confided. "Torn between wanting him but feeling you shouldn't, because the only person telling you he was okay was you, and you wouldn't believe you. What an exhausting way to live." It had been exhausting, I realised. There were times when I felt I was losing my mind as I tried to juggle everyone's approval versus Luke's company. I remembered going to a party with Luke, safe in the knowledge that no one I knew would be there. But to my horror, the first person I saw was Chloe, one of Helenka's acolytes. In a rush of mad panic, I turned on my heel and left the room, while Luke went after me in bewilderment. "What's wrong, babe?" he asked worriedly. "Nothing," I muttered. I forced myself to go back in, but I spent the night trying to hide in corners, furious with Luke whenever he hugged me or tried to snog me, then feeling totally wretched at the hurt in his eyes when I pushed him away. Eventually, I got really out of it because I felt I'd go bonkers otherwise. Wouldn't it have been far nicer to stand up straight and show that you were proud to be with Luke? Josephine's voice jolted me out of that nightmare. Here I am, folks, like it or lump it. But, oh, you haven't got a clue. I was so frustrated. You'd have to live in New York to understand. These people are important. They're not important to me. Josephine smiled broadly. They're not important to Misty over there. There are millions of people the world over who are perfectly content without Helenka's approval. Would you mind telling me, I said scornfully, what any of this has to do with drugs? Plenty, she said with an ominous glint. You'll see. After lunch, Josephine started into me again. I would have given anything for it to stop. I was very, very tired. You wanted to know what your low self-esteem has to do with your taking drugs, she said. In its most basic form, she went on, if you had self-respect, you wouldn't fill your body full of harmful substances to the point where you make yourself ill. I stared at the ceiling, no idea what she was talking about. I'm talking to you, Rachel, she barked, making me jump. Look at how sick you were when you arrived here. Your first morning on breakfast, you almost passed out from withdrawal symptoms from your beloved Valium. We found the empty bottle in your bedside locker, she said, looking me straight in the eye. I turned away, dying with shame, raging that I hadn't disposed of it properly. But before I had a chance to cobble together some feeble excuse, it wasn't mine, or, my mother gave it to me, it had holy water in it. She started expounding again. This goes for all of you. She nodded round the room. If you placed a high price on yourself, you wouldn't starve yourself or cram yourself with too much food or poison yourselves with excessive alcohol or, in your case, Rachel, put so many drugs into yourself that you had to be hospitalised. Her words rang out into the silent room, and I had a fleeting rush of horror. You were in hospital, close to death, Josephine pressed on relentlessly, because of the drugs you put into your body. Does that strike you as normal? It was strange, but I hadn't given much thought to my so-called overdose until then. I wasn't close to death, I managed to scoff. You were, Josephine riposted. I paused. For the briefest sliver of time, I saw myself from the outside. To take so many drugs that I could have died was shocking. If it had happened to Mike, say, or Misty, I would have been appalled at how low their drinking had brought them. Then the aperture closed up again, and with relief I went back to seeing myself from the inside, with the contextual knowledge that I had. It was an accident, I pointed out. It wasn't. It was. I hadn't intended to take so many. You were living a life where the ingestion of powerful drugs was routine. Most people don't take any at all, she pointed out. That's their problem, I shrugged. If they want to struggle through all the crap life throws at them without the assistance of recreational drugs, then they're saps. Where did you get such a beleaguered attitude from? Dunno. Rachel, to get to the bottom of all this, Josephine smiled, we're going to have to look at your childhood. That again. It's hard being in a big family where you feel you're the least talented, least clever, least loved member, isn't it? It was as if I'd been punched in the stomach. I would have protested except my breath was gone. Where your eldest sister is clever and charming, she said. The next sister is a saint in human form. Your two younger sisters are more than averagely good-looking. It's hard to live in a family in which everyone has a favourite, and it's never you. But, I attempted, it's hard to live with a mother who is openly disappointed with you, who has transferred her dislike of her own height onto you, she continued inexorably. Other people can say you're too tall, but it's upsetting, isn't it, Rachel, when your own mother says it? It's hard when you're told you're not bright enough to make a career for yourself. My mother loves me, I stammered, cold with fear. I'm not saying she doesn't, Josephine assented. But parents are human too, with fears and unfulfilled ambitions that they sometimes bring to play on their children. Your mother is a good person, but perhaps not always a good parent. I had a burst of rage against Mum for making me feel like a clumsy oaf. No wonder all my relationships with men were disasters. No wonder, I approached this idea tentatively, I had to take so many drugs. So I can blame my mother for me being, if I am, an addict. I tried to latch onto something positive. Oh no. No? Well, what are you talking about then? Rachel, Josephine said gently, the Cloisters isn't about apportioning blame. What is it about? If we can locate and examine where your lack of self-worth comes from, then we can deal with it. I was sick of all of this, and so very tired. How come I have your so-called low self-esteem and my sisters don't? We all have the same parents. Tell me that then. A complex question, she replied smoothly, which I have actually already answered for you on at least one occasion. Have you? We form our initial picture of ourselves from our parents, she said with elaborate patience, and your parents are, affectionately, dismissive of you. Don't. Some people take to heart the negative messages they get about themselves. Others, more resilient, shrug them off. Actually, I realised, some of this did sound familiar. You're one of the sensitive ones. Your sisters aren't. Simple as that. Bastards, I muttered, hating everyone in my family. Sorry? Bastards, I said louder. Why do they have to pick on me to be dismissive of? I could have had a lovely life if they hadn't done that. OK, Josephine said. You're angry. But look at, say, how Margaret must feel, having been assigned the role of the good daughter. If she ever wanted to rebel, do something out of character, she'd probably feel she wasn't entitled to. She could resent that. She's too much of a lick-arse to resent anything. You see, you're buying into the stereotype too. But what if Margaret wants to resent people? Can you imagine how confused she would feel? I'm simply pointing out that you and your sisters were subconsciously assigned roles. You don't like your role, that of the no-hoper puppy dog. But your sisters probably find theirs as much of a bind as you do. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, is what I'm trying to say, she finished. I've every right to feel sorry for myself, I said, feeling very sorry for myself indeed. You can't go through life blaming other people for your faults, she said sternly. You're an adult, no longer hidebound by the role your family gave you. Just because you were told you were too tall or too stupid doesn't actually mean you are. I've been very damaged by my family, I sniffed self-righteously. I caught Mike trying not to laugh, and Misty was openly sneering. What's so funny? I demanded. I'd never have confronted her if I hadn't been so angry. You? Damaged? She laughed. Yes, I said loudly. Me? Damaged. If you'd had your father coming into your bed every night from when you were 9 years of age and forcing his dick into you, then I'd say you were damaged, she said quickly and shrilly. If you had your mother calling you a liar and belting the crap out of you when you asked her for help, then I'd say you were damaged. If your older sister left home when she was 16 and abandoned you to your father, then I'd say you were damaged. Her face was contorted with wild emotion, and she was on the edge of her chair. Her freckles were almost hopping off her face, and she was openly snarling. Suddenly, she seemed to realise what she was saying, stopped abruptly, sat back, and lowered her head. I was frozen with shock. We all were, except for Josephine. Misty, she said gently, I was wondering when you were going to tell us. After group in the dining room, Misty was crying and Chris was with her. When I came in, he looked up and then turned back very deliberately to Misty. Tenderly he wiped her tears away with his thumbs, the way he'd once done to me. Chapter 54. With Misty's shock revelations, the attention that had been paid to me all week came to an abrupt halt. All the focus was now on Misty, and to my surprise, my life in the Cloisters continued in much the same way as it had before the apocalyptic visit from Bridget and Luke. OK, so I fantasised about somehow getting revenge on them both. But I still went to group, ate my meals, bickered and played with the others. I went to my Narcotics Anonymous meeting on Thursday night, to cookery on Saturday morning, and I played games on Saturday night. But mostly I kept a close eye on Chris. I was frustrated by his slipperiness, because while he was nearly always nice to me, it was only up to a certain point. I'd hoped that at some stage he'd have cornered me for a clinch, but it never happened. And what really bothered me was that he was as nice, sometimes even nicer, I feared, to Misty. Despite his elusiveness, he listened patiently when I sobbed about what lying bastards Luke and Bridget were. In fact, all the inmates gave me their time and attention, even if I suspected they were humouring me. I couldn't help but be reminded of the time Neil was furious with Emer, when he'd called her every name under the sun, and person after person had gently patted him on the back and mildly agreed with him. Shaggy was the person who stopped me from going round the bend. She kept me company when I couldn't sleep from fury. Luckily, her great narkiness seemed to have passed, which was just as well, because there wasn't room for two loopers in a room as small as ours. I was much angrier with Luke than with Bridget, but also confused. He'd once been so tender to me, and the abrupt change was unfathomable. With bittersweet torment, I kept remembering him at the zenith of his loveliness, the previous November when I'd had the flu. I couldn't stop taking the memory out, unwrapping it as if it was a family heirloom and hugging it to me. Bridget had been away for the week, in New Jersey at an ass-kicking conference or something. Naturally, the minute she left, Luke arrived with a face cloth and a week's supply of underpants. What was the point of having an empty apartment if you didn't maximise your chances of sex in every room in the place without fear of interruption? It was gorgeous. Every evening we rushed home to each other, cooked dinner, took long leisurely baths together, had sex on the kitchen floor, the bathroom floor, the living room floor, the hall floor and the bedroom floor. We left together in the morning and got the same train to work. He always had my subway token ready for me. When he got off first in Midtown, he kissed me in full view of everyone on the A train and said, "See you this evening, my turn to cook." Domestic bliss. On Wednesday I felt dodgy all day, but I was used to feeling awful in work, so I didn't pay much attention. Only on the walk home from the subway station did I really start to feel peculiar. Cold and hot, achy and fuzzy. I staggered up the stairs to the apartment, my legs almost paralysed. At the top, Luke flung wide the front door, gave me a big grin and said, "Hi, honey, you're home." Hustling me in, he said, "The takeout is en route. I didn't know whether to get you chocolate or strawberry, so I got you both. Now, let's get you out of these wet clothes." He often said that, even though my clothes weren't wet. "Come now," he chided, unbuttoning my Diana Rigg raincoat. "You're soaked through." "No, Luke," I protested weakly, feeling like I might faint. "Not another word, young lady," he insisted, unzipping my jacket with a whiz, then pulling it off my shoulders. "Luke, I feel a bit—" I attempted again. "Do you want to catch your death?" he clicked. "Rachel Walsh, you'll end up with pneumonia." By now he was down to my bra. "Ringing," he declared, deftly unhooking it. Normally by then, I'd be feeling pretty revved up and might even start removing some of his clothing, but not that day. "Now for your skirt," he said, feeling for the button on my waistband. "My God, it's sopping wet. The heavens must have opened out there." He must have noticed that I wasn't responding with my usual enthusiasm, because he faltered, then stopped. "Are you okay, babe?" he asked, suddenly anxious. "Luke," I managed, "I feel a bit funny." "What sort of funny?" he asked in alarm. "I think I might be sick." He put his hand on my forehead, and I nearly swooned from the pleasure of his cool hand against my burning skin. "Christ," he declared, "you're roasting." "Oh, babe," he said, all abject. "I'm sorry, me taking off your clothes." He frantically draped my bra around my shoulders, then made me put my coat back on. "Come into the fire," he ordered. "We haven't got a fire," I objected weakly. "I'll get you one," he offered. "Whatever you want, I'll get it." "I think I'd like to go to bed," I said. My voice sounded a long, long way away. For a second his eyes lit up. "Great!" Then he realised what I meant. "Oh yeah, of course, babe." I stripped off the rest of my clothes and just threw them on the floor, although I didn't have to be afflicted with flu to do that. Then I climbed in between the cool, cool sheets. For a moment I was in heaven. I must have dozed off, because next thing Luke was standing over me with a selection of milkshakes. "Chocolate or strawberry?" he offered. Mutely I shook my head. "I knew it!" He smote his head against his forehead. "I should have got vanilla." "No, Luke," I mumbled. "Not hungry. Don't want anything." "I must be dying." I managed a weak smile. "Don't, Rachel," he ordered with an anguished face. "Mocking is catching." "No, mocking is a laugh," I mumbled. That was what Helen always said. "Will you be okay if I go out for a while?" he asked gently. I must have looked distraught. "Only to go to the drugstore," he explained hurriedly, "to get you things." He was back about half an hour later with a huge carrier bag, crammed with everything from a thermometer to magazines to chocolate to cough mixture. "I haven't got a cough," I said weakly. "But you might get one," he pointed out. "Best to be prepared. Now let's take your temperature." 102! He yelled in alarm. He began frantically tucking in the duvet all around me, even under my feet, so I was in a little cocoon. "The woman in the drugstore said to keep you warm, but you are warm," he muttered. By midnight my temperature was 104, so Luke got a doctor for me. It cost roughly the same to buy a 3-bedroom flat as to get a doctor in Manhattan to make a house call. Luke must have really loved me. The doctor stayed 3 minutes, diagnosed me with flu, proper flu, real flu, not just a bad cold, said there was nothing he could prescribe for me, cleared Luke out of funds, then left. For the next 3 days I was in bits, delirious, not knowing where I was or what day it was, aching, sweating, shivering, too weak to sit up unaided to sip the Gatorade that Luke kept pressing on me. "Try, babe," he urged. "You need your fluids and your glucose." Luke took Thursday and Friday off work to look after me. Whenever I came to, he was nearby, either sitting on a chair in my room watching me, or sometimes he was in the next room on the phone to his mates. "Proper flu," I heard him boast repeatedly. "Real flu. Not just a bad cold. No, nothing they can prescribe for her." On Saturday night I felt better enough to be wrapped in the duvet and carried into the sitting room, where he lay me on the couch. I attempted to watch telly for about 10 minutes before it got too much for me. Never had I felt so cherished. And now look at us. Where had it all gone so wrong? Assorted members of my family came to visit on Sunday. With narrowed eyes I greeted Mum and Dad as they approached, bent double from the weight of the confectionery in their arms. Look at them, the bastards, I thought, trying to apologise with chocolate. So I'm thick, am I? Too tall? Helen had also elected to visit, so I kept a close eye on both her and Chris, in case they were looking at each other too often. Sunday's surprise guest was Anna. I was thrilled to see her. Not just because she was nice, of course, but because she'd give me some yearned for drugs. We gave each other tight hugs, then she stood on the hem of her skirt and tripped. Even though she looked very like Helen, tiny, green-eyed and with long black hair, she had none of Helen's confidence. She was a great one for tripping and falling over and banging into things. The vast quantities of recreational drugs she habitually ingested might have had something to do with her unsteadiness on her pins. Helen was in great form, regaling all and sundry with the story about how an entire party of clerical officers hadn't been able to attend work the day after a visit to Club Mex, allegedly suffering from food poisoning. "They're threatening to sue," she said gleefully, "and I hope Mr. Stingy-arse crappy wage payer Club Mex goes bust." Of course, she added, we all know that the clerical officers were just sick as dogs from hangovers. Food poisoning is so obvious a hangover excuse, it's embarrassing. Anna there always uses it. So would have I, except I've never had a job before. I finally got Anna on her own. "Have you any blame on you?" I asked quietly. "No," she whispered and blushed. "Well, what have you so?" "Nothing." "Nothing?" I echoed, stunned. "But why?" "I've given up," she said quietly, not meeting my look. "Given up what?" "You know, drugs." "But why?" I demanded. "Is it Lent?" "I I don't know, it might be, but that's not why. Well, what is the why? I was appalled. Because I don't want to end up like you, she said. I mean, in somewhere like this, she corrected herself frantically. That's what I meant. I don't want to end up in here. I was utterly devastated. Even Luke hadn't hurt me as much. I tried to compose my face, but I was in bits. I'm sorry, she said, a picture of misery. I don't want to do your head in, but when you nearly died it gave me an awful fright. It's fine, I said curtly. Oh, Rachel, she tried to hold my hand to keep me from moving away. Don't hate me, I'm only trying to explain. I shook her off, and shaking like a leaf, I went to the bathroom to calm down. I couldn't believe it. Anna, of all people, had turned on me. She thought I had a problem. Anna, the one person I could always compare myself to and say, well, at least I'm not as bad as her. Chapter 55. The days passed. People came and went. Clarence and Frederick left. So did poor catatonic Nancy, the tranquilizer-addicted housewife. Mike left, but not before Josephine managed to make him cry about the death of his father. The look on her face was something to behold. She smiled like the man used to at the end of the A-team. In another dimension, I heard her triumph. I love it when a plan comes together. Over the next 10 days or so, Space Cadet Fergus and Eamon left. Nearly a week after Luke's and Bridget's visit, we got a couple of new arrivals, which, as always, generated great excitement. One was a young woman called Francie, who talked loudly and incessantly, running all her words into each other. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She had shoulder-length blonde hair, with 2 inches of dark roots on show, a gap in her front teeth that you could drive a truck through, and cheap foundation several shades too dark, badly smeared onto her face. She was overweight, her hem was hanging, and her skirt was red and way too tight. My first thought was what a mess she was, but within seconds she knew everyone, was throwing cigarettes at them and had in-jokes up and running. She was inexplicably, undeniably sexy. Jealously, I watched Chris watching her. When she saw Misty, she let out a little screech and yelled, "O'Malley, what are you doing here, you alco?" "Francie, you big pisshead," Misty reparteed, smiling for the first time in almost a week. "Same as you." It turned out that they had been in the Cloisters together the previous year. "You've been here before?" someone asked in shock. "Sure, I've been in every treatment centre, mental hospital and jail in Ireland," Francie roared with laughter. "Why?" I asked, strangely drawn to her. "'Cause I'm manic, addicted, deluded, traumatised, take your pick. Look," she ordered, rolling up her sleeves. "Look at them for lacerations, all my own work." Her arms were a mass of cuts and scars. "There's a cigarette burn," she pointed out conversationally, "and another one." "So what happened to you this time?" Misty asked. "What didn't happen?" Francie declared, rolling her eyes. "I'd nothing to drink. All there was at home was meths for the greyhound's feet, so I drank that. Next thing I knew was a week later. I'd lost a whole week. Can you believe it? I've never done that before. And I came to somewhere outside Liverpool." She paused for breath before launching into the tale again. "Left for dead, hospitalised, got given the morning after, arrested, deported, packed off back home. Minute I get there, they send me here. And here I am." She focused on me. "What are you in for?" she gaily demanded. "Drugs," I said, dazzled by her. "Ooh, the best," she nodded, her mouth bunched in approval. "Do you go to any NA meetings?" she asked. "Narcotics Anonymous," she explained impatiently to my momentarily puzzled face. "God, you cadets." "Just the meetings here," I said, almost apologetically. "Ah, no, they're no good. Wait till you go to the ones outside." She leant closer to me and chattered on. "Full of fellas. Full of them. NA is packed to the gills with men, none of them a day over 30, and they're all mad into hugging. You'll have your pick of them. AA isn't half as good. Too many women now, lads." Up until then, the Narcotics Anonymous meetings had made very little impression on me. I usually fell asleep, but I was delighted with what Francie had told me. "Which do you go to, AA or NA?" I asked, bandying about the abbreviations. "All of them," she laughed. "I'm addicted to everything. Booze, pills, food, sex." In all the excitement of Francie, The other new arrival barely got noticed. It was only after Francie and Misty swanned off to rebond that he came into focus. He was an elderly man called Porrig, who shook so badly he couldn't even get the sugar into his tea. While I watched, horror-struck, it all juddered off the spoon before it got to his cup. "Confetti," Porrig said, with an attempt at humour. I smiled, unable to hide my pity. "What are you in for?" he asked me. "Drugs." "You know," he pulled himself close to me, and I tried not to recoil from the smell. "I shouldn't be here at all. I only came in to get the wife off my back." I looked at him, shaking, smelly, unshaven, dissipated. In shock, I wondered, are we all mistaken when we say there's nothing wrong with us? All of us. Chapter 56. It took 2 full weeks for my world to cave in after Luke's and Bridget's visit. In that time there were a couple of warning shudders, seismic messengers sent ahead to warn of the approaching upheaval. Then the earthquake arrived. After Francie's info about NA, I approached the meeting with fresh interest. In case things didn't work out for me and Chris, it would be handy knowing the whereabouts of a stash of men and what the correct protocol was. After dinner on Thursday, off we all went. Me, Chris, Neil, a couple of the others, and of course Francie. That night she wore a straw hat and a long button-through flowery frock, the buttons almost open to her stomach in both directions, revealing respectively a pimpled bosom and cellulite thighs. Even though she'd only been at the Cloisters just over a day, I'd already seen her in about 20 different outfits. At breakfast she'd worn a leather waistcoat and really tight jeans tucked into stiletto boots. For morning group, an orange 80s power suit, the shoulder pads like American footballers. For afternoon group, a PVC miniskirt and a pink sheepskin halter neck top. Hand on heart, I thought, fair play to her. As we proceeded up the stairs to the library, spirits were high among us, far higher than they deserved to be considering where we were going. Despite Francie's wild talk of men, the person sent from NA was Nola, the beautiful blonde woman with the Cork accent, the one I'd thought was an actress, who'd been at my first meeting. "Hi, Rachel," she gave a dazzling smile. "How have you been?" "Okay," I mumbled, flattered that she remembered me. "How are you?" I wanted to keep talking because I was strangely drawn to her. "Great, thanks," she said, with another smile that warmed the pit of my stomach. "Don't mind her," Francie murmured. "The meetings in the real world are packed with lads." "Sorry," Nola apologised, when we'd all taken our seats. "I know some of you have heard my story before, but the woman who was supposed to be coming tonight relapsed on Tuesday and died." I went rigid with shock and frantically looked around for comfort. Neil looked at me in concern. "Are you okay?" he mouthed, and I was surprised to find he didn't seem angry anymore. Not only that, but I no longer hated him. I nodded gratefully. Then Nola told us her story. When I'd first heard her 3 weeks previously, I simply hadn't believed her. She was too beautiful and groomed to convince me she'd ever done anything cool. But this time her words rang with quiet conviction. I was riveted. She admitted that she'd never felt good enough, that she loved heroin and the way it removed all pain, how she'd loved it more than any human being. "Until eventually my entire life centred around it," she said. "Trying to get the money, actually purchasing it, obsessing about when I could next get stoned, hiding it from my boyfriend, lying about it when I was out of my skull. It was exhausting, but at the time it seemed totally normal." The hypnotic earnestness of her words conveyed the hell of being enthralled to a force outside oneself. Suddenly I thought, I was like that. My head tightened with denial, but the words picked me up and shook me again. I was like that. Fighting to regain steadiness, I firmly told myself I'd been nothing of the sort. But a louder voice told me that I had. My defences, weakened by more than a month of continual bombardment, lulled into a false sense of security by Nola's story, began to crumble. To my alarm, I found myself on a head-on collision course with some very unpleasant realisations. It was crystal clear that I'd thought about cocaine and Valium and alcohol and sleeping tablets constantly, about getting the money for them, about tracking down Wayne or Digby to buy whatever I could afford, then finding the time to take them, finding the privacy. Having to hide my purchases from Bridget, hide them from Luke, trying to pretend I wasn't off my face at work, trying to do my job when my head was adrift. Horrified, I remembered what Luke had said on the questionnaire. What exactly was it? If it's a drug, Rachel has taken it. She's probably taken drugs that haven't even been invented yet. I felt furious, sick and frightened, panicky almost. So when Nola said, "Are you okay, Rachel? You look a bit..." It was a relief to blurt out. I was like that too, always thinking about it. "I'm not happy," I said, sounding slightly hysterical. "I'm not happy at all. I don't want to be this way." I wished the others weren't there, especially Chris. I didn't want him to be a witness to my weakness, but I was too frightened to hide it. Beseechingly, I looked at Nola, desperate to be told that everything would be okay. In fairness to her, she tried. "Look at me now," she smiled gently. "I never think about drugs. I'm free from all that. And look at you," she added. "You've been in here, how long? 4 weeks? You haven't used drugs in any of that time." I hadn't. In fact, an awful lot of the time I hadn't thought about drugs at all. But of course some of the time I had. But not all the time, not the way I had 5 weeks previously. With that, I had a small glimpse of freedom. A picture of a different life blossomed briefly before I was cast back into fear and confusion. As Nola was leaving, she tore a page from her diary and wrote her number on it. "When you get out," she said, "give me a ring." Dazedly, I found myself giving her my number. It seemed the polite thing to do. Then I dragged myself to the dining room, where Eddie had spread the contents of a bag of wine gums out on the table. "I knew it," he shouted, making me jump. "I just knew it." "What did you know?" someone asked. I listened with half an ear. Don't let Luke be right. "That there's more yellow ones than any other colour," Eddie declared, "and fewer black ones. Look, 2 black ones, 5 red ones, 5 green ones, 8 orange ones, and 8, 9, 10, 12, no fewer than 12 yellow ones. It's not right. Everyone buys them for the black ones, and instead we're being fobbed off with manky, horrible yellow ones." "I don't mind yellow ones," another voice chipped in. "You sick bastard," yet another person said. A rowdy argument broke out about the yellow wine gums, but I was too busy trying to assess the damage to my life, wondering if I had to give up drugs for a while, and it was a big if, mind, how I would cope. What would I do? I'd never have fun, that was for sure. Not that I'd been having much fun anyway, it had to be admitted, but as far as I could see, my life would be over. I might as well be dead. There was always the option of cutting down, I thought, grasping at straws. But I'd tried to cut down in the past, and I hadn't. Hadn't been able to, I realised, dread piling on fear. Once I started, I could never get enough. Further dissent broke out around me, because Stalin knew all the answers to the new Trivial Pursuit questions, to Vincent's perplexity. "But how?" Vincent whined over and over again. "But how?" "Dunno," Stalin shrugged. "I read the papers." "But," Vincent said despairingly. You could see that he was dying to say, "But you're working class. You're not supposed to know the capital of Uzbekistan." But that wasn't the way he behaved anymore. It was a glorious release to go to sleep that night, to escape my shocked, racing brain for a while. But I woke with a jump in the middle of the night, jolted into consciousness by another shift in my psyche's plates. This time, it was a horrible memory of when Bridget caught me stealing $20 from her purse. I'd been stealing, I thought, as I lay in bed. That was a disgusting thing to do. But at the time I hadn't thought it was terrible. I'd felt nothing. She'd been promoted, I'd reasoned. She could afford it. I couldn't understand how I'd ever thought that way. And then, to my heartfelt relief, I was okay again. On Saturday morning before cookery, when Chris slung his arm around me and murmured, "How are you now?" I was able to smile and say, "Much better." Of course, I still couldn't sleep for thinking about how I'd get my revenge on Luke. But the future looked brighter, still intact. not the broken-up disaster area it had been about to become. Once again I started to take enjoyment in the things that had made me happy since I'd come to the Cloisters, namely the rows. On Monday night there was a humdinger between Shaki and Eddie about fruit pastilles, black ones. Eddie roared at Shaki, "When I said you could have one, I didn't mean you could have a black one." Shaki was flushed and upset. "Well, there's very little I can do about it now." She stuck out her tongue, displaying the remains of the pastille. "Do you want this?" she demanded, approaching Eddie with the sliver on her tongue. "Well, do you?" There were shouts of, "Good girl yourself, Shaki," and "Give him black pastilles where he'll feel it." "Jesus," said Barry the child admiringly. "I nearly like that Shaki one now." Chapter 57. Later that week, it became clear that my horrors hadn't disappeared. They had simply regrouped before launching a fresh onslaught. It was like playing Space Invaders. The memories hurtled towards me like missiles, faster and faster, each more shaming and more painful than the last. Initially I deflected them quite easily. Bridget crying and begging me to stop taking drugs. I destroyed it with a pow. Borrowing money from Gaz when I knew he was skint, then not paying him back. Bam. Coming to on the floor of my bedroom in the dim light, not knowing if it was dawn or dusk. Zap. Taking a sickie on Martine's day off, so she had to come in to work. Kapow. Waking up in a strange bed with a strange man, not remembering whether I'd had sex with him. Whoops, lost a life there. The memories got bigger and more powerful with less of a gap between them. Not so many lives left now, harder to fight it all off. Going to Luke's work party off my head and embarrassing him so much he had to take me home at 9 o'clock. Biff. Drinking the bottle of champagne Jose gave Bridget for her birthday, then lying about it. Crash. Telling Luke that Bridget was a slut because I was afraid he fancied her. There went another life. Going to an exhibition opening with Luke and leaving with some guy called Jerry. And another life. Faster and faster the unwelcome thoughts came. Calling round to Wayne's at 4 in the morning and waking his entire apartment because I was so desperate for Valium. Kerrang! Anna saying she didn't want to end up like me. Bam! Getting the sack. Pow! Getting the sack again. Biff! Thinking I was going to die from throwing up after a night on the rip. Bang! Getting nosebleeds every second day. Pow! Waking up covered in bruises with no idea how I'd got them. Zap! Waking up in hospital wired up to drips and a monitor. Lost a life. Realising I'd had my stomach pumped. And another. Seeing clearly that I could have died. And another, and another, and another. Game over. After the following Thursday's NA meeting, when I'd been at the Cloisters nearly 5 weeks, my day of reckoning finally arrived. Things started innocuously enough. We rounded up the usual suspects and off we all marched to the library at 8 o'clock. To my disappointment, the person who'd come to talk to us was a woman. Another woman. By then I suspected that Francie was an outrageous fantasist, so I wondered if her story of "there's boys in them there NA meetings" was just another of her inventions. The woman's name was Jeanie, and she was young, skinny and good-looking. Just as with Nola's story, every word that came out of Jeanie's mouth sent me reeling with recognition as I hurtled headlong towards the ground-opening, earth-yawning shock of seeing my addiction. She opened by saying, "By the time I came to the end of my drug using, there was nothing in my life. I had no job, no money, no friends, no relationship, no self-respect and no dignity. And I was so shaken with understanding. It felt as if the ground had physically tipped and swung beneath me. My drug-taking had shut down any forward impetus in me. I stayed stuck, living the life of a teenager when everyone around me was behaving like an adult. A bigger, more violent shock threw me completely off balance. In a way, my using fossilised me. I was surviving in suspended animation. With terrible dread, I began to realise that this time the shaking and upheaval wasn't going to stop until it had reached its dreadful conclusion. And the funny thing was, she smiled around at us as she said this, I thought my life was over when I had to stop using. But I had no life. Take cover, this is the big one. That night I couldn't sleep. In the same way that an earthquake can turn a house upside down so that the kitchen table stands on the ceiling, my unwelcome insights changed the position of every emotion and memory I had, altering their relation to each other, challenging the rightness of their original position. The universe inside my head tipped and swayed, everything upended and relocated, in places that would have once seemed wrong, illogical, impossible. But, I reluctantly admitted, they were in the places they should have been all along. My life was a wreck. I had nothing. No material possessions, unless debts count. 14 pairs of too small shoes was all I had to show after a lifetime of profligate spending. I no longer had any friends. I hadn't a job. I hadn't any qualifications. I'd achieved nothing with my life. I'd never been happy. I had no husband or boyfriend. Even in my despair, I refused to use the word partner. What am I? A cowboy? And the thing that hurt and confused me most was that Luke, the one man who had seemed to truly care about me, had never loved me. The following day was Friday, and with perfect timing Josephine started on me. "Rachel," she began with, "you're here 5 weeks today. Any interesting insights into yourself during that time?" I was in shock. Had been since the night before. Trapped in a phantasmal land where I knew now I was an addict, but the knowledge was so painful that at times I had to switch back to ignorance. In spite of all the defences I'd erected since I'd arrived here, they'd still managed to break me. Or had they? There was that air that pervades when the dictator of a country is about to fall. Even when the rebels are at the gate, no one really believes that this invulnerable tyrant is going to crumble. The end is nigh, I told myself. But immediately another voice questioned, "What? Do you mean right nigh?" "Have a look at this," Josephine said casually, passing me a sheet of paper. "Read it out to us." I looked, but the writing was so crooked and unformed I could barely make anything out. An occasional word, life, pits, was all that was legible. "What is this?" I asked in exasperation. "It looks like it's been done by a child." I laboured through it until I got to a line that said, "I can't take any more." My blood froze as I realised I was the one who'd written these incoherent ramblings. I vaguely remember deciding that "I can't take any more" would be the title for my poem about the shoplifter who was going straight. Horrified, I stared at the spidery crawl. Being brought face to face with something I'd done when I was off my head was deeply shocking. That's nothing like my handwriting. I must have been barely able to hold a pen. "You can see why Bridget thought that was a suicide note," Josephine said. "I wasn't trying to kill myself," I stammered. "I believe you," Josephine said. "Even so, you still nearly managed to. Frightening, isn't it?" She smiled, then forced me to pass the note around the room. In group that afternoon, I tried a desperate last-ditch attempt to wriggle out of being an addict. "Nothing bad happened to turn me into an addict," I said, so very hopefully. "One big mistake addicts and alcoholics often make is to search for a why," she replied, quick as a flash, demanding childhood traumas and broken homes. "As far as I'm concerned," she ploughed ahead, "the main reason people take drugs is that they hate reality and they hate themselves. We already know you hate yourself. We've looked at your low self-esteem in depth. And it's obvious from the state you were in when you wrote that note how much you couldn't bear reality." I couldn't think of anything to say. I didn't want it to be that simple. "So, starting off from that basic position," she said briskly, "you take drugs and behave badly, right?" "Suppose," I mumbled. "You come to, feeling wretched and guilty, your self-loathing and fear of the reality you've created magnified. And how do you deal with that? By taking more drugs. Equals more bad behaviour, more self-loathing, a bigger mess to face, and naturally more drug using, a downward spiral." "But you could have stopped at any time," she said. "You could have taken control of your life, for example by apologising to the people you'd upset. Then you would have stopped contributing further to the pit of things you hate about yourself. And by forcing yourself to live through a little bit of reality, you'll see it's not something you need to run from. You can stop and reverse the process at any stage. You're doing it now. Call off the search for a why, Rachel, she finished on. You don't need it. So, I was a bloody addict. Brilliant. There was no joy in it. No relief. It was as awful as finding out I was a serial killer. I stumbled through the weekend and most of the next week in a state of shock, barely able to talk to people as the words chanted in my head. You are an addict, na 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 na, you are an ad. It was the very last thing I wanted to be, the worst disaster that could ever befall me. I knew from watching the other people in my group, particularly Neil, because I'd followed him almost from his beginning, that there were distinct phases they went through until they came to terms with their addiction. First there was denial, then horrified realisation, then seething anger, and finally, if they were lucky, acceptance. I'd had the denial and the horrified realisation, but when undiluted poisonous fury arrived, I wasn't prepared. Josephine, of course, just took the attitude, Mr. Anger, we've been expecting you, as I went ballistic in group. I was so boilingly angry at the misfortune of being an addict that I briefly forgot about the anger I harboured for Luke. I'm too young to be an addict, I yelled at Josephine. Why has it happened to me and to no one else I know? Why not? Josephine asked mildly. But for fuck, I spluttered. Why are some people born blind? Why are some people crippled? She asked. It's all random. And you were born with the propensity to become an addict. So what? It could be miles worse. It couldn't! I cried tears of rage. What's the problem? She asked, again with that infuriating mildness. So you can't use drugs anymore. It's not like it's a necessity. Millions of people never touch them, and they live fulfilled, happy lives. You mean I can't ever take anything ever again? I demanded. That's right, she confirmed. You should know by now that once you start, you can't stop. You've exposed yourself to narcotics so often that you've permanently upset the chemical balance in your brain. Once you ingest narcotics, your brain reacts by becoming depressed, thus setting up a craving for more drugs, more depression, more drugs, etc. You're physically as well as psychologically addicted. And the physical addiction is irreversible, she added casually. I don't believe you, I breathed in horror. A freshly baked batch of fury arrived straight out of the oven. I remembered how before Clarence left, he told me he couldn't ever drink again, and how that had made perfect sense to me. But that was about him. I was different. I had only admitted to being an addict because I thought I could be fixed. You can be fixed, Josephine said, and my face lit up with hope. Then she added, you just can't take drugs anymore. If I'd known that, I'd never have owned up to anything. You had no choice, she said calmly. This was inevitable. I flicked through a series of if only scenarios. If only I hadn't listened to Nola. If only Anna hadn't said what she'd said. If only Luke hadn't come. If only, if only, if only. Frantically, I tried to find the place where I'd crossed the line from not thinking I was an addict to thinking that perhaps I might be. If I could return to that point, maybe I could reverse history. This realisation was always going to get you in the end, Josephine said. Your anger is perfectly normal, by the way. A last-ditch attempt to avoid facing the truth. Ah! I heard myself screech. That's right, work through it, she encouraged mildly, making me scream again. Better out than in. Then you'll have much more acceptance. I put my face on my hands and in a muffled voice I exhorted her to go and fuck herself. Anyway, she pointed out, ignoring my request, you were miserable living that hopeless drugged-up life. Without drugs, you have a future. You can do anything you set your mind to. And think of how good you'll feel when you wake up in the morning and can remember what you did the night before and who you went home with, if you went home with anyone at all. And that was supposed to make me feel better? Chapter 58. I had a week or more of rampaging around like an antichrist. In that time Neil left, humble and contrite, crammed to bursting with good intentions. John Joe also went, out and proud, already displaying the rudiments of a handlebar moustache. Chris left, but not before giving me his phone number and making me swear to ring him the day I got out. For about an hour after he'd gone, I glowed with delight from the attention he'd paid me, then lapsed into a sudden surly slump. Helen didn't come to visit me any more. Surprise, surprise. Vincent also came to the end of his 2 months, and he too was a changed man, unrecognisable from the bully I'd met on my first day. Soft and gentle, you could imagine him standing in a forest, covered in birds, deer, squirrels and other woodland creatures flocking to his side. Barry the child, Peter the laughing gnome, Gambling Davy and Stalin also left. I was now one of the elder statesmen. As each person left, we cried and hugged, swapped addresses and promised to stay in touch. I was amazed by the strength of the bonds we'd formed with each other, across age, sex and class. Although people were missed when they went, their departure didn't leave a gaping hole. The rest of us swirled over the space they'd left, surrounding it, filling it up. So that soon after, say, Mike had gone, the Mike-shaped hole was filled and had flowers growing over it. And then, as new people arrived regularly, everything was different anyway, so that you'd never known there had been a gap in the first place. By the end of the 6th week, my group consisted of Barney, a weaselly man who looked like he stole women's underwear from washing lines, Shaky Porrick, who'd calmed down a good bit since his first sugar-scattering day, a tabloid journalist called Mary, and a priest called Father Johnny, an alcoholic who'd got his housekeeper pregnant. Then there was me, Shacky, and Misty, the old-timers. Each new person didn't remain new for very long. As always in the Cloisters, deep intimacy was established almost before you knew a person's name. Fresh arrivals got folded into the rest of us immediately, and within minutes it seemed as if they'd always been there. I knew I really was one of the senior citizens the day I got to be head of one of the housekeeping teams. I was in charge of breakfasts, Shacky of lunches, Angela of dinners, and Misty of hoovering. "Now," said Shacky briskly, "Angela and I have already sorted out our teams." "When?" I asked in alarm. "When you were watching telly," she said shiftily. "You big whore," I complained. "I bet you took all the able-bodied, able-brained ones, and neither of you picked Francie." "You big whore yourself," Shacky said. "First come, first served." I was so touched by her saying, "You big whore yourself," that I forgave her. She'd come a long way. "So, you sit down with Misty and share out the rest," Shacky said awkwardly. I was appalled. I hated Misty. Then it struck me that the tension which normally zinged between the two of us hadn't been as electric since Chris had gone. Still, I didn't want to sit down and do anything with her, and I said as much. "Come on now, Rachel," Shacky cajoled. "Act like an adult and give the girl a chance." "God, you've changed your tune," I complained. Shacky and I had soothed ourselves to sleep every night for the previous 6 weeks by detailing how much we hated Misty. "Ah, the poor girl," Shacky said wistfully. "Those terrible things that happened to her. No wonder she's such an unpleasant little madam." "I'll only talk to her if you take Francie off my hands," I bargained. None of us wanted Francie on our teams because she was stone mad, an awful handful and bone idle. Shacky wavered, then gave in. "All right then, God help me." Very reluctantly I went to find Misty. "We have to sort out our housekeeping teams," I said. She looked at me coldly. "OK." She surprised me by saying, "Will we do it now?" So we got the list of lame brains and loopers that Angela and Shacky had left for us and shared them out. And once I was actually talking to her, I found that I no longer hated Misty. The jealousy I'd always felt of her dainty beauty had disappeared, and I actually felt protective of her. A reluctant warmth passed back and forth between us. As we stood up from the table, having masqueraded as grown-ups, Misty touched my cheek with her hand. It was a funny thing to do, but I stood there and let her, feeling compassion, affection, and strange friendship throb from her. A little flower in a burnt-out land. "You see?" Shacky smirked at me later. "You should get a job in the UN," I said, with fake sourness, as a diplomat. "That'll give me something to do when Dermot divorces me," she said thoughtfully, and for some reason we both found that hilarious and laughed until we cried. That evening, when the housekeeping list went up on the notice board, I heard Larry, a 17-year-old heroin addict who'd done time in a reform school, whine. I don't want to be on that Rachel's team. She's so aggressive. Was I wondered, more amused than irate. It was then that I saw that a miracle had happened. Even though I still burned with rage against Luke, and to a lesser extent Bridget, I was no longer angry about being an addict. I'd watched a lot of the other inmates move away from rage and into the calm waters of acceptance, but I hadn't for a second believed it would happen to me. I was filled with an unfamiliar sensation, a kind of peace. So I was an addict. So what? I was no longer tormented as I wished things were different. Let's face it, I told myself. I'd always known something was wrong with me. At least now I knew what it was. For the first time, I felt relief. It was a relief to stop fighting, to stop resisting the insistent knowledge that my life and behaviour weren't normal. And it was a relief to know that I wasn't mad or stupid or useless. All that was wrong was that I was immature and had low self-worth, which would improve by staying away from mood-altering chemicals. The future looked promising. It all seemed so very straightforward. Over the next week, a whole load of other things fell into place once I accepted all that stuff about my low self-esteem. It explained why I'd thrown myself at men who didn't want me. As Josephine said on my fourth last day in group, you got them to reinforce your own sense of self-loathing. And it explained why most men didn't seem to want me. You were too needy, Josephine said. You scared them away with the big gaping hole you had in your soul. I was high with understanding, marvelling at the wonders of psychotherapy. I would get over Luke and have a lovely relationship with some other man. And now let's talk about your unhealthy attitude to food, Josephine announced. My happiness fell from the sky like a stone. You abuse food almost as much as you abused drugs, she said. You were like a skeleton when you arrived. Ah, go away, I was not, I joshed, hanging my head, smiling warmly with pride. You see, she exclaimed, unhealthy, very unhealthy. It stems from the same source as your drug addiction. You avoid your immaturity and defects by focusing on something you think you can control, that is, your weight. But you can't change your insides by changing your outsides. All that starving and binging you do, she said. I began to object, but she cut across me. We've been watching you, Rachel. We know. You're obsessed with your weight. Although it doesn't stop you going on plenty of chocolate and crisp binges. I lowered my head in shame. You've got to admit, she said slyly, for all the song and dance you made about your vegetarian food, you didn't go hungry. But nothing could dampen my spirits for long. I was in such irrepressible good form. I was prepared to acknowledge Josephine might have had a point about my attitude to food. Why not? By then I was an old hand at believing 6 impossible things before breakfast. I'd accepted I was a drug addict. Why not throw a food disorder in for the laugh? Any other aberrations you can think of? It wasn't a problem because, as Josephine said, fix the source of one and you'll fix them all. I'm really looking forward to my new life, I sang joyously to Misty that afternoon in the dining room. Go easy, Misty urged anxiously. Not everything falls magically into place the minute you stop. Knowing why you took drugs is only the tip of the iceberg. You've got to learn how to live without them, and that's not easy. Look what happened to me. I relapsed. Ah, no, I smiled, touched by her concern. That won't happen to me. I'm determined to make a go of things. Will you go back to New York? She asked. I instantly felt confused and fearful, and very fucking angry. My rosy outlook on life hadn't extended as far as Luke and Bridget, the bastards. I don't think I'll ever go back to New fucking York again, I muttered. Are you worried about what those glamorous people will say? She asked. What's your one's name? Helenka? Helenka? I hooted. No, she's always horrible about everyone, and I couldn't be bothered anymore. I briefly savoured that feeling of liberation before saying gloomily, no, it's Luke fucking Costello and Bridget fucking Lenihan I have problems with. You'll have to go back, said Misty the sage. She was starting to annoy me. You'll have to make your peace with them. I'll never make my peace with those bastards. The night before I left, Josephine took me into her office for a private session. Everyone got a one-on-one with their counsellor just before they left. Like a football team getting one last talking to from their manager before the big match. And basically, she told me I could do nothing when I got out. No drugs, and that includes alcohol. No starving, binging or excessive exercise. And most importantly of all, stay away from relationships with the opposite sex for a year. I almost passed out. I thought you were my friend. But why? I hooted. You've a very unhealthy attitude to men. Without drugs, there's going to be a big gap in your life. A lot of people latch onto relationships to avoid being alone with themselves. You'd probably be one of them. Cheeky bitch, I thought, offended. We say the same to everyone when they leave here, she pointed out. Everyone? I wondered, thinking of Chris. It's only for a year, she added kindly. She might as well have said 100 of them. In that case, I'm going back to New York, I said sulkily. Even if I don't want to be celibate there, it'll be enforced upon me. No, New York, she said. Give yourself a year to get better. And are you trying to tell me you were celibate with Luke? She asked with a sly smile. I managed to forbear from letting rip a string of expletives about Luke, but my hatred for him was obvious from the look of my face. Luke is an exceptional man, Josephine said. You may not think so yet, but he did the right thing by you. I said nothing. He's loyal, has integrity, intelligence, and he's very... She paused and kind of patted her hair. Handsome. I was astonished. So the old bat was human after all. But not for long. Now that you're going out into the outside world, she said sternly, the hard work is only beginning. You'll have to come to terms with your past and learn new responses to every situation life throws at you. It won't always be easy. I wasn't fazed. It wasn't that I didn't believe her, but I felt my willingness would overcome anything. There's still unresolved tension with your mother, she warned. If you stay around her, it'll probably come to a head. Careful that you don't relapse if that happens. I won't. I promise. No point making promises to me, she said. It's not my life that'll be destroyed. It won't be mine either, I said, a mite defiantly. Go to your meetings, keep up the therapy, and in time everything will be very good, she promised. You've so much going for you. Like what? I asked in surprise. We don't focus too much on people's good points here, do we? She smiled. Well, you're bright, perceptive, entertaining, very kind. I've seen the way you've been to the others in your group and to the new people. You've even managed to be nice to Misty. I reddened with pride. And finally can I say, she said, what a satisfying experience it has been for me to see how you've changed and grown over your time here. Was I awful? I asked, out of curiosity. You were a tough one, but you weren't the worst. I hated you, I was appalled to hear myself say, although she didn't seem at all put out. There would have been something wrong if you didn't, she agreed. What's that they say in the film? I'm your worst nightmare. How did you know so much about me? I asked shyly. How did you know when I was lying, when any of us were lying? I was at the coalface for a long time, she said. That told me nothing. How do you mean? I mean, I lived with a chronic addict and alcoholic for years, she said, with a secret smile. I was shocked. Poor Josephine. Who could it have been? One of her parents, or brothers, or perhaps even a husband. Maybe she'd been married before she became a nun. Who was it? I blurted out. I expected her to say something uptight and counsellor-y, like, that's not an appropriate question, Rachel. But she didn't. Instead, she paused for a long, long time, her eyes holding mine, before softly saying, me. Chapter 59. My last day finally came. Like my birthday, my first communion, my wedding day and my funeral all at once. I was the centre of attention and I loved it. The card, the speech, the good wishes, the tears, the hugs, the I'll miss yous. Even Sadie the sadist, Bubbly the receptionist and Finbar the gardener came to wish me well. Plus Dr. Billings, all the nurses, counsellors and of course inmates. I gave the speech that everyone made, about how when I'd first come I thought there was nothing wrong with me, how I felt sorry for all the others, etc., etc. And they whooped and cheered, clapped and laughed, and someone shouted, as someone always did, "Have a pint waiting for me in Flynn's." Then they all went off to group, and I waited to be collected, watery-eyed but excited, nostalgic yet elated, eager to begin my new life. I'd been in the Cloisters for almost 2 months and had managed to survive. Pride in myself was the order of the day. Mum and Dad came, and as we drove away, I symbolically took off my hat and bowed my head in remembrance as I thought back to the day I'd arrived, agog and expectant on the lookout for famous people. It seemed like 1,000,000 years ago, as if it had happened to a different person, which in a way it had. Apart from my brief foray to the dentist, I hadn't seen the outside world for 2 months, so I was highly excited on the journey back from Wicklow, keeping up a non-stop running commentary in the back seat. "Oh look, there's a letterbox. Look at your man's hair. Oh look, there's a KFC box in a doorway. Oh, look at the funny bus. Oh, look at that woman buying a paper. Oh, look, did you see that baby's ears? They were like Spock's." When we finally arrived home, the thrill of it all nearly sent me into orbit. I almost had hysterics at the sight of the front door, the door that I could go in or out of any time I wanted, and almost had to be sedated when I saw my room, my own room, with no other people painting their toenails in it, my own bed, a proper duvet that didn't smell funny or make me itchy, and no more being woken in the middle of the night to fry 70 eggs. I could stay in bed all day if I wanted, and I did want. I ran in and out of the bathroom that I had to share with only 4 other people. I ran my hand along the television and rejoiced that the only limit on the amount of trash I could watch was how much sleep I needed. The Hoover was standing in the hall, so I paused to have a good laugh at it. My brief acquaintance with its brother in the Cloisters had come to an end, and I wouldn't be doing any more housework, possibly ever. I threw open the door of the fridge and looked at all the yummy things inside, and I could have anything I wanted. Anything. Apart from Helen's chocolate mousses that she'd sellotaped a picture of 2 fingers onto, of course. I opened the kitchen presses, looking for... And then I felt very, very depressed. Very depressed. So I was out. So what? What could I do? I'd no friends. I was forbidden to go to pubs. Anyway, I'd no money. Was the rest of my life going to be a succession of Saturday evenings sitting in, watching Stars in Their Eyes with my mother, listening to her whinge that Marty Pellow should have won, that he was miles better than Johnny Cash? Was I condemned to watch my father stand up at 9:30 every night and announce, "Right, I'm off down to Phelan's for a pint," then being forced to sing tunelessly with my mother and whoever else was there, "Phelan's, nothing more than Phelan's"? That ritual had existed for about 20 years, but I'd forgotten about it on my first night home, when it was just me and Dad in the room. So things got a bit nasty when he announced his intention to go to the pub and I didn't burst into song. "Don't they sing in New York?" he demanded, fixing me with hurt cow eyes. "Singing not fancy enough for them?" I rushed out to the kitchen. "God," I complained to Mum, "it's worse than the Cloisters here. The looper count is higher." But Mum urged compassion. She said Dad hadn't been himself since Oklahoma had finished its run of one night. "It kind of went to his head," she explained, "and now he's just back to being ordinary Joe Soap. But it was only a chorus part. All the same, it made him feel important." What'll I do? I'd only been home a day, but I was bored and miserable. I missed the Cloisters and wished I was still there. "Why don't you go to one of your funny meetings?" Mum suggested brightly. I thought of the list I'd been given on leaving the Cloisters and realised I didn't want to be a person who goes to funny meetings. I wouldn't take drugs, but I'd do it my way. So I said vaguely, in a couple of days. What I did want to do was ring Chris, but I just couldn't summon the nerve. However, on Sunday, I was at such a loose end I found myself going to Mass. That was the last straw. As soon as I got home, with shaking hands I picked up the phone and rang him. Bitter was my disappointment when someone, Mr. Hutchinson, I presumed, said Chris wasn't there. I didn't leave my name in case he didn't call me back. Then I went through the whole nerve-wracking ordeal again on Monday, but this time he was there. "Rachel," he exclaimed, sounding delighted to hear from me. "I was hoping you'd ring. How's it all going?" "Fine," I declared, instantly upbeat. "Everything's sunny and wonderful." "When did you get out?" "Friday." "You should have known." "Been to any meetings yet?" he asked. No," I said vaguely. "Busy, you know. Busy eating biscuits and hanging around the house, feeling sorry for myself." "Don't neglect them, Rachel," he warned gently. I won't, I promised hastily. "So, do you want to meet up?" "We could, I suppose," he said. He didn't sound half as enthusiastic as I would have liked. "When?" I pressed. "Before you left the Cloisters, weren't you given a warning about not doing, well, anything for a year?" he asked. First I thought he was changing the subject. Then I realised he wasn't. "Yes," I blurted, mortified in case he thought I was trying to make a move on him. "No relationships with the opposite sex." "Suits me down to the ground," I lied. "Were you told that too?" "Yeah. No relationships, no alcohol, no scratch cards even. I'm surprised they haven't warned me off breathing in case I get cross-addicted to oxygen." We both laughed long and hard at that. Then he said, "How about Wednesday evening, 7:30, Stephen's Green?" "Great." Delighted, I hung up. After all, there was no law against flirting with him. Chapter 60. In honour of meeting Chris, I persuaded myself to have either a leg wax or a haircut. I couldn't afford both. Well, actually, I couldn't afford either, so I decided on the haircut. No point in having a leg wax. As both Chris and I were banned from carnal knowledge, the results of it would never see the light of day. If I was going to the bother of spending money, I wanted everyone to know about it. On Tuesday morning, it was in a mood of handbag-swinging high anticipation that I got Mum to drive me to the Hair Apparent to have my hair cut by Jasmine. What was wrong with me? I had never ever in my whole life left a hairdresser's not struggling to hold back tears. But I always forgot. It was only when I found myself sitting in front of the mirror while someone disparagingly lifted and let fall strands of my hair, then heard the words, "Christ almighty, it's in flitters," that it all came rushing back. By then it was too late. It was so long since I'd done anything as normal as go to a hairdresser's that I viewed the tiles and mirrors and towels and bottles of the Hair Apparent with something akin to wonder, which wasn't reciprocated. The receptionist barely glanced at me as I explained my mission. "Take a seat at the basin," was her advice. Then I heard her shouting, "Grania, Grania, client at basin 2. Grania didn't inspire confidence. She looked very young. I would have said she was no more than 13, except surely there were laws against that kind of thing. She hobbled towards me on stick legs, attempted to make eye contact, and failed. Wobbling, she put a gown on me and tucked in loads of towels around my neck. She seemed to be having trouble remaining upright in her platforms. Then she turned on the taps and I settled back. But relaxation was not on the cards. Where are you going on holidays this year?" Grania asked awkwardly, like she'd been taught by the big hairdressers to do. She was clearly determined to get her diploma in cutting, tinting and poor conversation. "Nowhere," I said. "That'll be lovely," she said, kneading my skull. We had a few short moments of blissful silence. "Have you been there before?" she asked. "Loads of times." More time elapsed, during which she scalded my scalp and sprayed the shower head into my ear so often I nearly got water on the brain. "Are you going with a couple of friends?" she inquired. "No," I said. "I haven't got any friends." "That's great," she said pleasantly. As Grania scrubbed, rinsed and conditioned, I felt a certain pride that I must still look ordinary. "Who's doing you today?" asked Grania. "Jasmine." "I'll go and get." She gave a strange snigger, but so long as she wasn't laughing at me, that was fine. "Jasmine for you." She lurched away, leaning very forward because of the shoes, and called, "Maura! Maura! Your client is ready." As soon as I saw Jasmine Maura, I recognised her, and not just because she had trimmed my hair when I was home at Christmas. She was slathered in so much dark brown foundation that with her white blonde hair she looked like a negative. She was kind of hard to forget. She mustn't have recognised me, because when she did the lifting and letting fall of the strands of hair thing, she said in disgust, "God almighty, who did your hair the last time? It's a disaster area." "I got it cut here." I cringed. "Who did it?" she demanded. "I think it was you," I mumbled. Now she was going to destroy my hair as punishment. Hairdressers belong to the most powerful profession in the universe, and they didn't get that way by being nice. Sure enough, she ran her fingers through my hair and made ominous noises and tuts and tisks. "It's in bits," she said in disgust. "What have you done to it?" "I don't know. Next you'll be telling me you blow-dry it." "Sometimes." "Are you mad? You can't blow-dry hair as brittle as this, and you ever condition it." "Of course I do." I did know the rudiments of hair care, the stupid cow. "Well, I've only got your word for it." She looked at me with narrowed eyes. "When I say I condition it," I flailed around, "I don't usually do the hot oil once a week and a heated towel type of thing. But I do use an ordinary conditioner every time I wash it." "I see," she said tight-lipped. "Well, you'd want to start. With hair as dry as yours, you need a serious conditioner." She paused. I waited. I knew what was coming next. "We do a range," she said, right on cue. I braced myself for the sales pitch. I picked up the occasional words like laboratory tested, exclusive agents, vital nutrients, nourishing formula, your only hope. "How much?" I asked. It was extortionate. "Fine," I swallowed. "I'll take it. You'll really need the shampoo and the mousse and the non-rinse conditioner and the anti-frizz serum and the—" "Wait," I said. And then I braced myself to say the hardest words I ever had to say. I paused, took a deep breath and said, "I can't afford them." Her eyes held mine in the mirror. I knew she didn't believe me. I knew she was thinking, "Stupid posh bitch." I tried to convince myself there wasn't any need to feel guilty, but nothing doing. "I'm unemployed," I explained, hoping that she might soften towards me. She tossed her head dismissively. "How much of these ends do you want off?" "Just a trim, please." "No," she said. "No?" Apparently not. "The ends are in bits all the way up. It'll have to come off up to here." She indicated an area around my shoulders. I felt a twang of anticipatory loss. Every cell in my body fought against the idea of having my hair cut. "No, Jasmine, anything but short hair. Have mercy, please." "I don't mind if it's in bits all the way up," I assured her warmly. "Honestly, it's fine. I can live with it. But it's all broken and dead, and it's split all the way to the roots practically. Look," she ordered me. "Look, see how it's split all along here." "I see," I said, "but—" "No, you're not looking," she said. I looked. "But I don't mind," I said, when I felt I had looked long enough. "I'd rather have long, split hair than short, not split hair." "You can't have that," said Jasmine. "You can't go round with split hair. It's not on." Maybe it would be all right, I thought. A new beginning. Cutting away the dead wood and the dead hair of the past. Going forward to a healthy, honest future with healthy, honest hair. "Okay," I said. The hand that wields the scissors rules the world. Helen looked up when I let myself in. "But you've got ladies' hair," she said in surprise. "Why did you ask for ladies' hair?" "I didn't." I rushed to the mirror to see if it was as bad as I remembered. I had a white ring around my hairline where my foundation had been washed off. I had grey puddles under my eyes. But worst of all, I had short, curly hair. Jasmine had cut with a liberal hand way above shoulder height, and then, to add insult to injury, had blow-dried it into short, tight, mammy-esque curls. "I'm so ugly," I sobbed, huge, choking tears. "You are," agreed Helen. I was glad she agreed with me. If Mum had been there saying, "It'll grow," I would probably have become hysterical. I thought of the yards and yards of my hair on the floor, the hair that Luke used to tangle his hands in, and I cried even harder. "My life is over," I heaved. You certainly shouldn't do any going out for a while, said Helen. With her words, I almost began hyperventilating. Going out? I was supposed to be going out with Chris tomorrow night. How could I, now that I was almost bald? I hate her, I gasped. I hate all hairdressers. I hope you didn't give her a tip, said Helen. Don't be so fucking stupid, I sobbed. Of course I gave her a tip. I shouldn't have given Jasmine anything, but I couldn't help myself. I even found myself murmuring, "It's lovely," when she did the thing with one mirror behind me and another in front. Then I stood at the bus stop, feeling naked without my hair, and cried helplessly. I was sure everyone was looking at me, and for once my paranoia was justified. "Who's your one with the dodgy hair?" I heard, and when I turned round there was a crowd of schoolboys studying me carefully, then sniggering. 14-year-old boys at the height of their hormones, and they were laughing at me. And it was so beautiful, I sobbed at Helen. "What was?" she asked. "My hair," I cried, until that bitch got her hands on it. "Well, it was all right," said Helen. "I wouldn't have said beautiful, but they didn't even give me any hellos to read," I wept. "Swizzers," Helen sympathised. "And the fucking cost of it all," I screeched. "My hair wasn't the only thing that got done." "Do you know who you look like?" Helen said thoughtfully. "Who?" I asked tremulously, hoping for redemption. "Brenda Fricker." "Ah!" "You know, when she was the mammy in that film," she said. I rushed to the mirror. "You're right," I bawled, almost glad things were so apocalyptic. It gave a certain unimpeachability to my position. Mum and Dad arrived back and were invited to tender their opinion of my annihilated hair. Mum said doubtfully, "It'll grow." Dad said proudly and fondly, "You look more like your mother every day." I burst into tears again. "Do you know who you look like?" Mum mused. "If you say Brenda Fricker, I'll kill myself," I warned her, my eyes bright red. "No, not at all," Mum said kindly. "No, what's that her name is? An actress. What's her name?" "Audrey Hepburn?" I asked hopefully. "No." Mum flapped her hands in frustration. "Oh, what's her name?" I wondered if she knew who Linda Fiorentino was. "Linda Fiorentino?" I dared to ask. A man at a party had once told me I looked like Linda Fiorentino, and I was so touched I slept with him. "Who? Linda who?" "No!" Mum danced a little jig in an attempt to jog her memory. "It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, what was she in? The Last Seduction? That sounds like a terrible pile of filth. No, it wasn't that. Oh, I have it. She was in that thing with Daniel Day-Lewis." My heart began to sink. "You know, poor divil of a painter, Christy Brown, my left foot. That was it. That was it." She beamed in triumph. "What was the name of the woman who played the mother?" "Brenda Fricker," I said dully. Chapter 61. I had a choice of knotting a rope and kicking the chair from under myself, or preparing to meet Chris. I'd have liked to put our big night out on hold until my hair had grown back, but I couldn't be sure he'd wait the necessary 12 years. Although I didn't look so puke-making, once I'd washed the matronly curls out and smeared on 3 times my usual amount of makeup. At least it's lovely and healthy, I consoled myself, after I'd combed my hair as flat as possible in an attempt to lengthen it. There was a raucous shriek of laughter from Helen. "Listen to her," she wheezed. "You're so sad." "See my hair," she invited, lifting up some of her silky waist-length strands. "Split to fuck. And does it bother me? Not at all." On Wednesday, the preparations began as soon as I got up, about 2:30, and continued throughout the afternoon. Once again I washed what remained of my hair. Then I shaved large parts of my body, while reflecting on the injustice of having far too much hair on my legs and not enough on my head. Of course, there was no need to shave anything, as Chris wouldn't be getting a look at me. But what harm could it do, I demanded, my stomach pleasantly aflutter. After that I spread myself generously with Helen's Izzy Miyake body lotion, then felt guilty. I should have asked her. And if she said no, I shouldn't have called her a little bitch. I should have just accepted it as an adult. Next time I needed to steal something of hers would be my opportunity to practice, I reassured myself. With that in mind, My hand wavered over Helen's bottle of eau de parfum, then picked it up decisively. Sure, hadn't the damage already been done with the body lotion? Perfume was different. There was more of it. People might accuse you of being a selfish whore for using their body lotion, but they'd give a few squirts of their perfume to a total stranger, no questions asked. Next on the agenda was, of course, the great agonising about what to wear. My worry about giving Chris the right message with my clothes, sexy but casual, stylish but easygoing, was compounded by several factors. 1. All my summer clothes were in New York. And 2. What was considered the height of fabulous in New York might have people in Dublin crashing their cars with mirth. And of course, the third factor, the one I couldn't really acknowledge, was that I felt very uncertain how to behave in the outside world anyway. Mum watched my preparations with concern. What worried her was not so much that her daughter, who'd recently been released from a treatment centre, was going out into the drug-infested world, but something far bigger. "Helen'll kill you," she warned, when she saw the depleted bottle of body lotion. "It's fine," I said irritably. "Who are you meeting, anyway?" I could hear the massive anxiety in her voice, and that both pained and annoyed me. "Chris from the bin," I said. "You know, you met him. So no need to worry. I won't be with anyone who takes drugs." "Chris Hutchinson?" she said in alarm. "Yes," I sighed, with a great play of patience. "Oh, be careful, Rachel," Mum said, her forehead crinkled with concern. "He has his poor mother's heart tormented." "Is that right?" Interest and fear propelled me closer to her. "What did he do?" "He wouldn't stop taking the drugs," she muttered, not meeting my eyes. "And Philomena and Ted spent a fortune on this expert and that expert for all the good it did. The next thing they knew, his work would be on the phone saying he hadn't turned up in a week. And he's in his 30s, Rachel, too old for his parents still to be looking after him. And there's something else." "I know," I interrupted. "He was in the Cloisters once before, 4 years ago." "I know," I said again, in a deliberately soothing voice. She'd been getting a bit agitated, and it was suddenly too close to the bone for me. "He told me." "He nearly made poor Philomena have a nervous breakdown," Mum said, her voice shrill and with a hint of tears in it. Time to go. "And then there'd be a pair of them in institutions." I remembered the large, boomy-voiced woman who'd visited Chris at the Laughing House. "She didn't look tormented," I scoffed. "She looked like a right heifer." "You're too quick to judge," Mum's voice trailed after me. "You think everyone's happy except you." Off I went on the dart into town, my legs wobbling like a newborn calf's. Everything was so strange and new. I felt as though I too had just been born. Even though I wasn't going on a date, and I wasn't allowed dates, and both Chris and I knew that, I still had that lovely "I'll never eat again" stomach-tickling terror. Everything seemed new and beautiful, as if I was seeing a spring evening in Dublin for the first time ever. The tide was in, the sea blue and calm as I passed it on the train. The sky was wide and clear, with a faded, just-washed look. The parks were bright with green grass and red, yellow and purple tulips. I sat on the train trembling with the fear and wonder of it all. I almost ran to Stephen's Green with the need to see Chris. And there he was, standing waiting for me. I'd known he'd be there, yet I still marvelled at the sight. He was gorgeous, I thought, my breath catching, and he's standing over there because he wants to meet me. The blue flash of his eyes was visible from 10 yards away. And had ever a man's legs been so sexy? He should never be allowed to wear anything other than Levi's, I thought distractedly. He turned his blue gaze onto me. Eyes lowered, I crossed the road to him. Then I was standing next to him, my heart beating hard, pleasurably. We were both smiling, embarrassed, tearful. "How are you doing?" he said gruffly, and gave me a hug that was so awkward it was nearly a headlock. Spontaneous affection did not come easily to us recovering addicts in the outside world, I thought, with a pang of loss. We'd been all over each other in the treatment centre, but it was different when we were among civilians. "Fine," my voice trembled. "One day at a time," he said with an ironic smile. "So," I said, with another enormous shaky smile, "we've done the Cloisters and lived to tell the tale." The general vibe was that we had survived something awful and were united by it. Like survivors from a hijacked plane, who met up once a year to rake over misty-eyed memories of drinking their own urine and savaging their nearest and dearest for their bread rolls. "So," he exclaimed. "So," I agreed. I waited for him to say something about my hair, and when he didn't, the worry started to gnaw at me. It was awful, wasn't it? "Don't you notice anything different about me?" I heard myself asking. "No, no, no." "You've shaved off your moustache?" he laughed. "No," I mumbled, embarrassed. "I've had my hair cut." "So you have," he said thoughtfully. I cursed myself for ever mentioning it, and I also cursed men in general for their visual unawareness. The only things they ever notice about any woman, I thought in disappointment, are big tits. "It's nice," he said. "Gamine." He may have been lying, but I was more than willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. "What'll we do?" I asked, my good humour restored. "I dunno. What do you want to do?" "I don't mind," I simpered. "What do you want to do?" "What I'd really like to do is buy a quarter of red leb, smoke it in under an hour, take you home and fuck your brains out," he said thoughtfully. "But," he smiled reassuringly at my rigor-mortised face, "we're not allowed to do that." "And we can't really go to a pub," I said, clearing my throat in manly fashion, letting him know that I hadn't taken him seriously, that I wasn't going to go all girly and clingy and pout and stamp my foot in the middle of a busy street. "But you said you'd fuck my brains out. You promised." I'd learnt in the Cloisters that I'd made the mistake in the past too many times of being needy. And needy girls scare men away. Of that there was no doubt. So to not scare them away, you've got to pretend not to be needy. When you're being shown out of their flat in the morning and they say, "See ya," you're not supposed to turn around and plead into their face, "When? Tonight? Tomorrow? When? When?" You're just supposed to say, "See ya," and trail an immaculate talon along their stubble-rough cheek and waft away in a cloud of tangible un-neediness. I wanted to act strong, even if I wasn't, changing old behaviour patterns, just like they told me to. Virtuous was the Rachel who turned to smile at Chris. "We could, I dunno, go to the pictures?" he suggested. Not what I wanted to hear. The pictures. The fucking pictures? Was I reduced to this? No, I wasn't beaten yet. They could take away my Valium, my cocaine, my credit cards, but they could never take away my soul. Or my appetite. "We could go for something to eat," I said eagerly. Luke and I had had some of our happiest times in restaurants. We're still allowed to do that, aren't we? "Just about," he agreed, "as long as neither of us puke straight afterwards or orders 5 desserts." "Where will we go?" I imagined a dimly lit romantic little bistro, our faces close in the candlelight, talking into the small hours, the plump patrons smiling fondly at us as all the other chairs in the place were stacked on tables, and Chris and I talked eagerly on, not noticing. "Let's just take a stroll and we'll see where we end up," he suggested. As we rambled, I couldn't stop thinking about what he'd said. He'd like to fuck my brains out, the silver-tongued devil. No, you're not allowed to think that way." That's right, I'm not, I thought, sense returning to me. OK, so he was gorgeous looking, but we were proceeding as friends. And that was all right. My down theres would close up at the suggestion of having sober sex with someone who wasn't Luke. A bleak wind swept through me when I realised I'd never again be in bed with Luke. For a split second I forgot I hated him. Briskly, I forced my attention back to the here and now and Chris. We went to Temple Bar, Dublin's left bank, where I witnessed the completed groovification of my native city with my own 2 eyes. It was undeniably lively. Could I live here? I wondered. It was certainly very different from the city I had left 8 years before. Different enough to live in? I felt a shiver of fear. If I didn't stay in Dublin, where would I go? Back to New York? Back to face Bridget and Luke and the rest of them? I didn't think so. I turned to smile at Chris. Save me. We were outside a restaurant that I felt was eminently suitable. It had everything, the candles, the checked tablecloth, the smiley patron. How about here? I was eager for my fantasy to become reality. I don't know, Chris said, flailing his hands vaguely. It's too... I wanted to go there. But instead I just smiled and said, "Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it?" Then I hated myself. I should have said what I wanted. I just missed an opportunity to change old behaviour. And, I thought irritably, I was sick of Josephine's disembodied voice making announcements in my head. On we strolled, passing intimate, dimly lit bistro after intimate, dimly lit bistro, Chris dismissing each one with the vague, "But isn't it a bit?" My spirits drooped and my sentences became shorter and terser with each disappointment. Finally, we arrived at a raucous yellow shed. The Gypsy Kings were playing at ear-bleeding decibels. "How about here?" Chris suggested. Tight-lipped, I shrugged, my whole demeanour saying, "Here? Are you out of your stupid fucking mind?" "Come on then," he said eagerly, opening the door for me. Gobshite, I thought, in silent fury. When we got in, the noise nearly knocked me to the floor. It was then that I realised that a drug-free Rachel viewed the world very differently from the Rachel who had a gram of coke doing laps in her head. A 12-year-old girl wearing a poncho and a sombrero greeted us with wild bonhomie. "For two," Chris said, rubbernecking like there was no tomorrow, as if he was looking for someone. While we were being led across the crowded sawdust-strewn floor, I heard someone shout, "Rachel! Rachel!" The voice got nearer. I located the source, turned, and there was Helen, wearing a red frilly blouse, a very short skirt, and a sombrero hung from around her neck. She was carrying a tray. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "What are you doing here?" I demanded back. "I work here," she said simply. Then it all became clear. "This is the abattoir?" I asked. "Others call it Club Mex," Helen said, flicking a glance at the 12-year-old. "Give me them." She grabbed the menus. "I'll seat them in my section." "Now don't think you'll be getting loads of free drinks," she called over her shoulder as she weaved her tiny bottom through tequila-guzzling revellers. "Sit here." She threw the menus down on a wobbly wooden table that was the size of an album cover. Within seconds my hands were punctured with splinters. "I just have to go and get that crowd of stupid fuckers more drinks." She nodded at the 18 very drunk lads at the next table. "Then I'll be back." Chris and I faced each other. He smiled. I didn't. "Did you know that Helen worked here?" I asked in a shaky voice. "Sorry?" he shouted above the noise. "Did you know that Helen worked here?" I roared, releasing some anger. "No." He opened his eyes wide. "I'd no idea." I didn't believe him. It was Helen he was after. No one ever wanted to be with me. I was just their stepping stone to another person, someone who wasn't me. Helen returned about half an hour later. "Adios, amoebas," she greeted us. "We have to say that," she added with a contemptuous curl of her lip, to make it authentic. "Right, what do you want?" The menu was the usual Tex-Mex stodge, with refried beans appearing everywhere. "What do you recommend?" Chris twinkled up at her. "I recommend that you go somewhere else, actually," she said. "We get staff meals here, and I swear to God, they'd have to pay you to eat them. It's all right if you like living on the edge. I had a burrito earlier and it was a near-death experience. But if you're not feeling suicidal, try somewhere else. There's a lovely Calatal place over the road. Go there." I was almost on my feet, but Chris laughed and said, "Ah, no, as we're here we might as well stay." So I resentfully ordered refried beans, served with refried beans. "And a side order of refried beans," Helen suggested, her pen poised. "Ah, go on," I said gloomily. "What harm can it do?" "OK," she moved away. "Muchas gracias, amoebas." "Oh yeah," she was back. "What do you want to drink? I can steal you some tequila because it's so cheap and they don't care if we nick it. The only thing is, you might go blind. Sorry about that, but if I'm caught stealing any more beers, I'm for it." No, Helen, that's all right." I wanted to die with shame. "I'll just have a Diet Coke." She stared at me as if seeing a vision. "Diet Coke? Just Diet Coke? Now look it, the tequila isn't that bad. It might just bring on a mild bout of schizophrenia, but it passes." "Thanks, Helen," I murmured, "but Diet Coke is fine." "OK," she said in confusion. "Yourself?" she said to Chris. "Same," he said quietly. "But why?" she demanded. "You're drug addicts, but you're not alcoholics." Heads turned from as far away as the Calatal place over the road. "Well?" everybody's face queried. "Why won't you have a drink? What harm can a drink do? After all, it's not as if you're an alcoholic." But it wasn't the time to stand in my chair and explain to them about the dangers of cross-addiction. "Really, Helen," Chris went all masterful, "thanks for the offer of the tequila, but no thanks." After she left, Chris and I sat in silence. I felt very, very depressed. I could only presume that he did too. Eventually, I became ashamed of our silence. It contrasted too harshly with the raucous screeches and drunken shouts of all the people around us. It felt as though everyone else in the whole world was having fun, except me and my coke-drinking friend. I hated him. I hated me. I hated not being drunk, or coked up, ideally. I'm far too young to be marginalised in this horrible way, I thought bitterly. I'd spent all my life feeling left out, and now I actually was. In a doomed attempt to be normal, I forced a conversation with Chris. It fooled no one, particularly not me. The entire place was uninhibited, free, young, lively, colourful, except for our table. In my mind's eye, the picture changed from day-glow colours into sepia when it came to me and Chris, from carnival music and laughter into slow-moving silence. We were out of step. We didn't belong. A frame from a gloomy East European art house film in the midst of Bugs Bunny Goes to Acapulco. Eventually, food arrived. We pushed the refried beans around our plates, and the askew table rocked and swayed like a ship on the high seas. I leant my elbow on it, and Chris's drink wobbled and spilled. Then Chris lifted the salt, and the lurch that followed sent my fork tumbling to the floor. Then I lifted my elbow so that I could rummage around on the floor looking for it, seeing as Chris wasn't going to, the lazy bastard, and his plate slid almost off the table. A very long time later, after we'd been offered and had refused some ice cream, refried bean flavour of course, the horrible ordeal ended and we were allowed to leave. Chris left an outrageously large tip for Helen and was all smiles as we passed her on the way out, where she was preparing tequila slammers for what looked like an outing of prison officers. She banged glasses of tequila and 7-Up on the table and half-heartedly urged, "Underlay, underlay." I could hardly look at her. Jealousy had corroded a hole where my stomach used to be. It wasn't her fault she was born both beautiful and overconfident, but I couldn't help feeling that it was all very unfair. What about me? Why didn't I get anything? Chapter 62. When we escaped into the warm evening, Chris suddenly seemed to notice me again. He slung an arm around my shoulders in a casual, friendly fashion, and we strolled through the streets. Maybe he did like me after all. "How did you get into town?" he asked. "Dart." "I'll drive you home," he said, and something in me warmed with gladness. I liked what he said and the way he said it. I felt taken care of. "Unless you want to come back to my place first for coffee," he suggested, with a sidelong glance that I couldn't fathom. Okay," I stammered. "Fine. Where are you parked?" "Stephen's Green." So we strolled to Stephen's Green, in harmony for the first time that night. And when we got to Stephen's Green, we discovered that the car had been stolen. Whereupon Chris did the dance of the stolen car, which goes as follows. Walk 4 paces beside the empty place, then come to an abrupt halt. Walk 4 paces back in the other direction, again coming to an abrupt halt. 2 paces in the original direction, stop, then back again. A frantic headspin to the left, a frantic headspin to the right, followed by frantic headspins in all directions, culminating in a full-body 360-degree pirouette. Another pirouette in the opposite direction. This is where facial directions become very important. Pop your eyes, wrinkle your forehead, let your mouth hang open. You may sing at this point. "But where? I parked it here. I did. I definitely parked it here." Pause. More pacing, a lot more agitated this time. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Faster, faster, faster. Another pause for more singing, this time with arms outstretched. "Was it here I parked it? Maybe it wasn't, but I'm sure it was. I'm fucking certain." Then, reaching a crescendo, for fuck's sake, the fucking bastards, the fucking dirty fucking bastards. It's only new in some versions. It's not insured in others. My dad doesn't know I've taken it in Chris's. I soothed and shushed. I calmed and crooned. I offered to go to the peelers, ring the insurance people, and kill the person or persons unknown who'd stolen the car. What I actually wanted was to get a taxi home, go to bed, and forget all about Chris and his disaster. But for some reason I felt honour-bound to stick with him. Eventually he said, "Well, there's nothing I can do. We might as well just go home. I'll ring the cops in the morning." I breathed a sigh of relief that nearly uprooted some nearby trees. "Sorry about this," he said, with a wry smile that I recognised of old. "Do you still want to come back to my place?" "My folks are away," he added. My stomach juddered, and I said casually, "Asher, I might as well come back with you. The night is young, ha ha ha." "What are you doing? Get off my case. He's just a friend." Even though I lived at home with my parents, I couldn't help a stab of scorn that Chris did too. Because he was a man. I found something very namby-pamby about a man living in the family home. As if he should still call his mother Mammy. As if he had to hand over his wage packet every Friday evening and ask permission to go down to the pub for a couple of pints with the lads. As if his mother was a religious crazed lunatic who kept the curtains drawn and had little red lights burning to the Sacred Heart in every one of the tiny, musty, whispery, lace mantilla-packed rooms. Luckily, the Hutchinson ancestral family home was nothing like that. It showed signs of suburban affluence, extensions and conversions, conservatories and patios, microwaves and camcorders, and not a single red light burning to the Sacred Heart. Chris took me into the kitchen, and while he boiled the kettle, I sat at the breakfast bar, of course they had a breakfast bar, and swung my legs to show that I was relaxed and not sick with a combination of half dread, half anticipation. I knew I'd die if something happened with him, and that I'd die if something didn't. I could hear Josephine's voice warning me. "Your instinct is to look for someone to fix you, a man, probably any man." But then I looked at Chris, at the way his jeans hugged the back of his hard thighs, and I thought, fuck Josephine. Chris wasn't just any man, he was far more than averagely attractive. And he and I had so much in common, so much shared experience. If we were allowed to have a relationship, we'd be perfect together. He sat on another of the stools at the breakfast bar and pulled himself very close to me. We sat with our knees touching. Then he made me jump by shifting his thigh so that it was positioned between both my knees, just nudging in. I was embarrassed by how loud my breathing sounded. We'd sat that way many times at the Cloisters, and it had been perfectly safe. But we weren't in the Cloisters anymore. "Now then," Chris said, with a smile that made my intestines curdle, "there's something I've been meaning to do for the past 2 months." And then he kissed me. Chapter 63. I knew it was the wrong thing for both of us. I strongly suspected that he didn't even fancy me, but I was determined to do it anyway. I shouldn't have. It was one of those nightmare sex sessions when you both realise about 3 seconds into it that it's a terrible, terrible mistake. And in those circumstances, with 12 stone of grunting male pinning you to the mattress, how do you make your excuses and leave? You can't just pretend that you've seen someone you know on the other side of the room. Oh no, you can't just look at your watch, gasp and mutter something incoherent about your flatmate having no key to get in. Fat chance. You're there for the duration, and you've just got to grit your teeth and get on with it. As soon as we took off our clothes, which was an ordeal in itself, any passion ebbed away. I just knew he'd gone right off me. I could almost smell his panic. And I'd gone right off him too. He was all wrong, too small. No matter what I felt about Luke, there was no denying that he had a fine body. In comparison, Chris was lacking in every department. And I mean every. We were both too polite to call a halt to proceedings. It was like having had a massive dinner, then turning up at your friend's house to find that she's prepared an elaborate 8-course meal for you, which you have to eat, even though you feel as if you're going to puke with each mouthful. Sick with misery, I watched him do the condom thing. If you're not slightly delirious with passion, a grown man covering his lad with a piece of cling film just seems plain mad. Then we both reluctantly indulged in a short bout of play acting, nipple sucking, that kind of thing, very half-hearted. Then he clambered on top of me for the main event. It felt very, very wrong to be penetrated by a penis that wasn't attached to Luke. But at least events were moving on, and it would be over soon. Wrong. It lasted forever. Will he ever come, for Christ's sake? I begged the universe as he pounded away on top of me. Naturally, there was no chance that I'd come, but I faked in the hope that if he'd been waiting for me, he might just hurry up and bring it to a conclusion. And still he pumped, and it was starting to hurt. I'd probably go home with blisters. Then it occurred to me that he might be one of those men who feel they haven't satisfied a woman until she's come several times. So I faked a couple more to speed him on his way. And still he kept going. And a long, long time later, he stopped. Not with a deep groan, a few death-throw spasms, and wearing an expression like he just got an almighty kick in the bollocks, but with a slowing down and a marshmallow-esque texture to his willy. That was nothing less than an admission of failure. "Sorry, Rachel," he muttered, not looking at me. "It's okay," I replied in an undertone, not looking at him either. I would have left, except I didn't have enough money for a taxi, and I didn't want to ask him for a lift, and besides, what good would it have done, seeing as the car had been stolen? He pulled the condom off himself, threw it into his wastepaper basket, then switched off the light and turned his back on me. I had expected nothing else. Luke and I used to go to sleep wrapped around each other, I remembered mournfully. As I lay in the darkness, I suddenly felt hungry. I should have eaten my refried beans. Too late now. I slept horribly, and when I woke at about 6:30, my feelings of failure were so acute that I couldn't bear to be there a moment longer. I grimly got dressed, picked up my bag, and made for the door, then hesitated, as I realised I had absolutely nothing else in my life that was good. I rummaged in my bag until I found a pen, wrote my phone number on a piece of paper, and put it on his pillow. I didn't dare do the trick I did to Luke of scrunching it up into a ball, throwing it into a bin and saying, "There, that saved you the bother," because in this case it would be the truth. "I'll ring you," Chris murmured sleepily. Of course he wouldn't. I might have been drug-free, but nothing else had changed in my life. I stood at the bus stop, and people on early starts looked at my fancy-me clothes and sniggered. Except for a teenage boy who thought I was fair game, followed me up the stairs and sat behind me murmuring, "Knickers, knickers, I saw your knickers," in so low an undertone that at first I thought I was imagining it. I was afraid to move seats in case people looked at me again. When I got off the bus, the driver winked and said, "You'll have some explaining to do to your mammy." I ignored him, stepped onto the footpath and swore to myself, I won't look up. But the instinct was too strong to resist, and I lifted my head. Sure enough, the revolting knicker-obsessed boy was leering down. I wrenched my eyes away, but not before I had deduced from his hand gestures that he was planning to have a good old wank for himself in my honour. I began the short walk home, feeling dirty. I was greeted by my mother in a manner that reminded me why I had left home in the first place. Wild-eyed and benight-dressed, she shrieked, "Where in God's name have you been? I was on the verge of ringing the guards." "I stayed in Mrs. Hutchinson's." I thought if I said Mrs. Hutchinson's, it would sound a lot more benign than, "I stayed with Chris and we attempted to have sex, but he couldn't sustain an erection." "I stayed in Mrs. Hutchinson's and I would have come home except their car was stolen and he had to ring the insurance and the coppers and report it." I talked quickly, hoping to distract her from her me-directed rage with the story of the stolen car. "Philomena and Ted Hutchinson are in Tenerife," she hissed. "You were there on your own with him." "Actually, Mum, I was. I agreed cheerily. I was tired of all this. I was an adult. And with that, she went ballistic. She tried to hit me, throw a hairbrush, sit down, stand up, and burst out crying all at once. "You slut!" she screeched. "Have you no shame, and him a married man? And what about his 3 children? I suppose you gave no thought to them." The paralysing shock must have shown on my face, because she exclaimed, "You didn't even know, did you? Well, what kind of bloody idiot are you? A bloody useless, selfish fool who always does the wrong thing." Her face was puce and she was breathing hard. I'd gone cold with horror. "I bet you don't even know he was forced to leave the Cloisters the first time he was there," she screamed, "because he was caught having intercourse with a married woman in one of the bathrooms. And will I tell you what galls me?" "No," I said, but she told me anyway. "It was bad enough, the right show you made of me with your drugs, carry on. But now you have to go and do this. You were always a selfish brat. I haven't forgotten the time you ate poor Margaret's Easter egg. You do these things deliberately to spite me." I ran out of the room and up the stairs, while she stood at the bottom, screeching up after me. "Selfish, self-centred pup. Well, you can just get out and you needn't bother coming back. Go on, pack your bags and go. It'll be a relief to me if I never see you again, tormenting me like this." I was shaking with shock. I'd always hated fights, and the force of my mother's rage was horrifying. I'd long suspected she found me a big disappointment, but it was excruciatingly painful for it to be confirmed. Not to mention what she told me about Chris. I could hardly believe it. He was married, with 3 children. He was obviously separated, but that didn't make it any better. I couldn't stop thinking about how he didn't fancy me enough to come. His rejection felt terrible, but in conjunction with my mother's rage, it was too much. But I knew exactly what I would do. First, I was going to change my clothes. Then I was going to beg, steal, or borrow lots of money and go out, buy a shitload of drugs, take them, and feel better. I stumbled into my bedroom and slammed the door, shutting out Mum's hysterical voice. The curtains were drawn and someone was in my bed. No, 2 people, Helen and Anna. Again! Why couldn't anybody in this house sleep in their own bloody bed? I wondered wearily. And why were Helen and Anna there together? They were supposed to hate each other. They were both deep in slumber, curled up like 2 kittens, cute and sweet, their long black hair tangled across the pillow, their spiky eyelashes throwing shadows on their smooth little faces. I switched on the light, which caused immediate uproar. One of them sat up in shock. "I was asleep!" "Turn off the feckin' light," the other one ordered. "No," I said. "This is my room and I need to find things." "Whore," muttered Helen, and leapt out of bed and began rummaging around in her bag. "Are you okay?" Anna asked. She sounded surprised. "Fine," I said shortly. "Here," said Helen, handing Anna a pair of sunglasses. "Put them on so we can go back to sleep." Helen put on a pair also, and they lay in bed wearing their sunglasses, looking like the Blues Brothers. "So," said Helen conversationally, "did you ride your man?" "Yes," I said shakily, then paused. "And no." Helen raised an eyebrow from behind her shades. "Yes and no? Blowjobs?" I shook my head. I was sorry I'd said anything because I didn't want to talk about it. "Can I just remind you," Helen persisted, "that anal penetration does count as riding?" "Thank you, Helen." "So was it?" "Was it what?" "Anal penetration." "No." "Don't you like it?" "I don't mind it. I'd never actually done it, but I wasn't going to admit that to my much younger sister. I should have been telling her about such things, not the other way around." "I swear by it," she murmured. Chapter 64. I cleared my mother's purse of money, netting about 130 quid. She must have just got her housekeeping. Then I blew the dust off her credit card and took that for good measure. I hesitated about stealing money from Anna, but as luck would have it, she only had 8 pence in her little madras pouch. Helen slept with her money under her pillow, so there wasn't any point trying to shake her down for anything. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. I was in the grip of such a strong compulsion that I couldn't stop myself. I had to get my hands on some Valium and some coke. That was all I could think of. I was being torn apart by my mother's terrible words, and it was inconceivable that I stay with the pain. I was hardly aware of the dark journey into town. My blood was up, every atom in my body was screaming for chemicals, and there wasn't any force in the universe that could have talked me out of it. I had no idea where I'd buy drugs, but I sensed I had a better chance in town than hanging around at the end of my road in suburban Blackrock. I'd heard that central Dublin had a bad drug problem. Naturally, I was hopeful. When I got off the train, I wondered where to head for. A nightclub would have been ideal, but precious few were open at 9 o'clock in the morning. A pub would be my likeliest bet. But where? Which one? And why weren't any of them open? I walked and walked, fear growing, need expanding. It reminded me of one time when I'd been dying to go to the loo and nowhere was open. Running around the streets, looking for a bar or cafe that might let me in, becoming more and more desperate as the buildings shut their doors and closed their faces against me. Nowhere, literally nowhere, that could help me. Once again, I experienced those same feelings of helplessness, frustration, and unbearable, excruciating need. To my stomach-chilling alarm, every pub I went to was shut. Go home. Go fuck yourself. What time do the pubs open? I blurted at a man hurrying to work. 10:30, he answered, startled. All of them? I croaked. Yes. He nodded, giving me a funny look that in different circumstances would have made me cringe. Wasn't Ireland supposed to be a nation of pissheads? I thought in confusion. What kind of nation of pissheads has the pubs opening at 10:30 when the day was nearly over? More by luck than judgment, I found myself on a long street which appeared occasionally on the news as an example of deprivation and violence. About 2 people a year were shot in Dublin, usually on that very street. Apocryphal stories abounded about suburban middle-class citizens who'd strayed there by mistake and were offered drugs 184 times along a 10-yard stretch. Bingo. But you can never get a dealer when you need one. Maybe it was too early for them to be up. For ages I traipsed up and down past graffiti-covered blocks of flats. Crooked, wobbly pictures of giant syringes with a red cross through them and big "Pushers Out" signs were painted onto every gable end, which indicated I was in an area where drugs were sold. But nobody approached me, wrestled me to the ground and forcibly injected me with heroin, the way news reports would have you believe happened constantly. I had yet to meet a dealer who offered free samples and test drives of their products, but they most definitely existed in tabloid land. Or perhaps I should find the local school where, of course, there would be busloads of dealers, all loitering and hawking their wares, as if in a Moroccan souk. Eventually, after I'd been scurrying up and down for a full hour, I forced myself to stop and wait. Just wait. Simply idle on a corner and look desperate with need. People looked at me suspiciously. It was horrible. Everyone knew why I was there, and their disgust was palpable. To be less conspicuous, I sat down on a filthy flight of concrete steps, outside a block of flats that looked like a war zone. But then a woman came out with several children and grimly told me, "Get up." I did. Fear broke through the madness of my craving. The woman was hard and frightening, and there were probably more like her. I'd heard about vigilante groups they had in underprivileged areas like this one. A voice in my head urged me to leave, to go home. I felt dirty, embarrassed, ashamed, and scalp-crawlingly scared. But frightened and all as I was to stay, I was more afraid to leave. I stood up again, leant against a wall, looked neededly at passers-by, and quailed as one by one they threw filthy expressions at me. Finally, a boy spoke to me. In a few short sentences, in language we both understood, I conveyed that I wanted a lot of cocaine, and he seemed to be in a position to help. And some downers, I added. Temazepam? Fine. The coke will take a while. How long? I asked anxiously. Maybe a couple of hours. Okay, I said reluctantly. And I get a hit of it, he added. Okay, I mumbled again. Wait in the pub at the end of the road. He relieved me of £80, which was daylight extortion, but I was in no position to negotiate. As he haired off, I was gripped with the conviction that I'd never see him, the coke, or the money again. I fucking hated this. There were a few people, all men, in the pub. The atmosphere was macho and hostile, and conversation entirely ceased as I ordered a brandy. For a horrible moment I thought the barman was about to refuse me. I sat in the furthest corner, hoping the brandy would calm my agitation. But when I finished it, I still felt terrible, so I had another. And another. Avoiding eye contact, willing time to pass, I sat, sick and edgy, drumming my fingers on the brown formica table. Whenever I remembered my awful night with Chris, or what my mother had said, I took another swig of brandy and concentrated on what it would be like when I'd got my hands on the coke. After I'd been there ages, a man approached, wondering if I'd like to buy methadone. Keen and all as I was to achieve oblivion, I knew that methadone could be fatal to the uninitiated. I wasn't that desperate, yet. Thanks, but someone is already getting me some stuff, I explained, terrified of offending. That'd be Tiernan, the man said. I don't know his name, I said. It's Tiernan. Over the next hour, every person in the pub tried to interest me in buying methadone. Clearly they'd had a bumper harvest that year. My eyes were constantly trained on the door as I waited for Tiernan to reappear. But he didn't. Despite the brandy, my panic picked up again. What would I do? How would I get drugs now that I'd given away so much money? Another possibility broke through into my consciousness. It suddenly seemed like a merciful release that Tiernan had done a bunk with the money. You could get up and go now. Go home. Sort things out with your mother. This isn't irreversible. But then my thoughts swung back again. I couldn't imagine anything being all right ever again. I was too far down the path I was on to be able to make my way back. I ordered yet another brandy. So that I didn't have to be alone with my own head, I eavesdropped on the conversations around me. They were mostly extremely dull, all about machinery and involving the sentence. So I took it up to the brother-in-law for him to have a look at it. Occasionally, though, they were interesting. There was a nice one about ecstasy. I'll swap you 2 mad bastards for 1 Holy Ghost, a tattooed man offered a raw youth. No, the raw youth shook his head adamantly. I'm happy with my Holy Ghost. So you won't swap? I won't swap. Not even for 2 bastards? Not even for 2 bastards. You see? The tattooed man turned to the other tattooed man beside him. People everywhere are saying they'd rather have 1 Holy Ghost instead of 2 mad bastards. Holy Ghosts give a cleaner, whiter buzz. At least I thought that's what he'd said. At about 2 o'clock, although time had ceased to have any meaning between the trauma and the brandy, Tiernan returned. Did you get? I asked anxiously. My breath shortened when he waved a small bag of whitish powder at me. I itched to hold it, but Tiernan was very proprietorial. I get a line, he reminded me. Okay, I gasped, fizzing with rush lust. Hurry up. In full view of everyone in the pub, he chopped 2 gorgeous fat lines on the formica table. Fearfully, I looked around to see if anyone minded, but they didn't seem to. He rolled up a tenner and neatly hoovered up one of the lines, the bigger, I noticed angrily. And then it was my turn. My heart was already pounding in joyous anticipation. I bent over the coke. It felt like a mystic moment. But just as I was on the verge of sniffing, I heard Josephine's voice. You were killing yourself with drugs. The Cloisters has shown you another way of living. You can be happy without drugs. I wavered. Tiernan looked at me quizzically. You don't have to do this. You can stop right now, and no harm will have been done. I hesitated. I'd learnt so much in the Cloisters, made such progress with myself, admitted I was an addict, and looked forward to a better, healthier, happier future. Did I want to throw it all away? Well, did I? I stared at the innocent-looking white powder, arrayed in a wobbly little line on the table in front of me. I had nearly died because of it. Was it worth continuing? Was it? Yes. I bent over my cocaine, my best friend, my saviour, my protector, and I inhaled deeply. Chapter 65. I woke up in hospital. Except I didn't know it was a hospital, not at first. It was only when I saw the drip going into my arm and smelt the disinfectant that I understood. I had no idea how I'd got there. But I had the bleakest feeling of come down I'd ever felt. Like I was standing right on the most desolate edge of the universe, staring into the abyss. Emptiness all around me, emptiness deep within me, all so horribly familiar. I hadn't felt like that for over 2 months. I'd forgotten how really, truly unbearable it was. And of course, the first thing I craved to make it go away was more drugs. What happened, I wondered. I had a vague memory of lurching through the bright evening streets with my new best friend Tiernan, and going to another pub and drinking more and snorting more, taking a handful of my temazepam when slight paranoia kicked in. I remembered dancing in the new pub and thinking I was the most brilliant dancer in the whole world. Christ, how mortifying. Then I'd gone with Tiernan to another pub where we'd got more coke, then another pub, then maybe another. I had a vague memory, but I wasn't sure. And after that we'd gone with 3, or was it 4, of his mates to someone's flat. It had been dark by then, and we'd taken a couple of E's each. Apart from a flash of a nightclub-type scene that may have been real or imagined, I remembered absolutely nothing else. I could hear someone crying, sobbing their eyes out. My mother. Reluctantly, I opened my eyes, and it just added to the feelings of overall weirdness when I saw that it was Dad who was in floods. "Don't," I croaked. "I won't do it again." "You said that before," he heaved, his face in his hands. "I promise," I managed. "It'll be different this time." Apparently I'd been knocked down by a car. According to the driver, I'd rushed right out in front of her, and she'd had no way of avoiding me. The police report described me as crazed. The people I'd been with had run away and left me lying on the road. I was told that I was extremely lucky. Apart from a huge bruise on my thigh, there wasn't anything wrong with me, except that I was losing my mind. Flattened by a rock-heavy slab of despair, I wished, longed, yearned to be dead. I was an utter failure, the biggest loser ever created. Tears trickled down the sides of my face and onto the pillow. No one loved me. I'd been thrown out of my home because I was stupid and useless. I couldn't ever go back there, and frankly, I didn't blame my mother. Because, as well as all my other terrible faults, I'd relapsed. That was the worst part. I despised myself for all the money Dad shelled out on me going to the Cloisters. I'd let everyone down. Josephine, the other inmates, my parents, my family, even myself. I wanted to disappear off the face of the earth, to die and dissolve. I went to sleep, grateful to check out of the living hell my life had become. When I woke up, Helen and Anna were sitting by my bed, eating the grapes someone had brought me. "Fucking pips," Helen complained, spitting something into her hand. "Haven't they heard of seedless grapes? Welcome to the 20th century. Oh, you're awake." I nodded, too depressed to speak. "Jesus, you're really bad," she commented cheerfully. "Ending up in hospital again from taking drugs. Next time you might die." "Stop," Anna elbowed her. "Well, you needn't worry," I managed to drag the words out. "It won't be your concern anymore. As soon as I'm well enough to get out of here, I'm going far, far away, where you'll never have to see me again." I planned to disappear, to punish myself with an empty, lonely half-life, wandering the earth, welcome nowhere. "Listen to the drama queen," Helen said. "Stop," Anna wailed, distraught. "You don't understand," I informed Helen, my heart breaking from my almost orphan status. "Mum told me to get out and never come back. She hates me. She's always hated me." "Who? Mum?" Helen sounded surprised. "She makes me feel completely useless," I managed to say, even though the pain nearly killed me. There was much mirth and scoffing from the pair of them. "You?" Helen derided. "But she's always telling me I'm hopeless for failing my exams twice and having a poxy job. Every second day she tells me to get out and never come back. At this stage, I worry when she doesn't." "It's true, I swear." She nodded at my disbelieving face. "No, it's me she really hates," Anna said. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought she was boasting. And she can't stand Shane. She's always asking why he doesn't have a company car. Why doesn't he have a company car? Helen asked, just out of curiosity. Because he doesn't have a job, stupid, Anna said, rolling her eyes. My spirits lifted an atom or two. I tentatively began to think that maybe I wouldn't commit suicide or run away to sea just yet. That perhaps all wasn't entirely lost. Is she really mean to you? I croaked. Or are you only trying to be nice? I don't do nice, Helen said scornfully. And yes, she's horrible to both of us. It was glorious for that terrible apocalyptic depression to lift, even momentarily. Helen awkwardly pawed at my hand, and I was so touched by her attempt at affection that tears came to my eyes for the 89th time that day. She's a mother, Helen told me wisely. It's her job to shout at us. She'd be stripped of her badge if she didn't. It's nothing personal, Anna agreed. She thinks if she gives out shite to us that we'll make something of ourselves. Not just you. She does it to all of us. Except Margaret, the three of us said in unison. I was feeling better enough to call Margaret a lickars 20 or 30 times. Lickars, we all agreed. Yeah, lickars, the big lickars. So you mean you got wrecked just because Mum told you to get out and never come back? Helen endeavoured to understand. I suppose, I shrugged, embarrassed at how puerile that sounded. You thick-looking wuss, she said kindly. Just tell her to feck off like I always do. Or ask her who's going to mind her in her old age. I'm not like you, I pointed out. You'd better learn to be, Helen suggested. Toughen up. You're too much of a baba. You can't go round nearly getting killed every time Mum or anyone shouts at you. You won't last 5 minutes. That was the warning Josephine had given me. I suddenly understand what she'd meant when she'd mentioned my unresolved tension with Mum. I'd nodded and agreed, but I'd forgotten all her advice the minute some of said unresolved tensions raised their head. I'd failed my first test in the real world. I'd know better the next time. When she goes mad at you again, ignore her. Helen beamed encouragingly, reading my thoughts. So what if she tells you you're crap? You've got to believe in yourself. Anyway, she doesn't even mean it, Anna chipped in. Only with you, Helen said to her. The black cloud of misery lifted. Discovering that my sisters felt as picked on by Mum as I always had was a help. They regarded it as amusing sparring, but I'd taken it far too much to heart, and I'd better stop. Do you feel better now about Mum? Anna asked gently. She only lost the head because she was afraid when you didn't come home. That night she was hysterical thinking you might take drugs with that Chris. People say things they don't mean when they're worried. She added sheepishly, I was worried myself. Clean and serene, that's you, isn't it, Anna? Helen stretched and yawned. How long is it since you've had a drug? Never you mind, Anna said haughtily. Then a squabble broke out, but I hardly heard them, because I was suddenly assailed by guilt and shame. Different guilt and shame. This was guilt and shame about what I'd done to Mum. Of course she'd been worried, I realised with horrible clarity. I'd only been out of the Cloisters less than a week. I was an addict. It had been my first trip to the outside world with a person who was a well-known bad influence, and I hadn't come home. If she'd thought the worst, she had been well within her rights. She'd accused me of being selfish, and she was right. I was so wrapped up in myself and Chris that I couldn't see how frightened for me she'd been. I resolved to humbly apologise as soon as I saw her. I was starting to feel quite good, until I remembered that my fight with Mum wasn't the only thing weighing heavy on my brain. I'm a failure, I reminded Helen and Anna. I took drugs. So what? They clamoured. So what? I thought in disgust. They clearly had no idea how serious the situation was. Just don't take them again, Helen shrugged. It's like being on a diet. Just because you go mental and eat 7 Mars bars one day doesn't mean that you can't start your diet again the next day. All the more reason to, in fact. If only it was that simple, I said sadly. It is that fucking simple, Helen said, sounding irritated. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Fuck off, I muttered. Fuck off yourself, she replied equably. She made it sound so reasonable, as if I just overreacted. Maybe I had overreacted, I thought hopefully. That would be wonderful, to find out that everything was salvageable. Mum arrived in the room after Helen and Anna had left. I sat up in the bed, nervous and anxious to apologise, but she beat me to it. "I'm sorry," she said, abject misery on her face. "No, I'm sorry," I insisted, a lump in my throat. "You're right. I was selfish and thoughtless, and I'm mortified about worrying you so much, but I won't do it ever again, I swear." She came and sat on my bed. "I'm sorry for the terrible things I said." She hung her head. "I overreacted, but it's just my way. I didn't mean any harm. It's only because I want the best for you." "I'm sorry for being such a bad daughter," I said, feeling deeply ashamed. "You're not," she exclaimed. "You're not at all. Weren't you always a pet, the most affectionate, the best of the lot of them?" "My baby," she wailed, flinging herself around me. "My little girl." A torrent of tears gushed from me at her words. I fell into her arms and sobbed as she stroked my hair and shushed me. "I'm sorry about Margaret's Easter egg," I eventually managed to say. "Don't!" Mum exclaimed wetly. "I could have cut my tongue out the minute the words were said." "And I'm sorry for embarrassing you by being a drug addict," I said humbly. "You're not to be," she said, wiping my tears away with the sleeve of her cardigan. "Sure, it could be miles worse. Hilda Shaw is having a baby, another one, and she's still not married. And wait till you hear." She suddenly dropped her voice to hushed tones, even though there was only me and her in the room. "Angela Kilfeather is after deciding she's a lesbian." Seriously? Well, fair play. But under the circumstances, it was better if I didn't say it. "And parades up and down the road, French kissing her." Mum paused, almost unable to say it. "Girlfriend. Sure, a drug addict is nothing compared to that. Margaret Kilfeather probably thinks I'm dead lucky." Chapter 66. As soon as I was liberated from hospital, Dad said that someone called Nola had rung me. Blonde, glamorous, beautiful Nola, who'd come into the Cloisters for the NA meetings. Thank you, God, I thought with shaky, heartfelt relief. I had to start going to my support groups, but I didn't want to go on my own. I rang her back and, mortified, told her about my relapse. She didn't give out to me. Just like the 2 times I'd seen her in the Cloisters, she was really nice, if a bit scatty. I soon found out that Nola was always really nice, if a bit scatty. She said that maybe I'd needed to relapse to find out I didn't want to anymore. It was a bit complicated, but as it didn't involve me being pilloried, I was happy to go along with it. "Forgive yourself, but don't forget," she urged. She took me to an NA meeting in a church hall. It was my first trip to the outside world since that terrible day with Tiernan, and I was wobbly and paranoid, and petrified of running into Chris, still smarting as I was from the memory of that humiliating night. Luckily, he was nowhere to be seen. The meeting was quite different from the ones in the Cloisters. There were a lot more people, all of them friendly and welcoming. And instead of just one person describing their drug-taking past, several people spoke about what was happening in their current day-to-day lives, how they were managing to cope with jobs and boyfriends and mothers without taking drugs, and they were coping. Sometimes when people were talking, they could have been describing me. I knew exactly what they were getting at when they said things like, "I compared my insides with everyone else's outsides." It gave me great hope. Not to mention that Mad Francie had been right about the ridey lads. "Don't even think about it," Nola said with a warm smile when she caught me looking sidelong at one of them. After the meeting she asked, "What were you up to, giving all the boys the hairy eyeball?" So I spilled my guts about my awful experience with Chris. The dreadful inconclusive sex, the suspicion that he hadn't even fancied me, the fear that he fancied Helen. "And I think the best thing for me to do is to get back in the saddle," I finished hopefully. "Ah, no," Nola said, with a mildness that briefly fooled me. "Sure, what would you want to do that for? Relationships and early recovery are a big mistake. You'll only make yourself miserable." I couldn't have disagreed more. "You're too young and immature to make the correct choices." She made it sound like a compliment. "I'm 27, I objected sulkily. "Aren't you lucky to be so lovely and young?" She beamed, missing the point. Deliberately, I later found out. "All the same," she said jovially, "leave the boys for a while. You're only just out of a treatment centre." That really frustrated me, but she was so nice I couldn't complain. "Do you know something?" she chattered. "This'll give you a good laugh now. But lots of people make the mistake of thinking that NA is like a dating agency." "Francie, you lying wagon. Isn't that a scream? Sure, look what a disaster it was when you went out with an addict who'd only just stopped." Nola looked at me fondly. "It made you relapse. You wouldn't want that to happen again, would you? You've too much respect for yourself." I hadn't, but I liked her so much I couldn't disagree. "I think it hurts more to be rejected by someone I kind of hero worshipped," I struggled to explain. "He was always giving me advice in the Cloisters. He was so wise." "But he wasn't wise," Nola said with innocent surprise. "He was full of shit." I was shocked. I thought she was too sweet to say such a thing. "But he was, though," she said with a little giggle. "Full of it. I'm not saying it's the poor creator's fault, but he didn't behave wisely despite giving you a rake of advice. Talk is cheap, but look at how people behave, not at what they say." "But he was really nice to me in the laughing house," I felt obliged to protest. "I'd say he was indeed," Nola agreed sympathetically, "especially when you were upset." "Yes," I said, wondering how she knew. "Sure, a lot of addicts are very manipulative," Nola said with great compassion. "They can't help picking on people when they're at their most vulnerable. I'd say you weren't the only woman the poor divil was nice to." She said everything in such a mild, vague voice that it took me a minute to understand just how scathing she was. And she was right to be, I realised, as I was blasted with an unwelcome memory of the time Chris had wiped away Misty's tears with his thumbs, in the same way he'd done with mine, and how he'd looked at me to make sure I saw. That had undeniably been some sort of game playing. Haltingly, I told Nola about it. "You see," she said triumphantly, "so get over him. He doesn't sound a bit well, the poor boy, making you think he knows it all when he's no better than you, and so insecure, God love him, that he had to seduce you just to prove to himself you fancy him." Then I remembered the walk he'd taken me for in the garden at the Cloisters, the provocative things he'd said. That had been deliberate, I realised in shock. He'd said those things on purpose, the manipulative bastard. In an instant I was raging. To think I'd blame myself for the crappy sex with him. What a joke! He was far too focused on himself for me to have mattered in any way. "The prick!" I exclaimed, "getting everyone to fancy him just because he feels inadequate, leading me on." "Ara girl, go easy on him," Nola interrupted, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. "Try to remember that he's no different from you, just an addict very early on in a new life." That took the wind out of my sails. "So come on now, calm down," she urged. "Deep breaths, good woman." I was almost annoyed when I found I was calming down. "Forgive yourself," Nola said, just as I realised I had. "It wasn't your fault he rejected you, and forgive him while you're at it." And to my great surprise, the anger I felt for Chris and the hurt he'd inflicted on me just shimmied away. Everything had changed, and I saw him as a poor sap, no more able to cope than I was. He shouldn't have slept with me, but I shouldn't have slept with him either. I wasn't a victim. I'd made the decision to go out with him, even though I'd been warned not to. And if it all went pear-shaped, as of course it had, I was partly to blame. I liked that feeling. Responsible. In control. Anyway, Nola pointed out, you went off him as much as he seemed to go off you. But instead of feeling victorious, I found I was thinking of Luke. "What's up with you now, girl?" Nola asked. "How do you mean?" I asked. "You're looking a bit, I dunno, annoyed." "I had a boyfriend," I found myself saying, my eyes filling with unwelcome tears. "A real boyfriend, I mean." Choking with bile, I told her what a complete bastard Luke had been to me, how he'd humiliated me and hurt me with the terrible things he'd said when he came to the Cloisters. Nola listened sympathetically. "And you still love him?" she said when I finished. "Love him?" I demanded, looking at her as if she'd lost her reason. "I fucking hate him." "That much?" She looked at me compassionately. "No, I mean it," I insisted. "I hate his guts." "Even though he was fierce good to come all that way and help you see how addicted you were to the queer stuff." She sounded amazed. "I think he sounds like a dote." "Oh, don't you start," I said moodily. I'll never forgive him. I hope I won't clap eyes on him until my dying day. That's one part of my life that's well and truly finished. Sometimes, if it's meant to be, people from your old life come back, she said, as if it was meant to be a comfort. If it's meant to be, I mimicked. Well, I don't want him back. Then, flattened by sudden despair, I wailed, but I'll never meet anyone ever again. My life is over. Nola stood up suddenly. Finish that. She pointed at my coffee and threw a couple of quid on the table. And come on. Where? Just come on. Out on the street, rattling keys, she approached a silver, sporty-looking car. Get in, good woman, she ordered me. Fearfully I did as I was told. Where are we going? I asked, as she sped like a mentler through the streets. Something to show you, she muttered. You'll like it. She said nothing more until we came screeching to a stop outside a red brick house. Out you get, she said. Nicely but very firmly. I no longer thought Nola was just a mild-mannered sweetie. She marched at high speed over the gravel, opened the front door of the house and gestured me in. Harry, she called. Harry! I thought Harry must be her dog, because no Irish person was called such a thing. But when a dog didn't come scampering, it dimly occurred to me that Harry was the 9'3", tanned, blonde-haired ride who came into the hall in response to her summons. This is Harry, she said. My husband. I met him when I was 3 years off the queer stuff, when I was 8 years older than you are now. He's pure mad about me, aren't you? She turned to him. He nodded. Pure mad about her. We have a fabulous relationship, she twinkled, because I'd learned how to live with myself before I met him. I was an awful miserable poor idiot until I learnt that. Am I making myself clear? She asked, her face suddenly perplexed. Crystal, I mumbled. Good, she beamed. Great. Sometimes I seem to confuse people. Come on, so I'll drive you home. Every time over the next 12 months, whenever I woke in the middle of the night thinking I would die without ever feeling the touch of a man again, and such occasions were many, I would think Operation Harry, and the panic would abate. After I'd been clean and celibate for a year, I could claim my free Harry. The following day, Nola took me to another meeting. This was in a different church hall, with different people, but the format was the same. Keep coming back, everyone said to me, and things will get better. The day after that she took me to yet another different meeting, and so it continued. Why are you being so nice to me? I asked, a bit alarmed. Sure, why wouldn't I be? She exclaimed. Aren't you a dote? Why? I persisted. Ah, she sighed wistfully. When I saw you in the Cloisters with your cross little face, you reminded me of me. It took me back 7 years to that desperate misery, the confusion and the shock and heebie-jeebies. The minute I clapped eyes on you, I thought, there but for the grace of God go I. I bristled angrily. You're just like I was, she exclaimed fondly. We're no different. That mollified me. I wanted to be like her. I wouldn't be off the queer stuff today if people hadn't been nice to me back then, she said. Now it's my turn. And when you're a bit better, you'll help the new people. I was both touched and irritated. Haven't you a job to go to? I asked the following day, when she arrived to take me to yet another meeting. I'm my own boss, she said reassuringly. Don't worry about me. What do you do? I asked curiously. It turned out she ran a modelling agency, one of Ireland's most successful, and she used to be a model herself. Well, that was lovely news. Learning that she could be an addict, yet have a glamorous, successful career, ameliorated the feeling that I belonged to an underclass of losers. There's a pile of us recovering addicts with fierce, successful careers, she said. When you're a bit better, you'll probably have one too. However, I found that hard to believe. Chapter 67. Whenever Nola caught me talking to a man, she sabotaged it by telling him, Don't go near this one, she's stone mad, got herself knocked down and nearly killed, she's only a couple of weeks off the snow. Then whisked me away. Instead, she introduced me to lots of women addicts, of whom I was initially wary. But as the weeks passed, I found that in the same way that I'd ended up being really fond of everyone in the Cloisters, I'd started to think of some of the NA people as friends. I met Jeannie, the skinny, good-looking girl who'd run the NA meeting at the Cloisters the night I'd faced my addiction for the first time. And I got pally with a chain-smoking butcher. That was what she did for a living, not what she did for a hobby, who went by the unfortunate name of Gubnut. "No wonder I'm an addict," she said, when she introduced herself to me, with a name like that. Then she dissolved into a fit of coughing. "Holy Jesus," she said, her eyes watering. "Give me my fags." After a while I found I'd fallen into a routine of going to a meeting almost every day. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" I anxiously asked Nola. "Ara, no," she said, as I should have known she would. "You took drugs every day. Why not a meeting every day? And sure, it's not forever, only till you get better." "But," I shifted uncomfortably, "shouldn't I get a job? I feel so guilty not working." "Not at all," she scoffed, as if the mere suggestion was hilarious. "What do you want to work for? Lie out in the garden, get a tan. Sure, this is the life, girl." "But, and what would you do? You don't know what you want to do with your life," she said, as if that was something to be proud of. "You will eventually. Anyway, aren't you getting the dole?" I nodded cagily. "Well then," she sang, "you've enough money to survive on. Think of this as a convalescence, like getting over a bad dose of the flu, a flu of your emotions, and in the meantime get a colour on your legs." "How long," I asked anxiously, "will I have to live like this?" "For as long as it takes," she said airily. Okay, she said quickly to my woe-begone face. "They said a year in the Cloisters, didn't they? Concentrate on getting better for a year, and then you'll see how well you've become. Try and be patient." She was very convincing, but just to be on the safe side, I mentioned to Mum and Dad that I was thinking of getting a job, and the torrent of objections I got from them convinced me that it was okay, at least for a while, to be a layabout. To my surprise, I didn't think about drugs as often as I thought I would, and I was amazed to find I had as much fun with Nola, Jeannie and Gubnut as I'd ever had with Bridget. We went to meetings, to each other's houses, to the cinema. We went shopping together and sunbathed in each other's gardens. Everything normal friends did together, except drink and take drugs. I was very relaxed with them, because they knew how bad I'd been at my very, very worst, and they didn't judge me. For every story of shame and humiliation I had, they could top it. As well as the meetings, I had sessions with an addiction counsellor on Tuesdays and Fridays. Slowly, my internal landscape altered. I extricated myself from the mesh of preconceptions I had about myself, as though from barbed wire. It was a great day when I understood I didn't have to think I was thick just because I had a very smart sister. My view of my past also changed, as my counsellor demystified childhood situations in the same way that Josephine had. Repeatedly it was pointed out to me that I hadn't been a bad child, that I wasn't a bad person. It was like watching a photo developing very slowly over the course of a year, as I gradually came into focus. As I changed, other things fell into place. I reckoned I was always going to have a great fondness for savoury snacks and chocolate, but the wild swinging between starving myself and stuffing myself had calmed down, without me even having to try. That's not to say that I didn't still have bad days. Things didn't improve in a smooth, straight line. For every 2 steps I took forward, I took 1 step back. There were times when I just wanted to switch off, just to check out of reality for a while. Nothing bad had to have happened. I just got tired of being sentient. Not to mention when the sadness of my wasted years just floored me. There were also bouts of terrible guilt at the hurt and worry I'd caused to so many people. But Nola assured me that when I was better, I'd make it up to them, although I didn't like the sound of that either. It was like living on a roller coaster, because at yet other times I was assailed by rage at drawing the short straw and becoming an addict. As every emotion under the sun bubbled out of me in no particular order, I couldn't have survived without the meetings. Nola and the others comforted, bolstered, reassured, encouraged and calmed me. No matter what I felt, they'd felt it too. And, as they kept saying, "We survived it, we're happy now." They were particularly invaluable during the great G-string wars, which blew up out of nowhere. I thought that, after our hospital bedside reconciliation, my mother and I would never fight again. Wrong. Very, very wrong indeed. Oh, you couldn't even begin to imagine how wrong. What happened was, everyone knows that visible panty line is a bad thing, right? No one wants to have their knickers on display through their jeans, do they? And everyone knows that the solution to this is to either wear no knickers at all or to wear a G-string. Everyone knows this. Wearing a G-string doesn't mean you're a stripper or a brazen hussy. On the contrary, it implies great modesty. But you should have tried telling that to my mother. She appeared in my room all abject and mortified. She had something to tell me, she said. Work away, I cheerfully invited. With a trembling hand, she showed me a small scrap of black lace. I'm sorry, she said, hanging her head. I don't know how it happened, but the washing machine must have shrunk or shredded these knickers. I examined said knickers, found that they were actually a G-string, and that there was nothing wrong. They're fine, I reassured her. They're ruined, she insisted. They're fine, I said again. But they're completely unwearable, she said, looking at me as if I was mad. They're in perfect condition, I said. Look, she commanded, holding it up to the light. This wouldn't cover an ant's backside. She was pointing to the front bit. And as for this, she demonstrated the string which gave the garment its name. What use is this to anyone? What amazes me, she confided, is how it shredded away so evenly, just leaving this nice straight line. You don't understand. Taking the G-string from her, I explained, this isn't for the bum, this is for the front, and this nice straight line here is actually for the back. She stared at me, understanding dawning. Then her mouth began to work convulsively, and her face became dark red. She backed away from me, as if I was highly infectious. Eventually she started to screech, You brazen hussy! That might be the kind of thing they wear in New York, but you're not in New York now, and while you're under my roof you'll cover yourself like a Christian. I felt the old fear take hold. I was shaking and nauseous from the shouting and confrontation. It was horrible. It felt like the end of the world. I legged it from the room wanting to kill myself, kill Mum, run away to sea and ingest handfuls of chemicals. But this time, instead of belting into town and seeking out Tiernan, I rang Nola, and she came and took me to a meeting, where she and others calmed me, told me it was understandable to be upset, reassured me that I'd live through it, that it would pass in no time. Naturally, I didn't believe them. All I wanted to do was take drugs. Course you do, Gubnut coughed, lighting a cigarette. You've never done anything upsetting without getting off your tits. It's dead easy, Nola said soothingly. All you have to do is learn new responses to everything. I couldn't help but laugh. She was ridiculously positive. But it's so hard, I said. Tisn't, Nola sang. It's only new, practice. I'm going to move out of home, I declared. Oh no, they shook their heads at that. Fights are part of life. Far better to learn to live with them. It'll never be okay with Mum again. I was almost disappointed when, in less than a day, the scrap was over and forgotten about. The next Barney you have with her will be even easier, Jeanie said. It gave me grudging pleasure when it turned out she was right. Time continued to pass the way it does, and still I didn't relapse. I felt different, better, calmer. The only bad thing that showed no sign of shifting was the anger I had for Bridget and Luke. I couldn't explain why. God knows all that they'd said was true. But every time I remember them coming to the Cloisters and saying what they did, I felt uncontrollable fury. Everything else in my life improved, though. I no longer had to do things I hated, like steal money, or borrow money with no intention of paying it back, or skip work because I was too sick, or end up in bed with some horrible man that I wouldn't have gone near if I hadn't been out of my skull. I never woke up racked with shame and guilt about the way I'd behaved the night before. I had my dignity back. I wasn't constantly tormented with worry about when I'd next be taking something, or about where to get it or who to get it from. Mine was no longer an existence where I had to lie constantly. Drugs had put a wall between me and everyone else, a wall that wasn't just chemical, but made of secrecy, mistrust and dishonesty. At least now I could look people in the eye because I had nothing to hide. I was no longer tortured by stomach-turning, vague, nameless anxiety or the savage depressions that followed a good night out. That makes sense, Nola agreed. You've stopped putting powerful depressant chemicals into your body. No wonder you feel better. Things that I once would have died before being caught doing brought me great joy, like visiting my butcher friend, making dinner for my family, or going for a walk on the seafront. There was huge pleasure in the simple things. Patrick Kavanagh's advent came to me often, the way it had when I first entered the Cloisters. We have tested and tasted too much, lover. Through a chink too wide there comes in no wonder. And I learnt about integrity and loyalty to my friends. I had to, with Helen around. Whenever she answered the phone to any of the NA people, she'd shout, "Rachel, it's one of your loser junkie friends, one of the ones who wasn't able to hack it." In my previous life, I would have submitted to Helen's or anyone's scorn and terminated contact with the NA person forthwith, but not now. Occasionally, just for the laugh, I'd say, "What are you so afraid of, Helen?" to put the frighteners on her. Until one day, Helen bumped into Nola and me in town. "You're Nola," she said, in palpable disbelief. "But you look..." Nola raised one eyebrow in a questioning gesture that was highly glamorous. "You look normal," Helen blurted. "Better than normal. Lovely. Your hair, your clothes." "That's nothing, girl," Nola said in her sing-song voice. "You'd want to see my car." "And her husband," I added proudly. I never saw Chris at any of my meetings. After a while I stopped looking for him and eventually forgot about him altogether. Until the night Helen approached me, looking awkward and nervous. Immediately I was worried. Helen never looked awkward and nervous. "What?" I barked, racked with anxiety. "I've something to tell you," she said. "I know," I shouted. "That's obvious." "Promise you won't be cross," she beseeched. I realised something really terrible must have happened. "I promise," I lied. "I've got a new boyfriend," she said sheepishly. I almost puked. I no longer wanted him, but I didn't want him riding my sister when he couldn't sustain an erection with me. "And you know him," she said. "I know. He was in your laughing house." "I know. And I know he's not supposed to go out with anyone until he's a year off the jar, but I'm mad about him," she wailed. "I can't help it." "Not jar. Drugs," I said in a daze. "What?" "Chris was in for drugs, not drink," I said, not knowing why I needed to explain this to her. "Chris who?" "Chris Hutchinson, your..." I forced myself to say it. "Fella." "No." She looked really puzzled. "Barry Courtney, my fella." "Barry?" I mumbled. "Barry who?" "You all called him Barry the child in the bin," she said. "But he's no child," she added defensively. "He's man enough for me." "Oh, God," I said weakly. "And what's all this shite about Chris?" she demanded. "Oh, Chris!" she exclaimed. "The one who wouldn't do the anal sex?" "Yes." I watched her. Somehow I knew something had happened. "Did he ever ask you out?" I asked. "And don't lie to me, or I'll tell Barry's counsellor that he's in a relationship and he'll have to break it off with you." I watched the struggle on her face. "Once," she admitted. "Ages and ages ago. He came into Club Mex off his knob on something." I said no, she added quickly. "Why?" I braced myself for pain, but to my surprise felt almost nothing. "'Cause he was a creep," she shrugged, giving everyone that, "oh, you're so special" shit. He didn't fool me. Anyway, I wouldn't go out with someone that you'd fiddled and interfered with. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, mortified. "Because you were having relapses and getting knocked down and nearly killed, and I just thought you'd be better off not knowing," she explained. I had to admit she'd done the right thing at the time. I could handle it now, though. Chapter 68. Autumn whizzed by. The weather got colder and edged into winter. And I found I wasn't angry with Luke or Bridget anymore. I couldn't pinpoint when it happened, because brotherly love and forgiveness don't wake you up in the middle of the night and do Grand Prix laps in your head, the way vengeance and hatred do. You don't lie there at 4 in, grinding your teeth, visualising going up to the people you feel really fond of and shaking them by the hand, and saying, "I'm sorry." No, wait, and saying, "I'm really sorry." Yeah, that'd show them. You don't lie in the pre-dawn, planning that once you've done that, you're going to smile warmly, and for a parting shot ask, "Any chance we might be friends?" Feelings of fidelity don't wash up at the back of your teeth and give you horrible tastes in your mouth. For the first time I saw how horrendous it must have been for Bridget and Luke, living with the chaos I'd created. I felt unbearably sad for all the misery and worry they'd been put through. Poor Bridget. Poor Luke. I cried and cried and cried and cried. And for maybe the first time in my life, it wasn't for me. Suddenly I understood what an ordeal it must have been to get on a plane, come to the Cloisters and say what they'd said. Of course Josephine and Nola and everyone else had been blue in the face telling me this, but I hadn't been ready to face it until now. I'd never have admitted I was an addict if Luke and Bridget hadn't confronted me with the stark truth. All of a sudden, I was grateful. I was cast back in time to the awful final scene with Luke in New York. Now I understood his fury. It had been building up over the weekend. On the Saturday night we'd gone to a party, and while Luke was talking to Anya's boyfriend about music, I wandered towards the kitchen, looking for something, anything, very bored. In the hall I met David, a kind of friend of Jessica's. He was en route to the bathroom with a small but perfectly formed bag of coke, and he invited me to join him. I'd been trying to stay away from it because Luke got so narky, but a free line was too much to resist, and I was flattered that David was so friendly. "Yeah, thanks," I said, quickly belting into the bathroom after him. When I got back to Luke, he slid his arm around my waist. "Babe, where were you?" "You know," I sniffed, "talking to people." I thought I did a pretty good job of hiding my buzz by lurking behind my hair. But Luke pulled me up to look at him, and as soon as he saw my face, he knew. His pupils contracted with anger and something else. Disappointment? "You've been doing drugs," he said. "I haven't." I opened my eyes wide, trying to seem sincere. "Don't fucking lie to me," he said, and stalked off. To my shock, he actually picked up his jacket and left. For a moment I toyed with the idea of just letting him go. Then I could get off my face without anyone breathing down my neck. But things had been so tense with us lately that I was afraid to chance it. I ran down into the street after him. "I'm sorry," I gasped when I caught up with him. "It was only one line. I won't do it again." He turned to me, his face contorted with anger and pain. "You keep saying sorry," he said, his breath making clouds in the freezing February night. "But you don't mean it." "I am sorry," I protested. At that moment I was sorry. I was always sorry when he was angry with me. I desired him most when I thought I was on the verge of losing him. "Oh, Rachel," he groaned wearily. "Come on," I said. "Let's go home and go to bed." I knew he couldn't resist me, that a good ride would shut him up. But when we went to bed, he didn't lay a finger on me. The next day he was his usual affectionate self. He'd forgiven me. He always did, yet I felt unusually depressed, as if I'd done a full 2 grams the night before, instead of just 1 line. So I took a Valium, then 2 or 3 more, and eventually the bleakness dissolved, and I felt wrapped in a warm, fuzzy cradle. That night, Luke and I snuggled up on his couch watching a video. Things were good. Then, out of nowhere, my head filled with the idea of a lovely long line of coke, like the one David had given me the previous night. Instantly, I felt horribly hemmed in by Luke. Shifting around on the couch, I tried to calm down, reminding myself that it was Sunday night. I was having a perfectly lovely time. There was no need to go out and party. But I couldn't shake the desire. I had to leave. Already, I could taste the gorgeous, acrid, numbing coke and feel the glorious rush. I fought it, but it was irresistible. "Luke?" My voice wobbled. "Babe?" He smiled lazily at me. "I think I'd better go home." He looked hard at me, the smile gone. "Why?" "Because," I faltered. I was going to say I felt sick, but the last time I tried that, he'd insisted on taking care of me, making hot water bottles for my imaginary stomachache and forcing me to eat stem ginger for my imaginary nausea. "I've a very early start in the morning, and I don't want to disturb you when I get up," I stammered. "How early?" 6 o'clock. "That's okay," he said. It'll do me good to go into the office early. Oh no, why did he have to be so fucking nice? How was I going to escape? Also, I came out without a clean pair of knickers, I said in desperation. The feeling of being trapped intensified. You can pick them up before work in the morning. His voice was tight. Not with the early start. Panic took hold. It felt as if the walls of the room were moving closer, so I stood up and began to sidle towards the door. No, wait a second. He eyed me in peculiar fashion. You're in luck. You left a pair here and I put them in with my washing. Luke, the laundry guy, saves the day, he added grimly. Sweat popped on my forehead. Look, Luke. I was unable to stop myself. I'm not staying tonight, and that's the end of it. His eyes were hurt, but hard. I'm sorry, I said frantically. I need a bit of space. Just tell me why, he asked. I mean, 5 minutes ago you seemed happy. Was it the video? No. Did I do something? He asked, with what might have been sarcasm. Did I not do something? No, Luke, I said quickly. You're great, it's just me. From his angry expression, it was clear my words were falling on stony ground, but I didn't care. Already I was in the parlour, dancing and doing business with Wayne. I'll ring you tomorrow, I gasped. Sorry. Then I bolted for the door, too relieved to hate myself. In 10 minutes I found Wayne and asked for a gram. Put it on the slate, I forced an anxious laugh. I'll be good for cash in a week. Doesn't matter, he shrugged. You know what they say. Please don't ask for credit, as a bullet in the head often offends. Ha ha, I said, thinking what a fucker he was. I eventually managed to persuade him to give me a 1/4 gram, which was just about enough to lift that stifling sensation and give me a short-lived rush. When I got back from the ladies, he was gone. To my alarm, the bar emptied out as everyone I even vaguely knew left. But it was only 1 o'clock. Where are you all going? I asked anxiously, hoping to be invited along. Sunday night, they said. Work in the morning. Work in the morning? You mean they weren't going on to a party? They were going home to sleep? In a short time I was on my own, all revved up and no one to party with. I tried smiling at the few people left, but not a single person was friendly. Paranoia started to seep in. I'd no money, no drugs, no friends. I was alone and unwanted, but so reluctant to go home. In the end I had to. No one would buy me a drink or loan me money, even though I asked. Humiliated, I slunk away. But when I got in and went to bed, my head buzzed like a chainsaw. It was racing far faster than while I'd been in the parlour. To slow it down, I took 3 sleeping tablets and shortly afterwards decided to try writing some poetry. I'd had a long-term secret suspicion that I might be good at it. Still my head wouldn't switch off, so I took a couple more tablets. All the pleasure of the coke rush was long gone, leaving me trapped with a frantic head. Panicky fear took hold. When would my head stop racing? What if it never did? My terror flitted hither and thither and came to rest on the thought of work the following morning. My heart squeezed with dread. I really had to go. I'd been in trouble so much lately that I couldn't skip it again. I couldn't be late and I had to stop making mistakes. For this, I really desperately needed to go to sleep immediately. But it was impossible. Frantically, I tipped the rest of the sleeping tablets into my mouth. Voices, brightness in my eyes, the bed moving and bumping, blue light, sirens, more voices, bed moving again, whiteness, strange sterile smell. Dumb bitch, a voice says. Who is? I half wonder. Beeping sounds, feet running on corridors, metal banging against metal, rough hand in my chin forcing my mouth open, something plastic on my tongue scraping my throat, suddenly gagging and choking, trying to sit up, being forced back down, struggling to sit up again, retching and heaving, strong hands flattening me back against the table. Make it stop. In less than 24 hours, I was back home at my apartment. To find Margaret and Paul had arrived from Chicago to take me to a rehab place in Ireland. I couldn't understand what all the fuss was about. Apart from feeling I'd been beaten up, was swallowing razor blades and about to die from dehydration, I was okay. Fine almost. It had been nothing more than an embarrassing accident and I was very keen to forget about it. Then, to my surprise, Luke arrived. Yikes! I braced myself to be berated for doing a runner and taking coke on Sunday night. "Hello," I smiled anxiously. "Shouldn't you be at work? Come in and meet my lick-arsey sister Margaret and her awful husband." He shook hands politely with Margaret and Paul, but his face was grim. Trying to put him in better form, I related the hilarious story of coming to in Mount Solomon, puking my intestines up. Tightly, he took me by the arm and into my bedroom. "I'd like a word with you in private," he said. The fury in his eyes surprised me. "How the hell can you make jokes about it?" he asked. "Lighten up." I forced myself to laugh. I was just relieved he wasn't telling me off for doing coke on Sunday night. "You nearly died, you stupid bitch," he spat. "Think of how worried we've all been for ages, not just about this. Think of poor Bridget, and all you can do is laugh about it." "Would you ever relax?" I was all scorn. "It was an accident." "You're insane, Rachel. You really are," he said. "You need help big time." "When did you lose your sense of humour?" I asked. "You're as bad as Bridget." "Bridget says you're going to rehab," he said. "I think that's a great idea." "Are you out of your mind?" I laughed splutteringly. "Me? Go to rehab? Anyway, I can't go away and leave you." I smiled, trying to rekindle our closeness. "You're my boyfriend." He stared at me long and hard. "Not anymore, I'm not." "What?" I went cold with shock. He'd been angry with me before, but never like this. "It's over," he said. "You're a mess, and I wish to Christ you'd sort yourself out." "Have you met someone else?" I stammered. "Don't be so stupid." "Why then?" I asked, dazed. "Is it because I did drugs on Sunday night?" "Sunday night?" he barked with mirthless laughter. "Why pick on Sunday night? But this is about drugs," he continued. "You've a serious habit and you need help. I've done everything I can to help you, persuading you to stop, forcing you to stop, and I'm exhausted." For a moment he did look exhausted, bleak, miserable. "You're a great girl in a lot of ways, but you're more trouble than you're worth. You're out of control and I can't handle you anymore." "Oh no, I wasn't going to be manipulated by him. Break it off with me if that's what you want, but don't blame me." "God," he said angrily, "there's just no getting through to you." He turned to leave. "You're overreacting, Luke," I said, trying to grab his hand. I knew how much he fancied me. I'd always been able to win him over. "Get off me, Rachel." Angrily, he pushed my hand away. "You disgust me. You're a mess, a complete fucking mess." Then he strode out into the hall. "Bye, Rachel," he said, and slammed the front door. Chapter 69. In the days leading up to Christmas, I was very jumpy whenever I went into Dublin city centre. Luke and Bridget were probably home, and I half hoped I'd meet them. Constantly I searched for their faces among the hordes of shoppers. Once I actually thought I saw Luke. On Grafton Street, a tall man with longish dark hair passed me. "1 minute," I muttered to Mum, then belted after him. But when I caught up, after nearly flooring a crowd of carol singers, it wasn't him. This man's face and bum were all wrong, not half as nice as Luke's. It was probably just as well. I had no idea what I'd have said if the man had been Luke. On New Year's Day, about 20 members of my family, plus assorted boyfriends and children, were crammed into the sitting room, watching Raiders of the Lost Ark and shouting, "Show us your lad!" any time Harrison Ford came on screen. Even Mum shouted it, but only because she didn't know what a lad was. Mum, Anna and Claire were systematically ploughing their way through a big box of chocolate Kimberleys, and with each new one they picked up they said, "I can stop any time I want." In the middle of all the hijinks there was a ring at the door. "I'm not going," I shouted. "Neither am I," Mum shouted. "Neither am I," Claire shouted. "Neither am I," Adam shouted. "Neither am I," Anna said as loudly as she could, which wasn't very loud, but at least she tried. "You'll have to go," Helen told Shane, Anna's boyfriend. Shane was now unofficially living with us because he'd been thrown out of his flat. "Oh," he moaned, "it's just getting to the bit where he shoots the knife guy in the bazaar." "Where's Margaret when you need her?" Adam asked. "Lick arse," the whole room chorused. The bell rang again. "Answer it," Mum advised Shane, "if you don't want to be sleeping under a bridge tonight." He stomped out and came back in and mumbled, "Rachel, there's someone at the door for you." I jumped up, expecting it to be someone like Nola, hoping she liked Harrison Ford too. Certain that she would, though. Nola liked everyone and everything. But when I got to the hall, there, hovering by the door, looking nervous and pale, was Bridget. I got such a shock, black patches scudded before my eyes. I just about managed to say hello. Hello, she replied, then tried to smile. In silence we stood looking at each other. I thought about the last time I'd seen her, all those months before, as she was leaving the Cloisters. I thought it might be a good thing if we saw each other, she attempted awkwardly. I remembered the millions of conversations I'd had in my head, where I'd humbled her with pithy put-downs. Oh, so you thought, did you? And tell me, Bridget, why would I want to see the likes of you? You needn't crawl in here expecting me to forgive you, so-called friend. But not one of them seemed remotely appropriate now. Do you want to, I meekly gestured towards the stairs in my room. Okay, she said, and up she went, me following, checking out her boots, her coat, her weight. We sat on the bed and did the how are you bit for a while, followed by the you're looking well thing. And she really was looking well, with streaks in her hair and a groovy New York cut. Are you still off the? She asked. Over 8 months now, I said with shy pride. Jesus. She looked both impressed and appalled. How's New York? I asked, my stomach cramping. What I really meant was, how's Luke? Followed closely by, how did everything go so wrong? Fine. She gave a small smile. Cold, you know. I opened my mouth to ask about him. How's your job? I said instead. Going well, she said. Good, I said heartily. Great. Have you a job? She asked. Me? I barked. Oh God, no. Being an addict is a full-time occupation at the moment. Our eyes met, uncomfortable, alarmed, then speedily flickered away again. What's it like living in Dublin? She eventually broke the silence. Lovely. I hope I didn't sound as defensive as I felt. I've made lots of good friends. Good. She smiled encouragingly, but there were tears in her eyes. Then I felt my throat ticken with tears of my own. Since that day at that place, Bridget began tentatively. You mean the Cloisters? Yes. That old biddy Jennifer? Josephine, I corrected. Josephine then. God, she was awful. I don't know how you put up with her. She wasn't that bad, I felt obliged to say. I thought she was terrible, Bridget insisted. Anyway, she said something to me about how nice it was to have someone to compare myself to, so that I was always the best one. I nodded. I kind of knew what was coming. And, she paused, a tear splashing onto the back of her hand. She swallowed and blinked. And I just thought she was talking shite. I was so angry with you I couldn't see that anything was my fault. It wasn't, I insisted. But she was right, Bridget ploughed on. Sometimes it felt good that you were so out of control. The worse you were, the better I felt about myself. And I'm sorry. With that she burst into noisy tears. Don't be stupid, Bridget. I was trying not to cry. I'm an addict. You were living with an addict. It must have been hell for you. I'm only recently realising how awful. I shouldn't have been so hard on you, she sobbed. Stop it, Bridget, I barked, and she looked up in surprise, her tears shocked into seizing. I'm sorry you feel guilty, but what you said the day you came to the Cloisters, she winced. It was the best thing you could have done for me, I continued. I'm grateful. She demurred. I insisted again. Once more she demurred, and once again I insisted. Do you mean it? She asked. Yes, I really mean it, I said nicely. And I did. Then she gave me a woebegone smile, and the tension lifted. So you're really okay? She asked. I'm great, I said honestly. We were quiet. Then she tentatively asked a question. And do you go round saying you're an addict? Well, I don't stop strangers in the street, I said, but when it's relevant I say it. Like at those meetings you go to. Exactly. She leant closer to me, her eyes gleaming. Is it like that bit in When a Man Loves a Woman, when Meg Ryan stands up in front of all the people and says she's a jarhead? Just like it, Bridget. Except, I added, Andy Garcia doesn't come running up to me at the end and try and drop the hand. Just as well, Bridget smiled suddenly. He's gruesome. Like a lizard, I agreed. A good-looking lizard, mind, she said, but a lizard is a lizard. For a few moments we were pitched back in time and space to when we were best friends, when we always knew what the other was thinking. Then she stood up. I'd better be off, she said awkwardly. I've got to pack. When are you going back? Tomorrow. Thank you for coming, I said. Thank you for being so nice to me, she replied. No, thank you, I said. Any chance of you coming back to New York? She asked. Not in the foreseeable future, I said. I went downstairs to the door with her. Bye, she said, her voice trembling. Bye, I replied, my voice matching hers wobble for wobble. She opened the front door and put one leg outside, turning away. Just as I thought she was gone, she swung back and flung her arms around me, and we hugged each other fiercely. I could feel her crying into my hair, and I would have given everything I ever had to put back the clocks. We stood for a long, long time. Then she kissed me on the forehead. We hugged again, and off she went into the cold night. We didn't promise to stay in touch. Maybe we would and maybe we wouldn't, but things were okay now. That didn't mean I wasn't devastated by grief. I cried for 2 solid days. I didn't want Nola or Jeannie or Gubnut or anyone because they weren't Bridget. I didn't want to go on living if I couldn't have the life I'd had with Bridget. I'll never get over this, I told Nola. You will, of course, and if you're meant to be in her life it will happen. Just be patient. Patient? Patient? That'll be a new emotion for you. Also, you can be proud of yourself for going through that painful encounter and staying drug-free. Chapter 70. On into the spring. I got a job. It was only as a part-time chambermaid in a small local hotel. The money was so bad I'd probably have been better off if I had paid them. But I was delighted with myself. I took pride in arriving on time, working hard, and not stealing any money I found lying on the carpet the way I used to. Most of the other people who worked there were schoolgirls, supplementing their pocket money. I would have found this very humiliating in my former life, but not now. What about going back to school? Jeannie suggested. She was in her second year of a science degree. Maybe do a degree when you know what you want to do. A degree? I was appalled. But it would take too long, maybe 4 years. By then I'd be 32, ancient. But you're going to be 32 anyway, she pointed out calmly. What would I do? I asked, as the impossible, the out of the question, suddenly became not so ludicrous, possibly even. I don't know, said Jeannie. What do you like? I thought about it. Well, I like all this, I said shyly, indicating us. Addiction, recovery, people's heads, their motives. Ever since Josephine had told me she was an addict and an alcoholic, this idea had rattled around in the back of my mind. Psychology, suggested Nola, or a counselling course. Find out, ring up. Then it was the 14th of April, my first anniversary. Nola and the girls made me a cake with a candle. When I went home, Mum, Dad and my sisters had made another cake. You're great, they kept saying. A whole year without a single drug. You're fantastic. The following day I announced to Nola, my year is up, now I can ride rings around myself. Good girl, off you go, Nola said, with a wryness that unsettled me. I soon understood what she'd been getting at when I found there was no one I wanted to sleep with, no one I fancied. And it wasn't as if I didn't meet any men. Apart from the thousands of lads in NA, I'd started going on occasional nights out with Anna or Helen, forays into the real world with real fellas who weren't addicts and who didn't know that I was. It always came as a surprise when they tried to get off with me. Of course, I had to go through the tedium of explaining to them why I didn't drink. But even when they realised there was no hope of getting me into bed by drunken means, they still hung around. One or two of these interested parties were even attractive, wore good clothes and had jobs in bands or in advertising. I certainly wasn't making the most of my liberation from purdah. The trouble was, whenever I thought of going to bed with someone, the person I instantly thought of was Luke. Gorgeous, sexy Luke. But I only spent a fraction of a second reflecting on how gorgeous and sexy he was, before rushing to remember how appallingly I treated him. Immediately I felt very ashamed and sad, not to mention scared to death, because Nola kept telling me to write to him and apologise, which I was far too mortified and afraid to do in case he told me to fuck off. Face him? Nola kept urging. Go on, he sounds like a dote. Anyway, you'll feel so much better. Can't, I mumbled. So what's wrong with these boys who keep asking you out? Nola questioned me when I'd spent a full hour whinging to her. Oh, I dunno, I shrugged irritably. They're either boring or a bit thick, or they've got some other girl hanging around, gazing at them with cow eyes, or they think they're God's gift, or... Even though some of them are good-looking, I acknowledged. That Connacht is very good-looking, but all the same... I trailed off miserably. They're not good enough. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Nola demanded, as if I just invented a cure for AIDS. Exactly, I exclaimed. And I couldn't be arsed wasting my time. I've better things to do. Janie Macaroni, but you've changed, Nola said. Have I? Sure, think of what you were like a year ago, she sang. You'd have slept with anyone to avoid being by yourself. It was a shock to discover that I agreed with her. Had that really been me? That desperate creature, dying for a boyfriend? How things had changed. Didn't I tell you you'd get better? Nola demanded. Stop being so smug, I chastised. It's unbecoming. Do you know what you have? She asked. What's that it's called again? Oh yes, self-respect. Chapter 71. With shaking hands I opened the letter. It was addressed to me, care of Annandale's Hostel for Women, West 15th Street, New York. It was from Luke. I hadn't intended to go back to New York. Ever. But when I came to my 15th clean month, Nola suddenly suggested that I should. No, I said. Do. Then she turned nasty, or as nasty as she could, which wasn't very. Until you make peace with your past, you'll always feel ashamed. So go back to the places you used to go to, make it up to the people you upset. Nola always said nice things like, people you upset, when she should have been saying, people whose lives you almost destroyed. Like Luke. Especially Luke. Nola smiled. The dote, she added. Suddenly I was obsessed with New York, and it seemed I'd no choice but to go. Once I'd made the decision, I realised what I'd suspected for some time. I was still mad about Luke. But I was terrified that he might still hate me, or have forgotten about me, or be married to someone else. It doesn't matter, Nola urged. Either way it'll be healing for you to contact him. The pet, she added with a fond smile. My parents were appalled. It's not forever, I explained. I've got to be back in October to start college. The people who make such decisions had decided to let me have a stab at studying psychology. I danced a happy jig the day I got notification of that news. Will you stay with Bridget? Mum asked anxiously. No, I said. But you've made it up with her, she insisted. I know, I said, but it wouldn't be appropriate. I loved Bridget so much, but for a few reasons I'd have found it hard to be in that apartment as a short-term guest. You'll see her while you're there. Mum still sounded worried. Of course, I'm looking forward to seeing her. Then everything happened very quickly. I borrowed a pile of money, changed most of it into dollars, booked my flight, got a room in a women's hostel because I couldn't afford an apartment, and packed my bags. At the airport, Nola handed me a piece of paper with an address on it. She's a friend of mine in New York. Give her a ring and she'll mind you. She's not a drug addict, is she? I demanded, rolling my eyes exaggeratedly. You only ever introduced me to addicts. Haven't you any nice friends? Give Luke a big kiss from me, she said, and see you in October. New York in July, like being smothered with a wet, warm blanket. It was too much. The smells, the sounds, the buzz from the streets, the multitudes of people, the upbeat brashness, the humid heat trapped in canyon-like avenues, the yellow cabs bumper to bumper in the gridlock traffic, the diesely air hopping with car horns and inventive expletives. The sheer energy of the place was just all too in your face. My first 3 days were spent hiding in my room at the hostel, sleeping and reading magazines, the blinds drawn. I was sorry I'd come. I missed Nola and the others. I missed my family. Jeannie rang from Dublin, and I was thrilled until she asked, "Have you been to any meetings?" No. "Have you rung Nola's friend?" "No." "Have you looked for a job?" "Not yet." "Well, bloody well do it now." So I forced myself to leave the safety of my room and set off walking aimlessly through the hazy heat. Except it wasn't that aimless. In fact, it wasn't aimless at all. It was more what you might call a retrospective of my life in New York, a homage. Here was the place I'd bought the lime green mules I'd been wearing the first night I got off with Luke. There was the building where Bridget worked. Up that way was the old shillelagh. Down there was the nasty garage where Bridget, Luke and I had gone to see Jose's sister in the crappy installation. I lurched around, staggering under the weight of memories. Crippling nostalgia washed over me with every step I took. I passed what used to be the Llama Lounge, but was now a cyber cafe. I walked by the good and dear that Luke had taken me to, and nearly fell to my knees with the agony of what might have been. I walked and walked in ever-decreasing, ever more excruciating circles, until I was eventually able to enter the street where Luke used to live. Slightly pukey from nerves, although it might just have been the heat. I stood outside the building where he once lived, perhaps still did even. I thought about the first time I'd been there, the night of the knees up in the rickshaw rooms. Then I thought about the last time, the Sunday night before my overdose. I hadn't known then that everything was ending. If I had, maybe I would have behaved differently. In the baking street, I ached to go back and change the past. I wanted to be still living in New York, to never have left, to not have been an addict, to still be Luke's girlfriend. For a while I lingered, half hoping Luke would appear, half hoping he wouldn't. Then I realised if anyone saw me, they'd think I was a stalker, so I moved off. At the end of the street, tears blurred my vision so much I was a danger to myself and to others. I leant against a wall and I cried and cried and cried and cried, mourning the past, mourning the other life I might have lived if things had been different. I hope my little walkabout had laid to rest any lingering feelings for Luke. It would have to, because I couldn't pluck up the courage to actually contact him. Instead, I focused my attention on constructing the rudiments of a life. The first thing I did was get a job in a hotel, a small Italian family-run one. Quite nice, apart from the poxy money. Looking back, I couldn't imagine how I'd ever let myself work in somewhere as awful as the Barbados Motel. Then I rang Bridget, nervous yet excited about seeing her. But irony of ironies, she'd gone home to Ireland for her summer holidays. Over the next couple of weeks, things kind of got into a routine, albeit a very dull one. I went to work and I went to meetings, and that was about it. The girls in the hostel were mostly wholesome farmhands from southern states. They answered to great names like Jimmy Jean and Bobby Jane and Billy Jill. I was mad keen to make friends with them, but they seemed a bit frightened and suspicious of everyone except each other. Quite alone and assailed by memories, it was a strange time. Remembering how often I'd gone home with total strangers, I acknowledged how lucky I was. Anything could have happened to me. Being in New York had also unleashed a new cache of nostalgia. The Luke nostalgia in particular actually got worse. When I started to dream about him, I knew I had to see him, at least I had to try. But he was probably going out with someone else, and I didn't think I could bear that. I tried to console myself that he might not have a girlfriend, But why wouldn't he? I asked myself. Even I'd kind of had sex with someone, and I was supposed to have been celibate at the time. I tried to use the excuse that I didn't have Luke's number, but unfortunately I did. What I meant was, I still knew it off by heart, home and work, always assuming he was still working and living where he had been a year and a half previously. That wasn't guaranteed. New York had a lot of through trade. One night when I'd been back about 5 weeks and was lying on my bed reading, I suddenly felt filled with the courage to ring him. With no warning, it seemed like an outrageously feasible thing to do, and I couldn't see what all the fuss had been about. Quickly, before the urge passed, I rushed, purse in hand, to the phones in the hostel hall, almost knocking people to the ground in my haste. Ringing from there was slightly inhibiting, what with Bobby Ann and Paulie Sue queuing up behind me to talk to their pet lambs back home. But I didn't care. Fearlessly I pressed out Luke's number. Then when it began to ring, I went into a panicky spin about what I'd say to him. Should I say, "Luke, prepare yourself for a shock," or "Luke, guess who?" or "Luke, you may not remember me"? Or was it more likely to be, "Luke, please don't hang up"? I was so hyper I could hardly believe it when I got his machine. Living on a prayer, Bon Jovi. After all the trouble I'd gone to, he wasn't even there. Bitterly disappointed, yet undeniably relieved, I hung up. At least I knew he was still living at the same address. However, the whole ordeal of ringing had depleted me something ferocious, so I decided it might be better for my nerves to write to him instead. Also, it meant less chance of him hanging up on me. It took 178 attempts before I settled on a letter that was humble, friendly, and non-proprietorial in the correct proportions. In most of the ones I binned, I'd veered towards acute prostration. I'm not worthy to live on the sole of your shoe. But when I toned the apologies down, I wondered if I sounded too cold, like I wasn't sorry enough. So they got crumpled up and thrown at the wall also. As for the sign-off line, "Yours sincerely," or "Yours most sincerely," or "Thank you for your time," or "With best wishes," or "With warmest wishes," or "Love," or "Lots of love," or "All my love," or "I suppose a ride is out of the question." Which one gave the right message? By then I was so confused I wasn't sure what the bloody message was anyway. "Dear Luke," I wrote, in the letter I eventually posted. "You may be surprised to hear from me. I'm back in New York for a short while, and I would be grateful if you could spare some time to see me. I'm very aware of how badly I treated you when we were going out with each other, and I would appreciate a chance to apologise in person. I'm contactable at the above address. If you don't want to have anything to do with me, I fully understand. Yours sincerely, Rachel (Walsh)." I thought it sounded apologetic without being ridiculous, and friendly without being predatory. I was quite proud of it, until the moment I'd slipped it into the box, when I suddenly saw that it was the most terrible letter ever written. It was a very hard job to force myself to walk away and not hang around to intercept it when the postman emptied the box. I tried preparing myself for the possibility that he might not reply. Maybe he barely remembered me, unless he remembered me all too well and hated my guts, of course, in which case I wouldn't be hearing from him either. 4 days in a row, I lingered by the front desk around the time the post was delivered, and 4 days in a row I was sent away empty-handed. But on the 5th day, I came home from work to find a letter had been shoved under my door. No stamp. Hand-delivered. Luke had replied. I held the envelope in my sweaty paw and stared at it. I was terrified of looking inside. At least he'd gone to the trouble of writing, I comforted myself. Unless it was a page filled with just 2 words, fuck and off. Suddenly, frantically, I was tearing it open. I savaged it, and with a pounding heart scanned the letter inside. It was short and to the point, brusque even. Yes, he said, he'd like to meet me. What about that evening at 8 at Cafe Nero? Any problems? Leave a message on his machine. The tone struck me as unfriendly, not exactly in the spirit of forgiveness and extending the olive branch. The letdown was terrible. I even felt he had a bit of a cheek, until I remembered that if he still carried a grudge, he was entitled to it. but he had said he'd meet me. Unless it was because he'd remembered a few more horrible things that he hadn't got round to saying in the Cloisters, I thought, slumping again. Chapter 72. It wasn't a date. It was more unlike a date than any other encounter I'd ever had, and to treat it like a date would be to trivialise his feelings and my maturity. All the same, I spent hours getting ready. Hours! Should I try to look attractive? Or mature and rehabilitated, I wondered. Try to win him over by making him fancy me again? Or behave in an adult, I'm very different now, way? I decided on the serious, sober approach, tied my hair back, tucked a book on addiction under my oxter, and wondered if Mikey Lou would loan me her glasses. She wouldn't. So I realised I'd have to play the "you used to fancy me once upon a time" card. I tried very quickly to glamour myself up. But I had almost no clothes. 1.5 years of subsistence wages had taken care of that. So there was no great frantic trying on and tearing off of things, no wild flinging of things onto the floor, even while pulling the next volunteer from the wardrobe. Condemned to wear my long denim skirt and a short t-shirt, I was ashamed. Until I realised that that was the way I was now. Simple, straightforward, hiding behind nothing. Badly dressed also. I didn't have to put on a show for Luke. But I piled on tons of makeup. I put my hair up. I took it down. I put it up again. I took it down again. I finally decided to put it up and leave it. Just before I left, I took it down again. I was on time when I arrived at Cafe Nero, but there was no sign of him. Naturally, I suspected that he'd changed his mind about seeing me. I wanted to leave, but forced myself to sit down and order a drink. 10 minutes, I swore. That's all I'm staying. It was utter torment. I was ejector seat jumpy with nerves and kept glancing towards the door, willing him to appear. After the arrival of the 20th person who wasn't Luke, I miserably decided to leave. I fumbled round in my bag for my purse to pay for my mineral water. And then, there he was, coming through the door, talking to the greeter, being told where I was, glancing over at me. It was a tremendous shock to see him. He was taller, bigger than I remembered, more grown up. He still had the long hair and leather jeans, but his face was different, an adult's face. As he strode across the cafe, I tried to read his mood, but his expression was closed. When he reached the table, there was no effusive greeting, no hugs and kisses. He just said curtly, "Rachel, how's it going?" Then swung into the seat opposite, giving me a delicious second or two eye level with his leather-clad crotch before it disappeared below the tabletop. I didn't know how I could ever have thought his appearance was something to ridicule. He was a beautiful-looking man. "Hello, Luke," I managed to say. It was difficult to believe it was really him, Luke, on the other side of the table, close enough to be touched. In a way, it was like 100 lifetimes since I'd seen him. But in another, it wouldn't have seemed all that weird if I'd leant over and held his hand, or if he'd kissed me. At least, that was what I felt. I wasn't so sure he did. He sat in silence, staring at me with a hostile look, and I had to steel myself to be strong. This was going to be harder than I thought. When the waitress came, he ordered a beer, and I indicated I was happy with my water. Then, clearing my throat, launched into my well-rehearsed apology. "Thank you for coming, Luke. I won't take up too much of your time," I spoke rapidly. "This is long overdue, but better late than never. Well, at least I hope that's what you'll think. What I'm trying to say here is I'm extremely sorry for the pain and unhappiness I caused you when we knew each other. I was an awful bitch of a girlfriend, and I don't know how you put up with me, and you were perfectly right to be pissed off with me." How I would have loved a drink. I took another deep breath. I would never have behaved in the terrible ways I did if I hadn't been addicted to drugs. But I know it's no excuse. It certainly doesn't lessen the bad stuff I did to you, just for you to know why I'd behaved so badly. I sneaked a glance at him, impassive in the extreme. React, for God's sake. I was disloyal, I ploughed on, had no integrity. I betrayed you and let you down. It's probably of no interest, but just to let you know that I've changed a lot and I stand by my friends now. Of course, I added, that's precious little use to you now. It would have come in fairly handy 2 years ago when I was the terrible bitch I was. On and on I went, my words falling on the stony ground of Luke's silence. At one stage he shifted himself sideways on his chair and slung his arm along the back of it. In the midst of my abjection, I couldn't help a throb of realisation that he was still a complete ride. Back to the apology. I kept my eyes downcast as I slid my glass around the wet table as if it was a Ouija board. I eventually came to an end. There wasn't anything else I could apologise for, and still he hadn't said anything. Before our meeting I'd been dreading his anger, but it would have been preferable to this impenetrable passivity. Reluctant to sit in silence, I apologised for some things I'd already apologised for. Sorry again about drinking Joey's JD that time. Sorry for embarrassing you. Sorry for upsetting your home life with my addiction. Then I trailed off. There was no point going round for a second lap. I had no option but to leave. I'll be off then, I said humbly. Thank you for coming. Again I pawed for my purse with a view to paying and departing. And then Luke completely threw me off my stride by saying, "Oh, come on, Rachel. Get off the cross. We need the wood." Sorry? I mean, sit down and talk to me, he exclaimed in a peculiar tone that I recognised as forced joviality. I haven't seen you in nearly 1.5 years. Tell me how you're getting on. How's Ireland? It wasn't so much an olive branch as a mere olive, but it was enough. I pushed my bag away and settled back down. Relaxed, uninhibited chat was difficult. The situation was too contrived, and I hadn't had, and wouldn't be having, anything to drink. But I tried. We warily discussed the Irish economy, awkward talk of Celtic tigers, foreign investment and per capita income. We were like two political analysts on the telly. When I got a chance to be funny, I grasped it in the hope of redeeming myself, of changing his memory of me. But there are few laughs to be got out of a healthy economy. Conversation lurched along awkwardly, stopping and starting, making no real progress. I didn't want to leave because being with him was 1,000,000 times better than not being with him, but it was exhausting. Our waitress appeared. Luke ordered another beer and I ordered another water. Her arrival derailed whatever we'd been talking about, and into the silence Luke asked, almost shyly, "Is that all you drink now? Water?" "Yes." "God, you have changed." He smiled. "I have," I said seriously. Then we looked at each other, really looked at each other. The blinds had snapped up off his face, and I could see him, the old Luke, my Luke, for the first time. We held the gaze for a long time, and I was confused because I kept forgetting it was now and not then. "Well," he cleared his throat and broke the mood. "Thanks for your apology." I managed a shaky little smile. "You know," he said, "I thought you wanted to meet up so you could give me hell for what I said that day in your rehab place." "Oh no," I breathed. I was shocked, but at least we were finally talking about the important stuff. Balance of payment deficits weren't really my forte. You were right to say all you said. If you hadn't, maybe I'd still be going around in la-la denial land. "I was sure you hated my guts." His voice was quiet. "Of course I don't," I insisted. "I mean, I didn't now, did I?" "Really?" He sounded anxious. "Really?" I assured him. It was ironic, Luke worrying about whether I hated him. "If it's any consolation, it did my head in saying all those things." He sighed with a great rush. "And doing that bloody questionnaire yoke." "But you had to," I comforted him. "It was for my good." "Man, I hated myself," he replied. "You shouldn't have," I consoled. "But I did anyway," he complained. "But you shouldn't have. I was awful." "Ah, you weren't," he said. "I was." "You weren't. I was." "Well, you were sometimes, I suppose," he eventually agreed. Of course I was. I smiled to hide my kick of discomfort. And it was especially decent to put yourself through the ordeal when we weren't in a serious relationship, when you weren't even in love with me. Hey, I was in love with you, he interrupted in a wounded tone. You weren't, I reminded him. I was. Luke, I'm not giving out to you here, but you told everyone in my therapy group that you never loved me. I have witnesses, I added, with a stab of humour. Oh God, I did, didn't I? He said, rubbing his stubble in a gesture that I recognised from another life. He turned an urgent look on me. I shouldn't have said it, but I was angry, Rachel. I was very angry with you, for the way you treated me, and for the way you treated yourself. I swallowed. It still hurt to hear him say such a thing. Nice to know he had loved me once, I thought. Weird, isn't it? Luke said thoughtfully. How time changes things. One day I'm raging with you. Next thing it's more than a year later, and I'm not pissed off anymore. Thank God, I thought, with shuddering relief. Even though I was angry, of course I loved you, he declared earnestly. Do you think I'd fly 3,000 miles to sit in a spooky room with a crowd of weirdos and trash you if I didn't love you? We both burst out laughing. You trashed me a lot, I said, so you must have really loved me. Oh, I did, he nodded. I really did. Suddenly the mood had lifted. I asked after Gaz and the lads, which led us seamlessly into a series of Do You Remembers. Remember the day of Gaz's tattoo? Wasn't it hilarious the way it got infected afterwards? Remember the time we made popcorn and set the kitchen on fire, and Joey had stolen the fire extinguisher from work? Wasn't it so handy? I'd forgotten about that. I'd forgotten about it too until now. There was a bit of tentative arm-touching as we jogged each other's memories. Delicious, bittersweet, a faint echo of another contact. When we'd done enough reminiscing, I wheeled out my recent achievements like a child showing off her birthday presents. I haven't had a drink or a drug for a year and 4 months, I boasted. Fair play to you, Rachel. Luke smiled with admiration. And I'm going to university, I spelt out slowly for maximum effect, in October. That nearly floored him. Are you really? He goggled. Oh yes, I grinned, to do psychology. Fuck me, he exclaimed. We both ignored the flirt opportunity offered by that remark. Things were different from the way they'd been 2 years before. Very different indeed. Next you'll be telling me you're getting married, he said, for the transformation to be complete. I smiled, the very thought. Are you? He asked, when we'd sat in silence for a while. Am I what? Getting married. For God's sake, don't be insane. Haven't you met any nice lads in Ireland? He asked. No, I said. Plenty of Egypts, I added, but no nice lads. He laughed, his teeth white, his aura dangerous. My insides flipped. You always made me laugh, he said. And not just when I took my clothes off, I quipped. I shouldn't have. His eyes kind of lit up and clouded over simultaneously. Memories and sensations came racing back. I could almost smell how his skin used to smell when we were in bed together. The good mood was instantly dispelled, replaced by colossal, awful regret. In that moment I hated myself for being an addict, for ruining what might have been a great relationship. The grief I felt was mirrored in Luke's eyes. We looked at each other, then had to look away. Rachel, Luke said awkwardly, you're not to feel guilty about me. I shrugged miserably. Would it sound too corny if I said that I forgive you? He asked. Of course not, I said earnestly. I want you to forgive me. You know, he said, you weren't that bad. Wasn't I? I asked. Not always, he said. And on a good day, there was no one better than you. No one, he repeated, gently, kindly. Ever. Honestly? I whispered. His unexpected tenderness made me weepy. I mean it, he whispered back. Don't you remember? Yes, I said, but I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it, what with me being off my face and everything. So it was good with us sometimes. Lots of times, he said. Both of us were barely moving. Even the air had stopped circulating around us. A tear rolled smoothly down my cheek. Sorry. I wiped it away. I didn't think you'd be nice to me. Why wouldn't I be? He asked in genuine surprise. I am nice. Of course he was. He was a nice man. Once upon a time he'd been my nice man. A rush of loss withered me. I wasn't expecting to feel so sad, I said. I was. Were you? I was very surprised. Just out of interest, why did you agree to meet me? I was curious. I wanted to see if you changed. And, he added jokily, I missed you. And have I changed? I asked, skipping over the jokey tone. Seems that way, he nodded. I'd have to take you for a test drive to know for sure. But it looks like you've kept all the good bits and shaken the bad bits. That made me proud. You don't look much different, he said thoughtfully. Your hair is shorter, but you're still a babe. And you're still a ride. I managed to grin, even if I felt heartbroken. There was no passionate clinch, no frantic lunge across the table. The purpose of our meeting was to douse the last few embers of the fire, not rekindle the flames. I'd better get back. It was hard to walk away from him, but I couldn't bear seeing the destruction I'd caused. Okay, he stood up. I'll walk you home. I was desperate to know if he had a girlfriend. As we strolled, I tried to ask, Have you? I attempted, then stopped. Have you? I said again, not getting any further. Perhaps it would be better not to know. It would be agony if he was going out with someone else. You know, he said casually, I haven't had a girlfriend since you left. In that moment, I believed in God. Take care of yourself, he said, as we stood awkwardly outside the hostel. You too, I said, waiting for him to leave. Mind yourself. He still lingered. I will. You mind yourself too. He moved his arm just a millimetre in my direction, an infinitesimal twitch, and the next thing, as if propelled from a cannon, we were in each other's arms. His legs were pressed against mine, his arms were hard around my back, my face was buried deep against his neck as I inhaled his scent for the last time. I wanted it to last forever. Then I pulled myself away from him and ran inside. I knew the grief would pass, that I'd get over it. What I found hardest was that I'd waited until it was finally finished before acknowledging how much I had loved him. It was impossible to stop wondering what would have happened with Luke if I hadn't been off my head throughout a lot of the relationship, or if we had just met for the first time, if we had no shared past that stopped us from having a future. But there was no point thinking that way. You can't change what's happened. The best thing I could do was accept things. And even if I hadn't won the main prize, I did have some consolation prizes to take away with me. Hadn't I found out he'd loved me once? Hadn't he forgiven me? Hadn't I behaved like a responsible adult? Hadn't we parted as pals? I'd gone back and faced the messiest part of my past. I'd looked my misdemeanours in the eye, and I'd found the courage to apologise to Luke. There was no need any longer to feel ashamed if I thought about him. The ghost was finally laid. I just wished it had been me, but I was so proud of myself. I was Rachel Walsh, a woman, an adult, a heifer, a babe, a lost sheep, an addict, a found sheep, a survivor. Epilogue. I was getting ready for bed when I heard the racket down in the hall. It was 2 weeks since I'd seen Luke, and I was still waiting in vain for the heartbreak to dissolve. A mature adult was a very hard thing to be, but I took a crumb of comfort from my agony. Maybe it would make me a stronger person. I sometimes believed it, about 2 seconds a day. The rest of the time I spent crying, convinced I'd never get over him. I cleaned the bathrooms and laid the tables and hoovered the stairs at Il Pensione, tears coursing down my face. Nobody minded. They were Italian, comfortable with raw emotion. When I heard the raised voices in the hall of the hostel, I was just wrapping up a good cry and absolving myself from the need to officially remove my makeup. So little happened in the way of drama there that I went out for a look. The noise was coming from the ground floor, so I leant over the railings. Down in the hall, The security guy was in heated conversation with a man. A man who, on closer inspection, turned out to be Luke. My heart almost stopped. "I only want to talk to Rachel Walsh," Luke was protesting. "I don't mean to cause any harm." I knew, I was utterly certain, that this was no casual visit. There had been far too much finality about our last encounter. Then he looked up and saw me. "Rachel," he called, "I love you." I couldn't believe what I'd heard, yet I could. After all, I loved him. "Say it again," I called down to him, my voice shaky. "I love you," he bellowed joyously, spreading his arms beseechingly. "You're amazing and beautiful, and I can't get you out of my head." "I love you too," I heard myself say. "We can work it out," he urged, looking up at me. "I'll come home to Ireland and get a job. It was good with us before, and it can be even better now." All the other girls were out of their rooms now, some in their nightdresses. "Way to go, Rachel," one of them called. "If she don't want you," Wanda the Texan shouted, "I do." "I love you," he called again, advancing up the stairs. There was a burst of cheering and clapping and one or two hoops. "And I love you," I murmured, as I stood outside my doorway, watching him get closer. Down the landing he strode. Girls pulled themselves back into their room as he passed, then came out again to admire his departing bum. "Rachel," he said, when he finally reached me. To my disbelief, I watched him get down on one knee, and the crowd went wild. He took my hand. "I suppose," he said, looking deep into my eyes, "a ride is out of the question." The end. Author's note. The Cloisters doesn't exist. Around the world there are many different treatment centres that deal with addiction. The living conditions, treatment methods and psychotherapy employed vary from establishment to establishment. Some are harsher than the Cloisters, some are gentler. In fact, some really do have jacuzzis. During my research, the one common thread I found was the recommendation that recovering addicts attend appropriate, anonymous meetings. Therefore, I found it necessary to mention Rachel attending Narcotics Anonymous meetings, while at the same time taking care to preserve the confidentiality of the meeting's procedures. Acknowledgements. Several people deserve a damn good thanking. Thanks to my editors Kate Cruz-O'Brien and Louise Moore for their enthusiasm, support, vision, patience, friendship and belief in me while I wrote this book. Thanks to the staff at Poolbeg, Michael Joseph and Penguin for all their hard work and huge amounts of enthusiasm. Thanks to Jenny Boland, Rita Ann Keyes and Louise Voss, who read the book as I wrote it and supplied advice and, much more importantly, praise. It was often painful to write, and whenever I indulged in self-pity and despair, about 87% of the time, their support was a lifeline. Thanks to Belinda Flaherty, who for the third year running was persuaded to act as a guinea pig and read the finished product. Thanks for the comments and the enthusiasm. Thanks to all those brave men and women who volunteered to ingest cocaine for research purposes and reported back to me of their experiences. Their sacrifices will not go unremembered. Thanks to Mags Ledwith for letting me use her Dance of the Stolen Car. Thanks to Siobhan Crummy for letting me use her Singing in the Decorated Kitchen story. Thanks to Jonathan Lloyd and Eileen Prendergast for all the hard work done sorting out my contracts, etc. Much appreciated, because I'm not exactly a legal eagle, more like a legal sparrow in fact. Thanks to all the other Rachels who have shared their story with me. Thanks to Dr. Jeff Hinchley for the medical advice. Finally, thanks to Tony, my husband, best friend, sounding board, psychiatrist, lexicon and punchbag. God love him. Is there anything more awful than being the spouse of a neurotic writer? I couldn't have written this book without him. He has praised, consoled, advised, cajoled, he's especially good at cajoling, fed, watered, chocolated and ice creamed me through the whole experience. On bad days he almost had to wash and dress me. This book is for him. Of course he may not want it, after all he had to go through, but he's getting it anyway. You've been listening to Rachel's Holiday by Marion Keyes, narrated by the author. Published by Clipper Audiobooks, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2022 Marion Keyes. This recording is copyrighted 2022 W.F. Howes Limited.